So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to, so we are back with a brand new movie on What If DEKU Had Unexpected Harem with Mei H. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Izuku's quirk unofficially manifested when Kachan got a new video game system for his birthday. After reading the instructions for a bit and finding out what one character did and what all the buttons did, Izuku went undefeated once it was his turn. Which was also when Kachan's quirk also manifested and he destroyed his game's console. This happened when they were about 4 years old and the two hadn't really been friends since because Kachan naturally blamed everything on Izuku for winning so much. It wasn't until Izuku was about 13 did he realize that the whole gaming thing wasn't the first time his quirk activated, rather it was when he read the manual. He knew that manuals were for reading so he simply picked it up and read it. Simple as that. Officially though, his quirk manifested when he started to practice writing later that spring for school. He knew that pencils were for writing and how they did the writing thing, so he was able to write with them well. Very well. Sure, he couldn't form a coherent sentence and he still technically struggled with it, but it was abnormal for a 5-year-old to be able to write so neatly that his teacher had accused the TA of writing it for them, only for that TA to say that they couldn't write that neat even if their life depended on it. Then later, when his ability to read just about any book came into light, his quirk got its first name. Academia. He remembered his mother crying her eyes out that her son was going to be a genius and that he was going to graduate early and go to an amazing college, and she even had a mild panic attack when talking with his father about the whole saving for college thing. There was just one small problem with that plan, or rather two. The assumption about his quirk was wrong. Sure, Izuku was pretty smart and was top of his class, until he got put into the class with all of the other students that were the top of their class. Now he was just middle of the pack for most things. But it wasn't his quirk that made him smart. Being able to read and write from an early age probably helped. Instead, his quirk just let him be able to use anything really well if he knew how it worked. An example of this was sports. He was a member of the archery club, their best member, their ace, all because he understood how the bow and arrow worked so he could use it nearly perfectly. But when it came to a sport like soccer, sure, he could kick the ball pretty good, but he wasn't that good at chasing after the ball, blocking the ball, or a wide variety of other things needed for the sport. But that was a second part about why the college plan wasn't going to work. Izuku had one dream. One small dream that he once shared with Kachan. He wanted to be a hero. And with his quirk he had a feeling he could be one. Just like the pro hero Snipe who never missed a shot, or Yoroimusha who could block any attack with his armor, and countless other heroes that were made possible because of their gear. Oh, what Izuku wouldn't give to be able to get his hand on some support items, just to see what he could do with them thanks to his quirk. But to do that, he either needed to get lucky and find someone to make him some gear, or train hard and get into his hero school of choice, UA. Which was probably where Kachan wanted to go too. Part of Izuku wondered what his childhood friend was up to, but for various reasons Izuku ended up going to a different school than Kachan. But a much larger part realized that he should really be paying attention right now. Block. Step back, recover posture. Step forward, overhead strike. Block. Sword up. Block. Second strike. Block again. Sidestep to force the blow to the side. Caught. Overran. Point lost. Match lost. Defeat. Izuku took a step back, trying not to fall over as he felt his heart pumping in his chest. No matter how often he fought against her, Itsuka's raw strength was just something that his quirk couldn't overcome. Technically he was better with the sword, but not by enough to overcome Kendo's power, and it was hardly his fault. It was in her name. Itsuka Kendo. Of course she would be good at kendo. Well done. Kendo-sensei clapped her hands, smiling proudly at them with her hands on her hips. Izuku, as always your swordsmanship is excellent, your bakken is always right where it needs to be. If it was against anyone else I doubt that you'd have lost. As for you Itsuka, great job kicking his butt, sweetie. Mom. Itsuka whined, pulling her protective helmet off and letting her long orange hair fall free. Itsuka was a hard tomboy, but had a cute and responsible side to her, which was why most of the other members had a crush on her. If Izuku didn't know any better he would too. Could you actually give me a critique instead of just praise? But why would I do that? Because it's your job. Why don't you critique yourself? Mom, sorry. Kendo-sensei stuck her tongue out and rubbed the back of her head like she was an anime character. Anyways. Thank you both for coming today. I'm sure our new members learned a lot from watching our male and female captains go at it, right? Several of the first years nodded eagerly, all of them had their eyes locked on Itsuka like she was some kind of a goddess. Right then, let's start with some basic exercises then. The sky was still blue when he made his way out of the gym. So much better than when it was dark during the winter months when it felt like he had no time to do anything after his clubs. Maybe it was his fault for being in two highly demanding sports clubs. He had fully intended on dropping the archery club last year because it wasn't as helpful as kendo was for improving his actual body. But the club members and even the sensei had begged him to stay in the hopes that they could get to nationals last year. Which they did. And now he was in two clubs where both instructors wanted him to be a captain, even though he said he didn't have the time to be a captain, several times. How did he go from using sports clubs to the sports clubs using him? 4x There were several less than direct things when dealing with his quirk. While he could play the flute perfectly, he still had to learn the songs in order to play them, otherwise, he just made in-tune noise, and even when he learned the songs the instructor just said that he lacked soul or heart or something. He didn't want to say that was why he stopped playing the flute, but it might have been a big part of it. It was the same thing with drawing. When it came to just doodling what was on his mind, it was sloppy, random, and not coherent. But figure sketching, landscapes, and life drawings he was able to do easily. The art teacher said that he could make a living like that. But for now, it was just kind of fun to doodle when he was supposed to relax. But it really didn't help with becoming a hero. Really, it felt like nothing he did at this school benefited him, other than whatever benefit he was getting through sports. Sure, he understood why a good education was important, but he wanted something more. Something more coherent than just pure physical training. The UA entrance exam was 10 months away and he didn't feel ready in the slightest. From what he understood, the exam was about fighting giant robots. That wasn't exactly something he could do. Sure, he could use a power drill or screwdriver super well, but that would be like going against Itsuka with a pencil. Izuku let out a long desperate sigh, tapping his pencil against his most recent sketch of the courtyard. It was the same thing he had drawn a few weeks ago, but there were some variations because of the changing seasons, more flowers in the trees, fewer puddles, and just a bit brighter. And there was a robot. A clunky, two-legged robot that was stomping around with a stack of flyers and a sign that said, "Join the support club." There was a support club. How the hell did he not know about that until today? He knew about the Future Heroes Club, but that club was just kind of pointless as most of the students that wanted to be heroes were in different clubs. But a support club? That sounded something like he should check out. Especially if they built a robot like that. Izuku approached the robot with a great deal of curiosity. It looked like it was made from spare parts from a junkyard but melded perfectly together in a feat of pure ingenuity, passion, and creativity. He really wanted to meet the guy that made this. How had he not heard about someone like this before? Sure, he wasn't the most social and he did keep himself busy with all of his clubs, but someone that could make robots had to have shown up for the school fair or something. Looking for new members. Join the support club today. Izuku read the plainly written flyer. While neat and orderly, it lacked any real flair, as though whoever made it put as little effort into it as possible. There wasn't even a name, or a building. Come to think of it, why was the robot even back here of all places? There weren't many students that walked back here. Still, it was worth investigating. Right? The one teacher he asked knew nothing about it and suggested that he go ask the student council for more information. So, the class president Momo Yaoyorozu crossed her arms, a mildly annoyed look on her otherwise friendly-looking face. Ever since he had transferred schools and joined Momo's class, she had always been on top. In addition, she had been a member of the band club for years and had been mildly annoyed that Izuku never gave it a good shot. Not that she was one to hold a grudge. You're displaying interest in yet another club, Izuku? And not the music or art clubs? Or she was, and he was really bad at reading people. He really didn't understand how other people worked, not in the slightest. It's not like I want to join them or anything. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he ignored the annoyed looks from the other members of the student council. All of them were guys that had a crush on Momo. Once the girl announced her bid of becoming the class president, student participation went up tenfold. And much like Itsuka, Momo was also one of the hopeful hero candidates. And while he could use any item that he understood, Momo could make any item. Which honestly sounded like the more useful ability on paper. In some ways Izuku considered Momo his rival, though he wasn't entirely committed to that, because Momo almost never competed with him. Momo leaned forward, the plain table she was leaning on almost as imposing as a director's desk. Then why are you interested in yet another club? You're already in 2 sports clubs with conflicting schedules and were allowed into. It's for my quirk, he admitted, looking down at the ground. I know it's selfish, but I can't think of a good way to use my quirk to pass the UA exam without using some support items. I mean, the whole point is to test our abilities, right? And my quirk is kind of useless on its own. So I was hoping that I could get them to make me some items. I mean, their robot was impressive. And I figure I could offer them my quirk to test things as well. Oh. Momo deflated. Her persona as the class president was replaced by that kind caring girl he had met on his first day at this school. I can see why that would be an issue for you. I had the same thoughts as well, but I managed to get a recommendation. If you want, I can put you in contact with the person who recommended me. I'm sure you'd be allowed to take the recommendation exam. I still run into the problem of needing support gear for any practical exam. Izuku sunk into his chair and let out a pathetic shrug. Besides, each school can only submit one student to the recommendation exam, remember? I see your point. Momo stood from her seat and turned around, stepping on it as she reached for one of the numerous boxes on the top shelf. Izuku for his part attempted to avert his eyes and not look up Momo's skirt. How could she be so defenseless? Here we are. This form is barely half finished. How did this even get approved? Just because it was a big club a few years ago doesn't mean it? Momo. Oh. Right. Momo sat back down and smiled at him. The clubroom is at the old shop building. It's on the other side of the campus from where the kendo and archery clubs normally meet. Also, there's only one member. Really? That explained why they were recruiting people. Is that going to be a problem? No, our school doesn't have a problem with one-person clubs. Plus they have been participating in events outside of the school, so we can't shut them down even if we wanted to. Momo smiled sweetly. Though, when you go meet him, please tell whoever's in there that he needs to come in and properly fill out the paperwork so they can keep their club going. Especially if they want funding. Sure, I can do that. Izuku stood and offered Momo a slight bow. Thank you for your help, Momo. My pleasure, Izuku. And good luck. I hope to see you at UA. Likewise. 4X apparently even a nice school like this one that had a modern library, and several buildings that were actually younger than he was had an old, overgrown, rust-covered, messy, broken down, and partially dilapidated building. The old shop deserved its title of old, but probably not of shop. Even from the outside Izuku could see several places where the ceiling was more of a suggestion than actual protection from the elements. But there was a sign made out of a car door that said, Support Club Room, right next to a sign in an old computer monitor that said, Enter at your own risk, and a third sign made out of gears that said, Knock. He would knock, but the door was currently sitting about 20 feet away from the door frame. Hello? Mr. Support Class Member. He leaned into the door, knocking on the nearest solid surface. It was one of those thin metal sheets, so the noise was the same as that fake thunder sound he used to make in the school plays as a stagehand. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I'm here to. A loud pop echoed through the building, and a burst of heat washed over Izuku. Maybe he shouldn't have knocked. With a few careful steps he looked around the inner wall that separated the inside from the outside and saw what he had first thought to be a human-shaped grease stain desperately trying to put out a small fire that they had caused with a fire extinguisher. The boy was on the short side, or at least shorter than Izuku, which was saying something. They were wearing a full-bodied welding suit complete with gloves. On the top of their head was a pair of steampunk-looking goggles that hid most of their pink hair. Lining the multiple benches and even the walls were several items that ranged from finished to little more than the parts sitting next to each other. A lot of them looked at least decent. He had no idea what exactly they were, but they at least looked like they could be useful. He wanted to try them. Sorry about that. Izuku extended a hand to the boy as he finished putting out the fire. I'm just here to. The boy pulled back his goggles. Yellow irises with a crosshair-shaped pupils looked at him for a moment. Izuku felt himself drawn to those eyes. They weren't just unique, they were captivating. Then the boy looked up towards the clock, shrugged, and sprayed the ever so slightly still smoking remains of what was once an item with the extinguisher one last time. I'm late. The boy's voice was slightly raspy and even a bit on the girlish side. Wait. Was this a boy or a girl? They had pretty eyes, but that didn't mean anything, and they had pink hair, but that also didn't mean anything. Come to think of it, why did Izuku think this was a boy? Would it be rude to ask? Talk to me tomorrow? Late for what? Izuku followed them deeper into the building as they walked like they were on a mission. Scrap pickup. They unzipped the top part of the welding suit, revealing a set of well-toned arms and a t-shirt. They were also flat-chested. But Izuku knew girlier-looking boys and manlier-looking girls. Hell, Itsuka had man hands and was basically a tomboy that would wear a skirt. They opened a second door where a motorized bicycle with a cart attached to it was waiting for them. I need to move fast if I want to make it back in time before the school closes. Oh. Do you want me to come with you? No, not really. You'd get in the way. Oh. Can I get your name at least? Those golden eyes locked onto him as the support member looked back at him, an uncaring smile on their face. Mei Hatsume. And you better remember it. Oh. So they were a girl. And now Izuku's heart was doing funny things and his cheeks felt warm. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, you're Izuku Midoriya, like I said, talk to me tomorrow. She flipped down her goggles and hopped onto the bike. The motor started up with a puff of smoke and then she was off, going just a bit faster than he could run. In Izuku's opinion, Itsuka Kendo was completely insane and overly competitive. He was fairly certain that she would compete with a fish to see who could hold their breath the longest. Part of him didn't doubt that she would win that contest either. That was just the kind of person that Itsuka Kendo was. That wasn't to say that she wasn't nice, because she was, she just couldn't stand someone being better than her, at like anything. Which was why Itsuka started to ride her bike to school. At least that's what Izuku thought, because prior to their first encounter, Izuku doubted that she had ever ridden a bike. But because he, as someone that could be good at things without even really putting in effort from her point of view, at least rode his bike to school, Itsuka wanted to be better than him at riding bikes. So, Izuku welcomed the usual spring scene of watching Itsuka fly past him just before he entered the gates. It was impressive how much control she had over her bike as she came into a long sideways slide, turning the bike to its side and nearly drifting into two other students before she parked her bike with ease. Could Izuku do exactly what she did? Maybe. Was he going to? No, the only thing he'd actively compete with Itsuka in was kendo. Anything else was purely one-sided on her part. Still, at least when Itsuka lost, she didn't get angry at him for beating her. It mostly just made her more determined to get better. She also didn't bully people. As far as mildly antagonistic people he had to deal with on a daily basis went, Itsuka was a vast improvement over Kachan. That, and she was cuter. A lot cuter. Part of him wondered why he hadn't tried to ask Itsuka out. Probably because both of them were too busy with clubs and school to really bother with that. Besides, she hadn't shown any interest in him, so it would be pointless. Oh, Itsuka panted, waving at him as she tried to act like she didn't push herself to the limit trying to beat him to school. Again. I didn't, see. She paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. You there, Izuku? Must have. Just passed you. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled effortlessly, parking his bike right next to Itsuka's. Maybe he should switch to a skateboard just to throw her off her game. Good morning, Itsuka. Did you have a good ride? Yeah. She waved her hand. It was great. Super relaxing and, no, good for yaw and stuff. Itsuka let out a long breath of air, her uniform shifting as she tossed her arms back. So, are you going to be at practice today? Yeah, Izuku paused. Wait, he had something he needed to do today, right? He needed to meet up with that crazy Mei girl and get her to make him some support gear. Actually, that's a maybe. I think there might be something I need to do. Unless it's a trip to the gym, then it's not going to help you beat me. Itsuka placed a hand on her hip, glaring at him. So, what are you going to be busy with? If I don't like the answer, I might just drag you to practice. She did so once before. It was humiliating. Well, you know how there's a support club, like a hero support club. The Future Heroes Club? No, not them, like a club that makes support items. There is? Yeah. There's only one member, Mei Hatsume. I'm going to try and talk to her into letting me test her items for her and hope that she can make a few for me. He even spent a lot of time dreaming up some items that he'd like from her, but he wasn't sure how many of them she could even build. What he saw in her workshop was really cool, but also rather bulky. Itsuka clicked her tongue and shook her head. I don't think you're going to be able to talk to her today. Why's that? Mei's in my class, and she's never here on Tuesdays or Thursdays. Itsuka gave him a hard shrug and shook her head. I asked my teacher about it and she just sighed, saying that Mei gets good grades and that her future is already set. Or something. I'm not sure what that meant, but at the end of the day, I've never seen Mei here on a Tuesday or a Thursday. So, Izuku paused, trying to process that information while trying to undo his helmet hair. She told me to come talk to her today, knowing full well that she wasn't going to be here today. Itsuka shrugged, running a hand through her orange ponytail. Maybe. I don't think anyone knows what's going on in that girl's mind. Blah, I'm not good with gossiping about others, but if you're super desperate to try and find her, I'm sure we could get her address or something. I know last year one of my classmates had to deliver Mei her homework when she was sick. Oh. Izuku blinked and let out a long sigh. Damn it, he had been looking forward to actually talking to the girl and maybe even showing her his designs. Well, they weren't really designs, more like a drawing that shows what a thing looked like and what he wanted it to do. They really weren't anything impressive. You're aware that if I do that, then I'm missing practice anyways. Totally, I'll even go with you. Huh? Won't your mom get mad? Have you ever seen my mom mad? Itsuka countered with more than a bit of sass in the way she moved. But what Itsuka was saying was true. Kendo-sensei had cheerfulness in spades. It was almost a problem with how little she yelled at the other club members to train. Actually, The whole lack of anything that could be considered menacing might be why Itsuka was on the bossy side. There was a reason why so many of her classmates and club members treated her like their big sister. Fair point. But why do you want to go? Izuku asked, trying to figure out what Itsuka was up to. Which, as far as he could tell, was just being nosy. Itsuka just shrugged a wide smile on her face. Who knows, maybe I want to see you get into UA with me so I can kick your butt at being a hero too. Izuku let out a long sigh. I don't really know, I mean I could wait until tomorrow, and showing up at her house for no reason just seems a bit weird. Great. Itsuka clapped her hands. Since you're not doing anything after school, you're coming to kendo practice. Oh, well he fell for that trap. Fine, but I'm not going to. Itsuka pulled his arm. I'm not going to let you finish that sentence, Izuku. I'd hate for you to become a liar now. Her smile was so wide and earnest he could almost feel a blush overtaking his face. He wasn't sure if Itsuka knew how to weaponize her cuteness or if it was all an accident. Now come on, we need to get to class. I'm not going to be late because of you. Itsuka took off running, leaving him in the dust. Maybe, for the sake of his peaceful, quiet, middle school life he should avoid Mei. If only because anyone that Itsuka considered a bit weird was probably really weird. But if he did that, it might set back his career as a hero. Still though, one weird, mildly annoying though admittedly cute girl was more than enough for him right now. Izuku blinked and scratched the back of his head. Come to think of it, wasn't Itsuka acting a bit like the childhood friend next door trope? If his life was a manga or something she'd be secretly in love with him or something, right? Maybe he should try to ask her out. 4x The internal debate of if he should dare even acknowledge his budding feelings towards Itsuka Kendo carried along within him all the way into lunch. On the one hand Itsuka was cute. On the other hand it was Itsuka. Izuku glared at the carrot that had been placed in his bento. No doubt his mom would be happy if he got a girlfriend like Itsuka. Actually she'd probably be happy if he got any kind of girlfriend. Even one that was basically just a female copy of Kachan, or even a girl like. Izuku, if I might have a moment of your time? Momo Yaoyorozu stood next to his desk. Her badge of student body president was currently hanging off her right arm. She had perfect posture and stood with a mature aura that not even their teacher could match. Momo did that killer move where the girl pretended like they weren't doing anything major while tucking a bit of her hair behind her ear. There was no way that any girl didn't understand the power of that move. It was dangerous. I know I shouldn't be asking you this during your lunch, but since you were staring at your carrot for so long I thought I might as well ask. Momo gave a sweet smile that was too perfect to be natural and too pure to be practiced. But have you made any progress with the support club? Oh, right, you were gone by the time I found out. Izuku placed the carrot down and looked up at Momo. Turns out that the only member of the club is Mei Hatsume. But she told me to talk to her today, and she's not even here today so I didn't get your paperwork filled out. Oh, I see. Momo's shoulders slumped and she let out a dejected sigh. Then she perked up a bit, her face going flush. Wait, you said she? Oh no, I shouldn't have made that assumption, I just never met them so I just, oh, my, Momo let out a sigh. I owe her an apology. If it makes things better, I don't think she would care either way. Izuku gave a light laugh. From everything gleaned about Mei she wasn't exactly aware of other people. Besides, it's her fault for not filling out the form to begin with. I suppose you have a point, but how do you know that Mei isn't here today? Oh, I heard that she's never here on Tuesdays or Thursdays, but I was going to check and see if she's at the clubhouse later today anyways. From the way she acted it was like she spends a lot of time there. Not that he didn't believe Itsuka, she was many things but a liar wasn't one of them. I see. That is strange. I wonder why that is. A medical condition? A family matter? A job? Momo tapped her chin and nodded to herself. Well, if you do find her, make sure to send her to the student council office. And I'll look into why she's not in class every other day. Yeah, sure. 4x Technically he had enough time to check on the shop and still make it to kendo practice before anybody could call him late. Or at least he thought he did. But as he approached that old decrepit building that was well past being an eyesore and well on its way to being a hazard, it became very apparent that there was life in the building. And not just any life. The insane kind of life that was the girl Mei Hatsume. He could hear her cackling from inside and laughing about some kind of baby. Truly, it sounded like a personal affair that he'd best stay out of. But, at this point he needed to talk to Mei. Besides, Itsuka could wait a couple minutes before she kicked his ass. For the second time in 2 days Izuku entered that strange building and once more it felt like he was stepping into some strange, magical land filled with grease, oil, sparks, and just a bit of mayhem. And as he stepped in he saw that strange girl with pink hair cackling to herself as she made some kind of contraption. He really had no idea what it could possibly be, but it felt impressive. Mei? He asked, leaning against a table with a few other contraptions scattered on its surface, one of which looked like a coffee maker. A coffee maker forged out of scrap, but a coffee maker nonetheless. The girl turned back to him, her goggles shifting on her head. With another shake she pushed them up and looked at him. The crosshairs on her eyes seemed to focus on him as her expression went from curious to annoyed. "Oh, you're the boy from yesterday." She turned and went back to working on her contraption. "Come talk to me tomorrow." "So you can tell me to come talk to you tomorrow?" "Yep." "Why weren't you at class today?" "Because I was here. Working on my babies does me more good than going to class. Besides, I finished the classes already." Mei turned to him and gave him another annoyed glare. "Why, are you here to make me go to class more?" "Not really." She took a step forward, frowning at him and crossing her arms over her chest. "Then you're here to try and take my building away." "Oh, or my funding." "Wait, I don't have funding." "Not really, but the class president would appreciate it if you came to her office to fill out some paperwork." Honestly, it was kind of amusing watching Mei jump through a bunch of mental hoops to try and figure out why he was here. "Oh." Mei blinked, took a quick step to the right and moved over towards a large stack of shelves. She reached for the top one where a stack of papers were. Due to her lack of reach, she had to step onto the lower shelf and pull herself upwards. Hey, wait a second, why don't you let me?" He took a step towards her and his eyes went wide. One moment, Mei was looking at him. The next, her eyes were wide and her entire body was flung towards him. The next he was on his back, his book bag flying through the air as he felt Mei land on top of him with a great big oof. For a while he stared upwards, watching the numerous papers fly about. OWW. Izuku wheezed, feeling Mei's weight on top of him. This was about as intimate as he had ever gotten with a girl, but he was not counting this as a first time for anything. "Huh?" Mei pressed up off of him, looking down at him with her golden eyes that were locked onto him with a confused look on her face. "How did you get beneath me?" "You were reaching for something and, oh right." She shot up and looked around, grabbing one at some of the papers to check. The paper the class president wants is somewhere in here. Why don't you look for it while I go back to making my baby?" Mei then skipped towards her current creation with glee. "I'm not actually here for that. I actually wanted to talk to you. I'm not interested in a relationship." "What? No, look. I have some support items I want you to try and make. In exchange I can test yours. My quirk." "You want to test my babies? And you have new babies for me to make?" Mei zoomed in front of him, moving with surprising speed and grabbing onto his hands. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Welcome to the club, Izuku. Now let's get started." The regret wasn't instant, but it sure did come quick. "So how does it work?" "What? Why's that matter? Just press the button and the boots activate." "It's my quirk. If I understand how something works, then I can use it perfectly." "That's boring. Press the button. I'm recording." Izuku glared at the contraptions currently strapped to his feet. They were clunky, large, and it really did feel like he had just stuck his feet into an engine block. He then turned and glared at the pink-haired gremlin that had strapped him into these boots, claiming that they were magnetic boots and that he'd be able to walk up any building that had metal in its structure, and that the button he had on his hand would turn them on and off. That was it. And from personal experience, Izuku knew that wasn't quite enough for his quirk to do its thing. "Don't you want to know how they work with someone that knows how to use it?" "Nah." Mei flipped her hand in his general direction, paying more attention to the small camera she had pointed at him. Building a baby with the idea that the client will even read the instruction manual before using it is a pipe dream. "I read the manual for everything." "Really?" "Yeah, it's my quirk." "Your quirk is to read the manual? No wonder you're so boring." Ouch, that one actually stung a bit. "I'm not boring." Mei just shrugged and twirled her finger at him. Part of him wasn't sure if the manic mode he had seen in her earlier was her baseline or just her being excited. Judging by the way that she was twitching and bouncing on her feet at the idea of someone testing her gear, he guessed it was a more of an all-the-time thing, at least when it was something that interested her. "Press the button." Izuku rolled his eyes and stared at the button in his hand. Hopefully this wasn't dangerous. Well, it was still a step towards getting what he needed to be a hero. With one last breath, Izuku pressed the button. He felt the weight shift in the large shoes he was wearing, followed by a humming noise that made him a little bit nervous. He watched a screw, hopefully not one that was important, roll around on the ground before sticking onto the base of the shoe with a soft click. "All right. They're still in one piece and you're not terribly maimed." Mei gave him a thumbs up, and Izuku realized that while Mei was likely his ticket to becoming a hero, she was likewise his ticket to losing limbs. He needed to be forward with what he stuck his hands and feet in from now on. "Now then, try walking." "Is it going to explode?" "No," she didn't sound sure. Well, he was already this deep. Izuku pulled his foot up, feeling the weight inside the shoe snap back up, nearly knocking him over. The screw that had been attached to the shoe fell off and rolled towards his still planted foot. The way the device felt made him curious enough to want to know how these boots worked even without extra benefits from his quirk. It felt like he was using something that was actually neat. Alright, your foot didn't snap off. Was she doing this on purpose? Mei looked at the camera for a moment before walking towards him and continuing past him towards the side of the building in front of Izuku. With a surprising amount of strength, she hefted a couple of full and labeled bags that could contain anything from sand to concrete with barely a struggle. Her defined back muscles strained for just a moment. Come to think of it, that was one area that Mei had an advantage over most non-Itsuka girls in his class. She was still a gremlin though. Alright. Mei patted the wall with a great big smile on her face. The wall gave a dull thudding sound like the time he crashed headfirst into a garage. Try walking up this. It should be able to support your weight, well unless you're like 300 pounds. You're not 300 pounds, right? No, I'm nowhere near 300 pounds. Congrats, now, wall walking go. Mei slapped the wall one more time before moving behind Izuku and pushing on his back. Okay, I'll walk up the wall. Wait, why was he being so reluctant about this? Oh. Wait. Because he was fairly certain that Mei was actually insane. Still, if he managed to help Mei develop these into something better, then they'd be a great tool. Each step felt a bit like he was walking through waist-deep water, with the boots both pushing and pulling against him. He got to the wall and brought his leg up towards it. At first nothing happened. Then he pressed his foot down and the mechanism inside the shoe slammed down, sticking him against the wall. He tried to pull back and a moment later and the mechanism inside the boots activated again, separating him from the wall. Okay, so that's good. He pressed his foot towards the wall again, sticking him firmly against it. Then he swung his other leg up. He was standing on the wall, and Mei was staring down at him. Flat. Awesome, it works. Now try to walk up it. She clapped her hands and rubbed them together as she walked back towards her camera. Fine. He pulled his foot and tried to walk. As hard as it was to walk with the boots on the ground, it was that much harder to walk up the wall with them. From his stomach screaming at him, to the weight of the boots themselves, it made everything feel so much harder than it should have been. But he managed to take 2 steps. Then the humming stopped and Izuku found himself sliding down the wall until he hit the ground. I probably shouldn't run electromagnets on 9-volt batteries, Mei hummed, walking over to him with a wide smile on her face. But alright, those babies worked. How did they feel? Were they responsive? How hard was it to walk? It looked like you were struggling. 9 volts? Those were the square batteries with the plus and minus on the same side, right? Those could power a magnet strong enough to keep him up on the wall. That seemed unbelievable. They suck to walk with. Izuku sat up and struggled to move his feet to take the boots off. They're also really heavy, they're not mobile, the battery life is way too short, and on top of all that they're just not useful enough for how large and bulky they are, and, wait. Wasn't he being a bit too harsh? Sorry, I might have been going a little too far with. He saw Mei's ear-to-ear smile, her eyes sparkling with a glimpse of insanity that he was just going to have to get used to. No, keep going. I want to hear the criticism. Failure is an important step on the path to success, so tell me more. Oh, well, if you're sure. Mei nodded frantically. I feel like anything that these boots could do another item could do better, faster, and easier while being more compact. For climbing up a building, just make a grappling hook. If you wanted to stick to a moving truck, a handheld version would work better and would free up the feet for something different. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Like, roller shoes, or cleats, or I don't know, hover shoes or something. Hell, normal shoes might be better. Ooh, those are some good ideas, especially the hover shoes. And the grappling hook. Alright, then, take those off and bring them inside, I might be able to reuse parts of them for other projects. Mei nodded to herself, heading over to the camera. Izuku managed to pull one foot out. What, you're just going to give up on the design? Mei looked at him like he was weird. Yeah, it works, but it's also a failure. I'd have to completely redesign it in order to make any of the improvements you mentioned. Oh, that actually makes sense. Maybe Mei actually was sane. So what now? You can do whatever you want. I'm going to go and make some new babies. I have a bunch of ideas now. I think I could even... Mei continued talking as she walked into the building, leaving Izuku alone to pry off the last magnetic boot. The fact that he stayed at school an hour past the time he normally got out from clubs made Izuku feel even more drained than he had just dealing with Mei. He hadn't been aware that he had spent that much time with her. She was one hell of a time sink, and most of the time it felt like he was talking with a brick wall. Oh, and he skipped kendo practice. Hopefully Itsuka wouldn't be too mad. 4x. Liar. Itsuka did what any tsundere worth her salt would do the moment they came across each other on their way to the school. She punched him. In the arm. Hard. Really, really hard. Harder than she hit him with a bakken. I didn't think you'd be that upset about me missing practice, Izuku muttered, holding onto his arm as the other students looked at them with amusement. Classes hadn't yet started, and Itsuka had been standing at the entrance, looking like an intimidating bouncer. Unless you just missed me that much. Itsuka glared at him, a deep frown on her face for just a moment before she turned her head to the side pouting. I'm not mad at you for skipping practice. Then why are you mad? A very hard finger poked him in his shoulder, and he found his back against the wall while Itsuka's hand slammed against the wall above his head. Did he just get wall slammed by Itsuka? Did that mean anything? I'm mad because you said you were going to be there, and then you ditched. You didn't even text me that you weren't going to make it, at least then I wouldn't have been so disappointed. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Sorry about that, Itsuka. I really did think that I was going to go to kendo practice yesterday, but I ended up going to see if Mei was at the support club room, and she was, and I ended up getting roped into testing out some gear for her. Izuku gave a light laugh, trying to get Itsuka to calm down. She might be a bit on the tsundere side, but she was also rather level-headed when she wanted to be. With a sigh, Itsuka let her arm fall and leaned against the wall beside him. Well, that's good I suppose, but it means you're going to be coming to practice less and less, and that's super annoying. Huh? Why? I mean, I get that we're the best members, and because you're my rival Izuku, I want to keep testing myself against you, and on top of that you're my friend too. You're like the only person there I actually like. Isn't your mom the coach? Itsuka shrugged. She doesn't really count as a person there. Besides, if you're not there then I have to be the captain for both teams because apparently the rest of the third years are going to drop to study once we hit summer vacation. Part of me's wondering if I should do the same and start training to be a hero more seriously. I'm sorry. Izuku let his shoulders slump and he let out a long sigh. I really didn't think that me being there was that important to you. I'll mostly just miss kicking your ass. Itsuka smiled and bounced off the wall, her book bag behind her back. For a brief moment everything about Itsuka seemed so much more fluid, the way her hair moved, the way her skirt swayed, even the slight bounce of her breasts. You know, at first I hated you. Because of my quirk, pretty much, but after getting to know you, you're kind of like the only guy I'd call a friend. Even if you were a bit selfish and self-serving with everything you do. Not very heroic by the way. Itsuka winked at him and turned on her heels facing the direction of her classroom. Well, how about I make it up to you? Izuku offered, standing next to her. As it stood, they were just about the same height. Not too long ago Itsuka had been taller than him. Itsuka smiled and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. And how do you plan to do that, Izuku? Why don't we go out? Like a date? Did he really just say that? Like, really? Did he just ask Itsuka Kendo out on a date, so casually in the middle of the hallway? It felt like everything stopped for a moment, not even his heart was beating as the entire world slowed to a complete and utter stop as thought to process those 8 words he had just said. Yeah, sure. Itsuka smiled at him. Sounds like fun, so why not? We can meet up Sunday at Yosarishi Park. Does that work for you? Wait, she said yes? He didn't think that through. Sure, his voice totally didn't just crack. I'll see you there. You dork, that's not for a few more days. Now come on, classes are starting, and I'm totally going to drag you to practice one of these days. Izuku had a date. A date. With a girl. With a girl that had agreed to go on a date with him. Mei was happy. Happier than she normally was just being able to make babies uninterrupted. She really didn't need to think much about the why, it was obvious. She had finally found a test subject. There was a lot of good data that she could gather just by watching Izuku flail around with her gadgets. So far they had tested 3 things and he always gave such useful feedback, from ways to improve the design, to how Hero would actually use them. Just by having that boy around she had improved all of her babies by leaps and bounds. She had even finally taken a look at his notes and discovered a few ideas that she actually wanted to make. Sure, they weren't great or even fantastic, they were just good, but they were also amazing training for when she got into UA and had to start taking orders for whatever dumb ideas other heroes wanted. Wait, didn't that boy want to be a hero? He mentioned wanting to go to UA too, right? But his quirk needed gear. That was why he found her. Lucky him. Mei hummed, floating over to the growing pile of items in need of testing by that boy and then blinked. The pile was large. Larger than it should have been. Well, that wasn't quite right. The rate that she had replenished it was greater than the rate that they had depleted it. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen him in a while. When was the last time she saw him again? She couldn't remember. Wait, what time was it? She looked at the clock, just long enough for her stomach to answer her when she saw the time. It was lunchtime. And she hadn't eaten since a while. With her school uniform hastily donned and her workshop closed to the public, Mei set out into the blistering late spring early summer heat that made her want to steal one of those air conditioners she repaired for extra funding. But, then again, it wasn't that hot, and because of the trees and shade her workshop at this school was actually pretty cool, even in the summer. Wait. It was hot out. That meant summer was soon. That meant lots of baby making. That also meant that there would be lots of babies to test. She should get that boy's number. And if he refused, then he wouldn't get to see the amazing creation she made for him. Speaking of which, she should probably start to make some last-second modifications on the first baby inspired by someone else. Should those have a different name? Nah, they were still her babies. Mei took out her trusty screwdriver and started her long, and rather noisy walk through the school to the cafeteria. Several people told her to watch where she was going after they almost bumped into her, which was a bit hypocritical considering how she was watching where she was going, and they weren't. Simple as that. She even bumped into a couple of boys. They weren't that boy, so she didn't pay them any attention. At long last she finished the slight changes she needed to make to his gadget and it was ready for presentation. Or to explode. Really, it was 50-50 at this point. What was it that the principal said about explosions? Oh, limit them to off-campus, and no more than once a month. She hadn't actually exploded anything for a while, so that was good. It meant she had some good faith stock piled up. Mei looked up from her baby and examined the area she found herself in. Good job, legs. They brought her right where she needed to go. If they kept this up, she'd have to find a better excuse to replace them with mechanic legs. With a smile at her own almost kind of maybe not really a joke, she was dreaming up schematics right now. She scanned the room for that boy. And she found a lot of boys, but none of them were her boy. Some were taller, actually a lot were, some were buffer, some even had greener hair, others had more noticeably faces, but that boy had a plain face. With freckles. Was it 3 on each cheek? Ooh, there was soba for lunch. Food first. Or that boy first. Biologically thinking the most important thing would be. Mei? Izuku asked, looking right up at her with a large helping of food on his plate. What are you doing here? Oh, that boy had food. 2 stones, 1 bird. I was looking for you, she chirped, sitting right down next to him, some of his soba somehow just ending up in her mouth as she placed her baby onto the table. I finished one of your designs a while ago, and you haven't been around to test anything, so I decided to come and find you so I could get you to come test stuff again, and show you my baby. Gak. Mei. Izuku flung his hands back. If you're going to steal my food, don't talk with your mouth full. Waste of time. Well, whatever. Look, can you wait? I'm having lunch with my girlfriend. Izuku pointed across the table. Ah. It was orange hair. The girl with orange hair from her class. She sat 2 spaces in front of Mei and 1 to the right, giving her a seat by the window. Mei had no idea what her name was. Hi Mei, orange hair, laughed, waving at her. I'm surprised that you're here on a Tuesday. I was making babies. Mei slurped up the rest of Izuku's noodles. But, who are you? Orange hair sighed. Itsuka Kendo, we've been in the same class for years. Oh, I will probably forget about that later. But nice to meet you. Mei smiled ear to ear and then turned towards Izuku. So, are you going to come test stuff for me soon? What are you doing now? What about later? There's a lot of good babies waiting for you to try. She grabbed the baby she made for him and flopped it at him. Like this guy, if you test my stuff it's yours. It's one of the ones you wanted, right? I can't, Izuku said without even thinking about it. I'm eating lunch right now. I have important classes coming up, and then after that I have kendo practice. Itakusa nodded. He practiced his girlfriend. Was that code for doing couple things or something that she didn't know about? Then later, I go home, do my homework and sleep. What? Why? When was the last time you slept? Yesterday. Awesome. You can skip tonight and come over to my. Mei. Izuku held up a hand firmly in place and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry. I can't today. Exams are coming up and I really need to study for them so I can get into UA, but after exams I'll be able to help you more. Until exams again, but you know. He grabbed the glove off the table and looked at it smiling softly. Believe me, I really want to see what this baby can do. So, just hold on for a bit, okay? Oh. Why did she feel bad? Was she disappointed? Oh. Okay. Well, give me your number. She snagged her baby back from him, and finding it a bit harder to smile for some reason. Why? She hadn't seen him for a while, and his reason for not seeing her right now was solid, And he didn't even list his girlfriend, which was also fine, so she had no reason to be feeling like this, right? Nope, none whatsoever. Izuku looked towards Itsuka. Itsuka rolled her eyes. Just do it, you dork, she's trying to help you after all. Oh, okay. After a brief exchange of contact information, Mei went back to her workshop and did what she always did. Create. 4x. You know, Itsuka commented from the other side of the study table from him, pen in her mouth as she worked on an especially hard math question that had both of them stumped for the better part of an hour. I think that's the first time I've seen Mei with an actual human emotion. Huh? Izuku looked up at his girlfriend, fairly certain he could feel a bald spot growing where he had been pulling his hair out over exams this year. The UA entrance exam wasn't especially brutal, at least the written portion of it, but it was still rather hard, and if he had bad results from his school then he might risk not getting in on that. The downsides of going to a school with a good reputation. Itsuka dropped her pen and paper on the table and stretched, leaning back so that her head was placed against her bed. The loose yellow tank top she was wearing was one of Izuku's favorite, mostly because when she stretched like that, he could see a bit of her stomach, a bit of her bra, and she just looked really attractive in it. With a grunt, Itsuka pulled herself up onto her bed and sat down on it. I mean, like, Yano. Normally she either has no emotions like she's a robot, or she's just constantly happy with that smile on her face, but I can't help but feel like when you rejected her, she was actually kind of sad, like a kicked puppy dog. Could you not make it sound like she confessed to me? What? You don't want to be known as a heartbreaker playboy? Not really, no, then what would you like to be known as? Itsuka kicked her legs out, nearly grazing the table with her bare feet. She looked towards the window, a small slight frown that he had seen on her face a few times since they started dating that always made a pit form in his stomach. Itsuka spun her head and looked at him, her ponytail whipped behind her. A loser? I'd rather be known as a great hero. Izuku jumped to his feet, spinning his pencil around in his hand and pointing it towards an imaginary foe. One that always saves the day through skill and wit. But you have no skill, and you don't have any wit. Itsuka laughed, kicking her legs again, this time with a great big smile on her face as she was so amused by herself. Hey, Izuku pouted, letting his arm drop as he tapped on his chest. That hurts, right here, Yano. I'm your girlfriend, deflating your ego is my job. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled. These past few months with Itsuka as his girlfriend had been strange. At first, it had been awkward, and then bit by bit that awkwardness had vanished, and instead now all he felt was just being comfortable around her. And by that, he meant it was still incredibly awkward, like he didn't know where the boundaries were. Things like holding hands were okay on dates, but not so much at school, but it was public knowledge at this point that they were dating. They had even kissed a few times. At first it was just a peck on the cheek from Itsuka whenever she completely destroyed him verbally, but recently they had even kissed lip to lip, which as far as he was concerned was pretty amazing for two kids about to turn 15 in a couple of months. Hell, he had already caught up to Itsuka in height by this point. Hey, Itsuka. Izuku felt his cheeks rush with blood. Do you want to take a break from studying? Itsuka leaned back smiling at him as she slowly lowered herself to her elbows, once again showing off her stomach to him for a brief second before she fell down onto her bed. Sure, what did you have in mind? Do you want to try making out? The room went silent. Itsuka's body was still save for her slow steady breathing. After what felt like forever, her body twitched, arms and legs flopping as she said in a soft almost silent voice. Sure. Izuku walked around the table slowly, her heart thrumming in his ears. It felt like it was a 1,000-yard dining table in the great hall of a mansion, but before he knew it he was at Itsuka's bed. He sat down, half expecting her to sit up and meet him halfway, but instead she just laid there, staring at him. He turned, pressing his hand into the bed above her head, and looked down at Itsuka's complicated, blank expression. She blinked once, her head tilting to the side as her leg moved slightly. He leaned forward, slow, steady, watching her as he did. She moved up a bit, her hand on his shoulder as her lips pursed. That familiar tingle on his lips appeared, the ghost of each and every kiss they had ever shared, tickling him into a light smile just before they started to kiss. He understood the basics of kissing, lip to lip. He understood that making out was something more. And that while it was a skill that could be learned, practiced, and developed like any other, a great big part of it was passion. Izuku kissed her fiercely, and Itsuka responded in kind. It was awkward, stimulating, and completely magical in so many ways that it had his head spinning. He didn't know how long they kissed, or why they kissed for that long, but he knew that he enjoyed it. He enjoyed it a lot. But when he broke away, he saw Itsuka's passive face staring back up at him. Izuku. She said softly, her passiveness breaking as he saw tears forming in her eyes. She was crying. Why was she crying? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have lead you on like this. But I think I'm gay. That night, instead of making out with his girlfriend and studying, Izuku instead spent with his very recent ex-girlfriend cry herself silly as she apologized over and over, about how she used him to confirm her sexuality, about how she didn't mean to lead him on, about how she wanted him to be happy, about so many things. Somehow, Izuku didn't cry until he got home, and didn't stop until 4 a.m. His mom made him pancakes. Had he just become an adult? By some miracle, he hadn't completely bombed his final exams. But at the same time he was too numb to really even register what had actually happened. In theory, he was still friends with Itsuka, they still kind of texted, and he still tried to talk to her. But it was hard. He wasn't really aware of just how much a breakup would hurt, even if he didn't really want to enter a relationship with her in the first place, but he did like being with her. It was just nice, and now it was just kind of gone. No more dates. No more eating lunch with her. Study dates could still happen, but they hurt. Even going to clubs made him feel awkward, useless, and just like he was wasting his time. Everything felt like a waste of time. It always felt like there was something better he could be doing. It took until a particularly boring Saturday morning where he had just laid in bed for the most part, phone in hand staring at his ceiling, that a thought occurred to him. He was depressed. And that was a bad thing. Really, it wasn't like he had a reason to be so depressed about it. Even when they were dating, Itsuka had never really been anything more than lukewarm, and they hadn't even really done anything more than kiss a few times and make out once. Sure, they held hands and had fun, but it wasn't like it was that groundbreaking having her as a girlfriend. He couldn't even really say they were together long enough to say he loved her or anything like that. But even then, it felt like a huge part of his entire life had just been ripped out by the roots, leaving him completely lost, as he felt that absence more keenly than he felt anything. He even felt that absence more than the lack of his kendo or archery clubs. It really wasn't like he could even focus on those clubs even if he did go. But going to kendo with Itsuka and her mother there just felt bad. It felt bad. Bad, like his stomach was trying to eat itself. Or like he just had gotten no sleep at all. It was weird. Just kind of like he didn't feel like doing anything. He just felt kind of empty. It really sucked. It didn't help that Itsuka was like his only real friend, and she was the reason for his feelings, so naturally he couldn't talk to her about this without sounding like he was just whining. It wasn't like he could even blame her. Yes, it sucked absolute nuts that she used him to test if she was gay, but that had to be confusing for her. Especially with how much Itsuka's mom referenced grandchildren. Izuku didn't need to assume anything. Everything about his and Itsuka's abrupt end to their relationship and 1001 apologies were on his phone, ready for him to view whenever he wanted. But he didn't. Izuku's phone vibrated with the alert of a new text message. He recognized the number, but he hadn't bothered to put in a name for her yet. Opening the text message, Izuku glanced at it. 7150418. Hey, summer vacation is soon and exams are over. Come test some of my babies so I can get some valuable data and make even better babies all summer. Hurry. Izuku blinked at the text message. Somehow, despite how important the idea of getting gear was a while back, that urgency went completely out the window when he started dating Itsuka. It was like his dream of becoming a hero had been put on hold to focus on the exams and to focus on Itsuka, which sucked. He should go see Mei. He really should go see Mei. She was his key to becoming a hero. But he didn't want to. He just didn't feel like it. But he really should. Without looking at his phone, he texted Mei back and even took the time to put her name into his phone. Izuku. It's Saturday, are you still at the school? Mei. Yep, hurry, there are so many babies to test. Izuku rolled his eyes and felt himself smile. Weird, it felt like he had forgotten what it felt like to smile. He wasn't that fucking depressed, was he? With a shrug, Izuku rolled off his bed and headed towards Mei's workshop. And he tried really hard not to think about Itsuka. And failed miserably. 4x a lot of hot air greeted Izuku when he finally arrived at Mei's workshop. The loud humming of the workshop fans made him question whether or not they even worked. It wasn't even a heat wave and he already felt like he was boiling just by entering Mei's domain. The workshop hadn't changed much since he had last dared to walk inside of it, with the exception of there being more scraps and more scraps fused into whatever Mei called babies. Some of them looked like touching them would give him whatever that rust disease was called that started with a T. He caught Mei at one of the many benches scattered around the workshop working on some kind of a gadget that would probably do something weird in an impractical way. Or maybe she had learned her lesson and was developing something more practical based on his suggestions. She was completely focused on her task. Her pink hair was pulled into a ponytail that was pretty much just a grease trap. The tank top she was wearing showed off that she was practically covered in a layer of sweat. At least she had an ice pop in her mouth and several reusable water bottles were scattered about the work area. Now should he talk to her or wait for her to notice him? He wanted to go out to the cool nearly summer air that was just outside this hellhole. Hi Mei. He shrugged and waved at her with one motion. Damn, had it always been this awkward to talk to someone? It wasn't like he didn't talk to anyone since his breakup, but this was the first time he actually talked to a girl. Which, in theory, Mei was. She just didn't act like one. Not that Itsuka was girly or anything. Damn it. So much for not thinking about her. Here. Mei's head snapped towards him and she smiled wide despite the ice pop in her mouth, holding onto it with her teeth. She took a quick suck deflating the tube and tossed the wrapper in the trash. Izuku. You're finally here. We have a giant backlog of stuff that needs to be tested. Oh. First though, we need to test our baby. The one I wanted to show you but you were busy or something. I put in a lot of work into it because it's my first ever actual commission. Mei took off like a rocket, her rapid words bombarding Izuku into a smile as she zoomed across the workshop like she was on a pair of roller skates. I know I never really asked for money or anything, but that's fine. You just need to make sure that whenever anybody asks where you got it from that it came from Mei Hatsume. That way the better you do the more customers I get. And the more customers I get the more babies I can make. Just like this one. Only 1,000 times more amazing. Mei took in a long breath and handed him a gauntlet. Metallic bits were sticking out of it, and there were bulk pads on each of the fingers that looked a bit on the awkward side. Several of the metal bits looked like they did something, one looked like it had a hook installed on it. Well? Izuku stuck his hand inside of it, which probably wasn't the smartest thing in the world to do given how he had no idea what he stuck his hand into. The gauntlet shifted, gripping onto his arm and becoming rather snug as he found it was actually easy to move his fingers around despite those bulky-looking pads. What exactly does it do? Not in here, let's go outside. Mei walked away from him further into the workshop and grabbed a large box of stuff. It looked rather heavy but the petite he was actually taller than her. Mei lifted it without so much as a grunt. Here, Izuku grabbed the box. I'll take this out. Ooh. Good idea. We can test double the babies. Mei zoomed back and grabbed a second box. It was heavier than it looked. A lot heavier. Izuku did his best to keep up with Mei's brisk pace as she walked in front of him, her ponytail bouncing all the way. Oh, right. So the Izuzap multifunction gauntlet Mark 0.1.1 is probably the best thing I ever made. Mei sat her box on a large wooden bench resting in a clearing behind the workshop that was covered in freshly mowed grass. Likely by the robotic monstrosity that was currently resting near the table that had a lower body of a lawnmower. It can do almost everything you asked it to do. Well, almost. There's only so much stuff I can put on a single arm. Oh, and don't worry about the battery. I'm working on a chargeable one that'll be worn elsewhere that's lightweight and really powerful. She blinked at him. I'm still trying to figure out how to make it not explode though. Ah. Izuku glanced at the death trap on his arm. Does this one explode? It shouldn't. That didn't sound promising. Are you sure? Yep. Izuku took a breath and stared at his first real piece of her gear. He had no idea what exactly it did, but it just felt so grand. All right. What does it do? Oh. Right, your quirk works best when you understand how something works right. Mei walked over and leaned over to grab his hand. Nubs. For a brief moment before she shifted slightly, Izuku got a look at a woman's bare chest in person for the first time. Not that Mei had anything amazing. Itsuka was a lot bigger, as was Momo or pretty much any girl in his grade. But there they were, the first bare breasts of his life. Small, sweaty, barely there and completely and utterly unexpected. He would question why Mei wasn't wearing a bra, but the answer was pretty obvious. She had no reason to wear one. Do you need to know the whole thing or just one aspect of it? Mei asked, looking at him with her golden eyes locked onto his. Did she catch him staring? Izuku looked at the gauntlet and shrugged. The whole thing would be best, especially if the individual parts could function together, but I can make use of individual parts well enough. Mei cackled. Good. Let's start with the main priority. She flipped his hand over and pointed towards a dial on the back of his hand. She pointed to where it was currently located. Off. The next node over. EMP. The next one. Magnetic. The next one. Stun. And the last one. Hurt. Turning the dial sets the current in amperage. In theory, the EMP being used on any machine with a computer should fry its circuits. I'm not sure on the hardware that UA uses, but if you grab near the control unit or power supply it should shut down just about anything. Magnetic drains the battery, but it'll allow you to stick to just about anything metal. I applied the same logic for the new boots you'll be testing later. Stun is basically a taser, and hurt is a lighter shock than stun but hurts more. At least I think so. Oh, by the way, don't touch yourself while it's on. Izuku blinked and let out a long sigh. You didn't use this on yourself, did you? Not on purpose. Mei chipped, her smile growing wider. It works by sending a current through the pads on the base of the glove with the... Mei continued to explain the complex mechanics of the glove until all of its secrets were revealed to him. From the activation method, using his pinky, to the grappling hook included in the device and several other features that just screamed utility belt on his arm. He half expected it to be able to shoot something too. So, Mei whipped her brow when she finished explaining everything. Was that enough for your quirk to start working? Izuku looked at the gauntlet and smiled. It was subtle the way his quirk worked, and he really had no way of knowing exactly when it was set off, he just kind of knew. Yeah. Good. Now test. I'll get the camera ready. Oh, and be ready to give me lots and lots of feedback. Izuku examined the testing ground that Mei had set up and smiled to himself. There were a few targets for the grappling hook, and even a metal wall to try and stick to, as well as a couple targets for the shock gauntlet. From his standing position he aimed the grappling hook at one of the targets. With his free hand on the trigger mechanism, Izuku aimed. The hook fired with a sudden burst, the recoil nearly messing his aim up, but his quirk already adjusted as the bolt fired true. Instead of hitting the target, the bolt slammed into the trunk of the tree. He drew the alloy wire taut and took a running leap forward, allowing the high-powered reel to pull him forward. He landed on a branch sturdy enough to support him. Happiness surged through him as he looked at the gauntlet Mei had created for him. This thing was amazing. He saw Mei waving at him, her eyes reflecting a bit of sunlight. He nodded at her and aimed the hook at a new target. Going up high, he swung from a large branch and approached the wall before activating the magnet. His hand stuck to the surface like glue. A combination of his quirk working with the glove and his knowledge of his basic sneakers allowed him to do more than just hang from the wall like a flicked booger. He twisted, gauntlet behind him as he aimed for the fake robot that Mei had made. He jumped, switching to EMP as he leapt towards the target. His hand touched the metallic microwave head. It dinged. Woo! He jumped, smiling up and down as his chest heaved. He felt so alive after all that. His heart was racing, and his cheeks hurt from smiling. Mei. Izuku. She responded with just as much enthusiasm. This is amazing. It's done so much more than I ever thought possible. It's amazing. You're amazing. Ooh. I was expecting criticism, but praise is good too. Mei bounced over to him. Well, how did it feel? Can you think of any improvements? How was the pull? Was the weight okay? Yeah, everything was great. I honestly can't think of any improvements. He looked over the gauntlet once more. You hit the mark for usefulness, compactness, and power. I'm just super impressed with it. Oh good. Well, then we have lots of other babies too. Mei's energy came to a sudden stop as the color drained from her face. She fell forward, giving Izuku barely enough time to catch her. Before he could ask what was wrong, her stomach gave a long hunger-ridden growl. Mei, when was the last time you ate? I don't know. She answered meekly, shrugging at him. But there's so many babies we need to test, I don't know when you'll come back. Tomorrow. I'll come back tomorrow and we can test all you want. But for now, he took the gauntlet off and placed it with her other gizmos and tossed Mei onto his back. I know a great ramen stand nearby, so I'm going to feed you. But I want to make babies. Too bad, you're going to eat. But babies. And when was the last time you slept? I don't know. Well, you're sleeping tonight, but if you don't go to bed and text me when you go to sleep, I won't show up tomorrow. That's extortion. Fine. I'll eat and sleep. That night, when Izuku got home, he got a selfie of Mei in what appeared to be a hammock. Mei. I'm sleeping. You better be there tomorrow. Itsuka. Hey. Itsuka. Itsuka. Do you want to hang out today? Izuku glanced at his phone, toothbrush in his mouth and one shoe on as he continued his morning routine. This wasn't the first time they had texted since their breakup, and if he agreed, it wouldn't be the first time they had met up. In theory, they were still friends, but it just felt weird, like that same depression that he had been cultivating in his mind but was mixed with that same feeling he felt when they were still dating. Even seeing her text made him feel that. He hated it. He sighed and checked his phone for a message from Mei, none since her long rambling text he got at 3 a.m. in the morning about an idea she had for a new baby. He should respond to Itsuka. Izuku. I'm meeting up with Mei today. That's what he said the last few times too. Izuku. What did you have in mind? Maybe we can go some other time. Itsuka. Oh, you're really putting in the work with her, huh? The gear sounds cool. Itsuka. I mean, I really didn't have anything planned, maybe like a movie or something? Just to hang out really. Izuku. Ah, well, Why don't we do that like Saturday or something? Itsuka. Saturday? Sure. That works for me. I'll text you the deets later. Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. He really wasn't sure how he felt about this. Wake up, eat breakfast, pack lunch, bike to school, test with Mei, dread how hot it is, take some time to join the archery club, draw when he had nothing better to do, and train. That had become Izuku's routine for the first few days of his summer vacation. It was a routine that was designed in part to keep him busy so that he wouldn't think about Itsuka, but also to help further his goal of becoming a hero. Being friends with Mei had already paid off in spades. With her gauntlet, he had a chance. But already he was so eager to test all the new things that Mei could possibly make, and all the new things he could possibly borrow. So naturally, when he arrived at Mei's shoddy-looking workshop and saw that the entire place was covered in construction signs with a notice that the building was going to get torn down to make room for a new expansion to the school, he was a bit concerned. He wasn't really shocked because the building looked like it had already lost its last leg and was attempting to crawl and was finally being removed, but rather he wondered how Mei would react to this. This was a girl that would get so excited about making new gadgets that she'd forget basic things like food, hygiene, and sleep. What was a shock was that Mei just didn't drink coffee. She didn't like bitter things, but even when she was nearly falling asleep on her feet she was still filled with the same always bright energy that she always had. And Izuku liked that energy a lot. It was easier to not think about Itsuka when he was trying to keep up with Mei. Mei? It's me, Izuku. Izuku knocked on the door and peered inside looking for the strange girl. He really wasn't sure what exactly he was expecting. Mei crawled up in a corner crying, her chaining herself to the building and protesting, her doing what she normally did and just ignoring everything around her as she just continued making babies. But once again she surprised him, this time by doing something completely normal. He caught her packing. Just packing. Mei? Izuku asked, moving a bit closer to her. Are you okay? No, she growled, not even looking at him as she continued to toss her previous inventions into a milk crate. Some had even been broken, maybe, it was hard to tell with the state they were normally in, and it wasn't like they were stored in a worse way than normal. Izuku scratched the back of his head and saw an empty box. Do you want to talk about it? No, Mei grumbled, now watching him as he put away a few items into the box. I'm just annoyed. Izuku swallowed, and looked at Mei. He wasn't entirely certain why, but he had a feeling that she was a bit more than annoyed. Oh, well, what's... Izuku? A voice called out from the entrance. It was female, and was pretty familiar. It lacked Itsuka's raspiness, and it sure as hell wasn't Mei, and it wasn't in stereo like it would be with Sir B. And it was rather polite. Are you in here? I saw you ride your bike and just wanted to talk to you and Mei. Momo Yaoyorozu walked into the workshop area, nearly tripping over something as she clutched a clipboard to her chest. Unlike both him and Mei, Momo had her summer uniform still on and her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail. Oh, you're both here. Mei continued to pack, ignoring the new stranger in her former safe space. Was that what this was? Normally Mei just acted like Mei even when she was out of here. But that could just be because her batteries were fully charged. How would she act if she didn't have her sanctuary? He should deal with Momo quickly. Hello, class president. Mei stopped packed. She's the class president? Mei asked, now looking a fair shade more than upset. Are you the one that caused this? Momo looked taken aback. What? No, I tried to stop them, but without the proper paperwork showing that this building was being used as a clubhouse there wasn't much I could do to prevent the school from trying to tear it down and adding a new wing. The paperwork? Mei blinked and then spun on her heel, grabbing a box and then flipping it over to reveal a pile of paperwork. She pulled out that form that had looked familiar. He was supposed to give that to Momo at one point, but he got caught up in Mei's excitement and forgot it. She must have forgotten too. Mei darted over to Momo and held out the paperwork with both hands, practically slamming it into Momo's chest. Okay. Here, now make them stop. I'm sorry. Momo grabbed the paper, letting her shoulders drop. The meeting for this was months ago, and the company shows up tomorrow. I was barely able to get them to wait a day for you to gather your stuff. I really am sorry. Mei let her arms drop, before letting out a long, steady breath. No, it's my fault. I thought you wanted the paperwork to take this place away. I did try to deliver you several notices. I didn't read them. Mei turned back to a box and began to pack again. You can go now. If you'd like I can help you pack. This is my fault for not pressing you further. I'm sure that if I made myself clearer then this whole thing could have been avoided, so please let me. There was something about Mei's body language, something in the way she was packing that worried Izuku. He stepped forward and silenced Momo. Momo, I'm sorry but I think that you should go. We'll take care of this, and don't worry, we don't blame you. I'll help Mei pack. Besides, You're probably busy as the class president, right? Momo bit her lip, a bit of tears evident in her black eyes. She sighed and then nodded. Very well, again I'm sorry, but please let me do one thing for you. Momo rolled down her sock and pulled on her leg. Her quirk worked at a steady pace as she produced a lightweight sturdy-looking box. This was her quirk creation. Honestly, it was something to envy, and now he was imagining Mei with a quirk like that. Why wasn't Momo going into the support course? Here's some boxes. Please destroy them once you've used them. Momo grabbed the paperwork and bowed deeply before exiting the building. Izuku grabbed one of Momo's boxes and started to help Mei pack again. There was a lot of stuff here, so, what's the plan? Plan? Mei asked, her tone neutral. Considering how you skip sleep in order to work on stuff, I don't think something like having this building be destroyed would stop you from making your babies. I'm just trying to figure out what you're going to do. Mei was silent as he continued to talk. I mean, you could probably get a part-time job at a garage or... No, job won't work, can't be creative, Mei mumbled and then turned, leaning against her desk as she let out a sigh, a grumpy pout on her face. I guess I'll just have to start working at home again. Why don't you sound happy about that? Mei crossed her arms, her pout doubling. My big brother doesn't let me near anything explosive. That was a good thing. And his girlfriend likes to put me in dresses and likes to paint on my babies. That really didn't seem that bad, like, at all, is that all? While he didn't want to think of it, it could be possible that Mei's upbringing could be pretty bad, and that's why she didn't want to be at home with her family. Mei shrugged. Not really, I just prefer it here, I guess. Your parents don't do anything? Oh, no, they're gone. The casualness of that response blindsided Izuku hard enough to leave his head spinning. Oh, okay. Well, it's only like for half a year, right? Then you get to go to UA and can make babies all the time at their workshops, right? Izuku shrugged. So we might as well use your brother's house, right? Mei blinked. And then her smile returned tenfold. Oh, you're right. I can't wait to see what kind of tools they have there. Oh, do you think there's a budget per student? There's so many babies I can make there? Mei started to pack with more ferocity. All right. Come on, Izuku. Help me get everything packed and then we can take it to Emi's place and we can abuse my brother's garage. Oh, and there's a lot more scrap there we can use for testing. There's going to be so many babies we can make there. Oh, I'm actually excited now. Mei came to a sudden stop and turned to look at him. Do you think they'll let me explode this place? Izuku just sighed and attempted to explain to Mei why that wasn't going to happen. Mei's house was not what Izuku had expected, though. If he had been given a list of houses to choose from, he probably would have picked this as the place that a creature like Mei would most likely be willing to call home. The building was a ways away from their school and the complete opposite direction of Izuku's own home, and was just far enough outside of Tokyo that nature was a bit more common. As for the building itself, well, honestly, it felt like it came right out of an anime. Several anime. From before they even got near it, Izuku could tell that was Mei's home. It had to be. There was no way it couldn't belong to Mei and anyone else related to her, and from what Mei said about Emi, her big brother's girlfriend, she fit right in at home. And so Izuku began to mentally prepare himself to enter some kind of alternate dimension where things like common sense just couldn't be applied without serious harm to one's own mental state. Mei's home was roughly the equivalent of what a second grader's dream home would be that they had to draw in class. It was part residential home, part fighter jet, part cargo plane, part giant robot, part bus, part treehouse, and probably had more building code violations than entire city blocks. As they approached the building on Mei's powered bike, a trailer full of her babies and his own bike, it became apparent that he had only seen half of it. The ground itself looked like something from a distant post-apocalyptic area where nature had started to reclaim everything and was even conquering the numerous cars that were scattered around the area, only this was well maintained. It was like walking into an art museum where statues of twisted metal held delicate flowers. It really felt like Izuku had just entered a fantasy land. Is this really where you live? Izuku asked, looking around as Mei's bike easily handled the dirt road that snaked its way up towards the main building. Yep. Mei reached around from behind him and pointed towards the front end of an airplane. That's the room my brother built for me when we moved in. She gestured towards a large robot head that sat on top of the building. That's their room, and then, over there is the workshop. Mei pointed towards one of the more normal features, or at least it should have been. It was just a large garage that looked like it would be at home near an auto repair shop. A splashing noise from the right caught Izuku's attention, and the sight he saw kept it. Lounging in a kiddie pool was a green-haired woman wearing an orange and green bikini top that did nothing to hide her size. With an ice pop in her mouth, the woman smiled ear to ear before jumping out the pool like a gymnast. And that's Emi. Mei grunted in annoyance as Izuku stopped the bike. Mei. Emi bounced over to them, grabbing a towel and effortlessly putting on a pair of flip-flops. Oh, look at you. You finally found yourself a boyfriend and even decided to bring him home to show us. Your brother will be so proud. Boyfriend? Izuku nearly fell off of Mei's bike. Yep, she talks all the time about how you help her with making babies. Boy kids sure start early in this day and age. In my day, we had to wait at least until high school before we started doing that, but here you are in middle school. Emi wiped a fake tear from her eye before grabbing her gut and laughing, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Oh wow, I knew you'd be just as fun as Mei is to tease. Izuku felt his cheeks burn bright red. Of course in context he knew what they were doing, but out of context, the way Mei talked about it would probably sound really bad. Honestly, sometimes he completely forgot that Mei was a girl. Was he being infected? Did he need a vaccine for Mei? Izuku swallowed, and tried really hard to laugh, and even harder not to stare at the woman's breasts as they bounced with her laughter. Seriously, this was not how he was picturing Emi at all. He really wasn't sure what he was expecting, but this wasn't it. Nice to meet you, ma'am, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, no kidding. Emi waved her hand. You have no idea how excited I was when I finally got Mei to tell me about you. It's about time we got another head of green hair in this place. There was way too much pink for my taste. Emi reached over and ruffled Mei's hair, earning several annoyed grunts from the girls. Anyways, nice to finally meet you, Azuzu. I'm Emi Fukukado. Emi Fukukado. That name. Green hair, terrible jokes, laughing a lot, really curvy. You're Ms. Joke. The Smile Hero. I saw your Netflix special. Congratulations. You're my new favorite person. So you're staying for dinner, right? Of course you are. You helped Mei drag all of her babies home. Wait. Why did you drag all of your babies home? Mei just grumbled and hopped off of the bike, taking a few steps away from Emi as she did so. Emi sighed and turned her gaze towards Izuku. Well? The building Mei was using was said to be demolished, so he gathered everything Mei wanted and brought it here. Izuku sighed, scratching the back of his head and looking towards the very annoyed-looking Mei. So can you go easy on her? Yeah, I can manage that. Emi hummed and bounced over towards Mei, placing a hand on the girl's back. Hey, Mei. Why don't you come help me get some snackage ready for Izuku, alright? Mei shrugged. Alright, Emi pointed towards the road and then the large open garage door that dominated much of the building. Hey, Azuzu, just follow this path and you'll get to the garage. Otto should be there, but don't worry, he only bites me. Why would he? Oh, why did it feel like after today he was going to be significantly less innocent? Which was saying something because he was a teenager with a computer in his room and a mom that had a shaky understanding of the internet. Izuku watched as Emi led Mei into the surprisingly normal front door, in part because he was worried about Mei, and also bikinis were awesome. Shaking his head, Izuku started up Mei's engine once more and continued along the snaking road all the way to the garage door. Strange sculptures, murals, and fits of artistic creation littered the sides of the path, some were confusing, others strangely beautiful, all looked unique. A place like this really did feel like a place someone called Ms. Joke would live. But then there was the figure looming in the background, someone he knew nothing about. Otto, Mei's older brother. What kind of a guy would he be? He built this house, or at least some of it. He was a tinkerer like Mei, but that was about all Izuku knew about him. Oh, and didn't Emi say there were too many pink heads around here? That must mean Otto had pink hair. A guy with pink hair, huh? There was a boy with pink hair that got teased for it in primary school, but he was younger than Izuku. Once again. Otto Hatsume was not what Izuku expected, but if he had been shown a picture of every man in Tokyo, Izuku would say this was Mei's older brother. With pink hair that was perhaps even longer than Mei's pulled back into a thick corded ponytail and a pair of goggles that looked eerily similar to the ones that Mei wore resting just above a pair of yellow eyes, albeit with a different design than Mei's crosshairs, there was no doubt that this man was related to Mei. But while Mei was a petite albeit surprisingly strong and durable girl, Otto was just large. Not large in that he was incredibly fat, but just large in the general sense of the word. He was wearing a welder's suit that was rolled down to around his waist, while the black tie-dye shirt with a skull on it was of questionable taste. Whoa there, mean green. Otto moved towards Izuku like an avalanche. You can't be just. Otto blinked, and then smiled. Whoa? That's Mei's bike. You must be that boy. Izuku. Right? How should he address this man? On the one hand, he was Mei's older brother, on the other hand, he was a grown-ass man. Yes. I'm Izuku. You're bigger than I thought you'd be. Ah, so that's what he said. Haha, Otto gave a full belly laugh that made his nervousness wash away. Yeah, I get that a lot, little dude. But, hey, what's going on? Why you here? Where's Mei? Why you got all her babies in her scrap holler? Otto brushed past Izuku and began to rummage through some of the boxes. Whoa, so that's what she's been up to. This is some pretty awesome stuff, but I think that it could be improved a bit if she just... Otto. Emmy's voice called from a door inside the building. Don't touch your sister's stuff. Ah, but babe. Don't... But, Emmy made a short angry grunting noise at him, and Otto let out a pout before putting Mei's baby back into the box. Alright, Otto pouted, making him look like an oversized toddler that had just been told they couldn't play with their favorite toys. Come on, Mean Green, I'll show you where we can store Mei's stuff, and then you can give me the lowdown. Izuku nodded and followed Otto to a largely empty wall, while the ground was covered in dirt, oil, and dust. It felt somehow cleaner and less used than the other areas of the shop. There was even a lot of empty shelf space where they managed to put most of Mei's babies. So, Izuku started after he explained the situation to Otto. Why did it seem like Mei didn't want to come back here? I mean, for like working on her babies and stuff? Otto let out a sigh and leaned against one of the workbenches. I don't really know, little man. Did she tell you anything? She mentioned that she didn't like how you messed with her babies. Ah, yeah, that's my bad, Otto laughed, scratching the back of his head. Mei is a bit different, and I try to jive with that, I really do, but like, you see the stuff she makes, right? She's amazing. I just can't help but want to tinker with all the neat stuff she makes. I try to get her to work on projects with me, but... Otto slapped Izuku in the shoulder with a playful shove. You know how she is, she marches to the beat of her own drum, and if you can't match that beat you gotta get out of her way. Sucks about her workshop though, I bet having a private place for her meant a lot. Izuku nodded before scratching the back of his head. Otto was even more like Mei than he realized. Hopefully Mei would get a level head like her brother, but that seemed unlikely. Besides, Mei being ever so slightly chaotic was just part of what made her her. And Emmy. She said that Emmy tries to make her put on dresses. Otto gave a big laugh, just like the one he had when Izuku first met him and not the awkward ones that had peppered their conversation. Oh, that. Emmy likes to take Mei shopping for clothes every so often, should have figured Mei would be annoyed she was wasting time not inventing. I guess she's a bit single-minded like that, huh? You nailed it. The door opened up and Emmy, still in her bikini, though now she had a cloth wrapped around her waist, came walking out with a tray of sandwiches, with Mei following behind with a jug of an odd green-colored liquid. Emmy slammed the tray down hard enough for the food to jump off of it as she crossed her arms in victory. Alright boys, snack time. Then after that, Mei's agreed that Izuku's going to show off some of her babies. Wait. When did he agree to that? The green liquid was limeade, and the sandwiches were delicious. An hour-long bike ride mostly uphill separated Izuku from Mei's house each summer morning. And yet, it was somehow quicker than taking the train, mostly because of people, but also because Izuku would have to bike 15 minutes away to the station, and then take a 25-minute train ride to the nearest station to Mei's house, which was 35 minutes away from his destination. On the downside, this meant that he spent an hour each day just traveling, but the only real upside was that he got a decent workout out of it. But it was worth it. Not only because of Mei's gear, but because of Ms. Joke. He had a pro hero he could talk to. She seemed to like him well enough, and she seemed really eager to help him. He still wasn't sure what he thought about Otto. The guy really seemed like a more mature version of Mei that talked funny and really liked to turn things into other things. Apparently both Otto and Emmy really enjoyed making art out of junk, which explained why their house looked like someone mistook a doodle for a blueprint. He was halfway to Mei's house on a particularly nice Saturday when his phone vibrated. Itsuka. Yo, I'm on my way. See you soon? Izuku blinked. Plans. He had plans with Itsuka today. Fuck. Izuku picked his bike up and turned it around, now glaring at the hill he had just conquered. He completely forgot about meeting up with Itsuka today, and it wasn't like he had made plans with Mei, it was more that he was just kind of welcome to show up and hang out. The only reason he'd been going home was because his mother asked him to be home for dinner. With another sigh, Izuku sent Itsuka a text. Izuku. Yeah, I'm on my way, the arcade, right? Itsuka. Yep. Then we can grab a bite to eat or something. That was totally a line he used when they were dating. What the hell did he even sign up for? Even though it wasn't a date, there was zero possibility of this turning into a date, it still felt like a date. Just instead of being nervous about messing up with Itsuka, he just didn't really want to go. But at the same time he kind of did. Breakups were so needlessly complicated. He headed down the hill, taking a turn along the way and heading towards the area where he was supposed to meet up with Itsuka. In theory, they were still friends. In theory, he really didn't ever really call her a friend. That's not to say that they weren't. It was just before he randomly blurted out that they should date a mistake and a half. Itsuka was part rival, part annoyance, part pretty girl. Sure, they got along. But, honestly, the fact that she was the closest thing he had to a friend was really pathetic. Was Mei his friend? Did Mei consider him her friend? Fuck it. He helped her move her stuff all the way to her house. They were friends. Wait, did he already have this mental debate? It was so hard to remember what exactly went on in his head with how much bullshit he'd been feeling when he was alone. 4x Izuku saw Itsuka before she saw him. Somehow she looked more beautiful than he remembered. It felt like his heart was clenching as he looked at her. He never really remembered feeling like he was this attracted to her even when they were dating, but maybe it was because this was his first time seeing her wearing something actually girly. Normally when they went on dates, Itsuka would be wearing pants, or sometimes shorts, always with a t-shirt or a jacket if it was cold. At the time he hardly blamed her because that was just how he expected Itsuka to look. So, why was it that now that they weren't dating she decided to wear a sundress? The sleeveless turquoise dress hung down to her knees, and from what Izuku remembered it really did match her eyes. Even her hair, though it was still in her usual side ponytail, looked just the brightest bit more orange, though, oddly enough, her face looked extra red, which just made her look cuter. Part of him wanted to run back to his bike and leave, to go home and bury his head into his bed and try to pretend he didn't see her today. But that wouldn't be fair. He'd leave her waiting, wouldn't he? That wouldn't be fair. Besides, maybe, these feelings would just go away if he just hung out with her. If that was possible, it was worth a shot. Izuku sighed and put on his best, I'm dead inside but trying not to let you know smile, and walked towards Itsuka. Itsuka. He called when he got close to her. She spun, her face lighting up as she smiled at him. His smile went from forced to genuine in a heartbeat. Izuku? She ran the rest of the way over to him, her greenish eyes sparkling at him as she did. I was just about to call you. She then bowed, clapping her hands in front of her face in apology. Sorry, I totally thought you were going to bail or something like that. Why did she look so much happier now? Nah, it's alright. I was actually helping my mom with stuff so I ended up being a bit late. He tried to laugh his lie away while scratching the back of his head. But, you look cute today, is there some special occasion? Hey, Itsuka's finger was on his chest and she was pouting at him. I'll have you know I always look cute. She smiled and crossed her arms. But, no, there's nothing special about today, well unless us hanging out is special. You're wearing a dress. Itsuka blinked and looked down at her clothes, even going so far as to pinch the hem of her skirt and picking it up an inch before dropping it as though to confirm that yes, she was indeed wearing a dress. Oh, I haven't done laundry in a while so I just kind of ended up wearing this. Really? Really? Izuku blinked and let out a laugh that just felt good. Well, now I know why it always smelled so bad during practice. Hey, Itsuka paused, her mouth open and her face growing even redder. She shot both of her arms down and closed her eyes. You should have told me, I didn't know it was that bad. It wasn't. Sorry. So, what did you want to do today? Izuku asked, looking towards the arcade that was their meeting spot. Surprising as it was, one of Itsuka's only hobbies that weren't directly tied to school or kicking butt was video games, at least that he knew of. Itsuka huffed and faced the arcade, hands on her hips. Well, I figured it's been a while since we had any kind of competition. I figured we'd try and beat each other at the arcade all day. And also, watching you flop around on DDR is really funny. Well, at least I'll get my laughs beating you. You wish? I'll kick your butt. It was easy to forget that they weren't dating. At times when Itsuka pulled him from game to game it felt like they still were a couple, and that this was just another one of their dates. Sure, it was an amazing date that was filled with laughter, smiles, and jokes, but it really did just feel like a date. But it wasn't. That was the truth that Izuku kept having to remind himself of. Itsuka was not his girlfriend, this was not a date. But he was having a good time. Even when Itsuka beat him in a few games. After hours of near-constant gaming and a score that neither one of them could agree on, they finished with the arcade and headed out for a bite to eat. So, I've been thinking. Itsuka commented as they wandered through the park, a sugar-coated pastry in one hand and an iced coffee in the other. About, what I did to you, and how I can make it up to you. So there was that feeling of depression again. It had been chasing him all morning, but now it finally caught him and sunk its teeth and fangs deep into his mood before ripping and tearing a chunk of his happiness out. You don't have to. I mean, breakups happen, and you do seem a lot happier. That's really because of you. Itsuka mumbled, hopping up onto the stone wall and keeping her balance. She took a few steps before dropping back down beside him. I know this might sound bad, but it felt really good to finally tell someone about how I feel. I mean, you're the only person that does know. Oh. That was all he could possibly say to that. Your parents don't know? Nope, and it'll stay like that for a long time. Itsuka gazed at her drink for a long moment before she sighed. It's not that I can't tell them, it's just that, well, they don't really need to know, and them knowing would probably be annoying because they'd start to treat me different. But won't they think something's up if you bring home a girlfriend? Itsuka let out a laugh. Huh, like that'll happen. What makes you think that? You're awesome enough that I wanted to date you. Izuku stuck out his chest before taking a sip of his drink. That should totally mean that you're prime girlfriend material. She snorted, rolled her eyes and probably would have punched his shoulder if she wasn't carrying food. It's not that easy, I don't even know how to find out if someone else is gay, and even if they are it's hard to tell if they want to date, and to make matters worse, I'm really super picky, I don't like most girls. I like the really pretty ones, and all the really pretty ones have boyfriends, so it's like I'll just suffer in my gayness and stuff. Ah, so I wasn't pretty enough for you. I see. While her arms might be full, her legs were not and he suffered a swift kick to the ass. For the record, I thought that you'd make a very pretty girl. Izuku blinked and then stared at the girl for a long moment. I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment, that I'm just universally good looking. Sure. That's totally what I was saying. She stuck her tongue out at him. Alright then, besides really pretty, what other features do you like in a girl? Izuku asked as they rounded the corner, before taking a big bite of his own pastry. It was so good. Appearance and personality-wise. Hey, this isn't fair. I was going to say I was going to be your wingwoman for life. You don't get to just slide into being my wingman like that, not cool. Itsuka took a sip of her drink then glared at him. Alright, fine, we'll both answer the questions, that way, we can help each other out. Huh? I'm trying to say that I want to try and help you get into a better relationship. I mean, I read online that's something that can help us stay friends and stuff, and I mean, Itsuka sighed and tossed her empty cup into the trash. I don't know, it was just an idea. Oh, well thanks. Izuku looked at his half-empty cup and shrugged before downing it all in one gulp. So, hair color, what kind of hair do you like? Itsuka pulled on her own hair. You said you liked mine, right? Does that mean you like redheads? Izuku shrugged and poked her in the arm. You first. Dark. I like dark hair, the closer to black the better. Itsuka didn't even blink. As black as I like my coffee. Wow, she just blurted that right out, didn't she? She probably thought a lot about what her dream girl would look like. Actually, she looked more than a little excited about it. She was so adorable that he couldn't help but smile at her. Alright. Well, I guess I like lighter hair, just not blonde. If it looks like it belongs in a sherbet ice cream I probably like it. Alright. Well, at least we don't share that preference, but that's really not important. Itsuka's brow furrowed. Unless we find a bi girl and... She slapped her cheek, smooshing the last bite of her pastry. I want someone taller than me. I'd prefer shorter. Boobs? You first, bigger than mine. Same. Wait, bigger than yours mine, or bigger than mine? Both? Oh, I knew you were a boob guy. Itsuka smiled, and you obviously like pretty girls that aren't afraid to get dirty. Have you considered Sir B from? They rounded the corner and Izuku felt something collide with him. He was pushed back and nearly fell before he felt something large catch him. It was Itsuka's hand, and in her other hand, was a familiar face. It was his first time seeing Momo in casual clothes, and she looked even more impressive than she did at school. Hey, are you alright? Izuku watched in slow motion as Itsuka looked from him to Momo and then, bit by bit, her brain just kind of stopped working. Her face went red, her mouth was left open, and she looked like a dork. Izuku stood and reached over to Momo to help her out of Itsuka's grasp. Class president, I didn't expect to bump into you here. Bump? Momo asked, accepting his hand as she shook her head. Oh, Izuku, it's you. I guess we did just bump into each other. Sorry about that, I was in a rush. It's alright. Izuku laughed and took a quick glance at Itsuka, who was just now starting to shrink her hands. Momo did have really dark black hair, she was taller than Itsuka, and she was probably bustier, and she was really pretty. As to Momo's sexuality, he had no idea beyond the fact that she had turned down every guy to ask her. Oh, Momo. This is Itsuka Kendo, she's the captain of the Kendo team. Oh yes. Momo regained her poise and extended her hand to Itsuka. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Itsuka. I've heard that our Kendo team is doing really well this year, and you're the star of the show. Thanks for catching me. Itsuka took Momo's hand, a dopey smile on her face. I'm nice to meet you. Momo just laughed, before taking a step back and bowing. I'm sorry I can't stay and chat, but I must be going, excuse me. Izuku waved her off and then watched as Momo continued her jog through the park. And then he smiled when Itsuka grabbed onto his arm with both of her hands. She goes to our school? Itsuka asked with wide glazed-over eyes. She's our class president. How have you not seen her before? I have no idea. Itsuka straightened and then wiped her mouth on her arm. But, I want one. Izuku sighed and rolled his eyes. Well, at least he knew for sure now that Itsuka was very much a lesbian. It was fucking hot. The pure miserable kind of hot where the humidity just kind of made everything worse because it was sticky and hot. Worse was that he had decided that treading across tire-melting hot cement was the correct choice for going to see Mei today. It was days like this where the train would be a smart choice, if he could make that choice. A villain caused them to be delayed today, so Izuku figured that it being hotter than an oven meant that riding his bike would be the correct choice. By the time Izuku got to Mei's home, he was ready to die. Naturally, he did just that and died under the nearest source of shade he could find, taking in deep breaths of the slightly cooler air and relishing being a shadow creature for just a moment. He'd pick up his bike later, after the sun started to set and he could actually function like a person. Why the hell was he even here? There was no way he was going to be able to test any of Mei's babies today, let alone training. Just existing was suffering at the moment. Right, Mei said that she had something for him and that she was really excited about it, which really was basically what she always said to get him over to come test a super bad idea. Which generally happened whenever he didn't show up day after day. But this one was important, it was a super thing just for him. Once he could feel his sweat not boiling, Izuku pulled himself out from one of the numerous shaded spots in the Hatsume yard, in part because the sun was quickly encroaching upon it. He really wasn't looking forward to entering the garage. Due to the constant welding, infrequent fires, and explosions, that area was a good 10 degrees hotter most days. But when Izuku entered the garage, he immediately noticed something was off. There was no one in there, no Otto tinkering with things. No Mei passed out from heat exhaustion, and he didn't see Emi on his way in either. Otto and Emi made sense. Well, at least Emi did. She was a pro hero, with a job. Izuku still wasn't sure if Emi was just the best sugar mama in the world or if Otto actually did something besides make things. He half groaned, entering the workshop and finding it a bit cooler than the outside. This was weird. Did they all die? No, there wasn't enough fire and screaming enough for that. Not in the slightest. Honestly, a natural death for Mei would be consumed in a ball of fire of her own making. Not that he wanted her dead. They were friends. Technically. Besides, he came all the way over here. He wanted to know what she made. Normally by the time he got this far into the house, he'd already have her latest baby in his arms, or strapped to him. While she told him just enough to make it work without his quirk kicking in. Then later, after a potential injury took place, he was given her version of an instruction manual. Which was her explaining how it worked, which was pretty much trying to listen to an entire play in the space of a single sentence. It really sucked that his quirk didn't work with skills, otherwise that book on communication he read would really help. But, then again, it might not apply to Mei. With a shrug, Izuku pulled out his phone and texted Mei. Izuku. Mei, I'm here, where are you? Mei, shopping. Mei. Save me. Before he could text back, his phone started to rumble as Mei was actually calling him. Hello? He answered. Azuzu, I had a feeling Mei was texting you. Emi laughed, sorry, but it was so hot today and Otto ended up almost passing out because of the heat, so I took him and Mei out to cool off. You gotta watch your Hatsume, Yano. They're kind of like rabbits but more prone to death. Oh hey, I just had a great idea, we should go to the beach. Like tomorrow, huh, that'll be great. Oh, I know just the place too. It'll be a while, so see if you can stay the night with us. I'd say it'd be like a sleepover, but Mei's a gremlin. Oh, even better, I'll even show you some pro moves while we're out there. Oh. But then we need to go shopping for some more stuff. Hey, can I get you to run down and pick us up some dinner? We have the number on the fridge, just tell them that Ms. Joke sent you and to put it on my tab. Well, see you in like an hour or something. The phone call ended before Izuku could even respond. Part of him didn't want to go to the beach, and he doubted that Mei would either unless she was allowed to just build sand castles the whole time. Would she even like that? But, several other parts of him did. There was the part that wanted to see Emi in a bikini again. He was a horny teenager that was just something he liked even if he liked Otto. And another part of him thought it might actually be fun, but, mostly, there was the chance for Emi to train him. Though her training at the beach might just be completely different than he expected, like just forcing him to bury Otto in the sand or something. It felt like she was the kind of person that wouldn't have conventional training methods. He found his mom's contact and hit the call button. Might as well see if he was allowed to before he even started worrying about the other stuff. For some reason his mother agreed enthusiastically, saying that she would just take Mitsuki up on the offer for a day spa. Well, apparently he was going to the beach with Mei. And was staying the night here, and he needed to go get them dinner. What the hell did they even want to eat? With a shrug, Izuku set about his task. 4x The inside of Mei's home was much more ordinary than he expected. Sure, there was a ladder or miniature elevator in place of stairs, and the whole building just seemed to lack doors in general. Instead, rooms just kind of ended where the next one began. Even the hallways just felt like extensions of the rooms he was going in and out of. It was a strange house for a strange family, and it really made Izuku just feel boring. "Oh, hey, Mei," Izuku asked her as they headed to bed for the night. Somehow they had gone most of the day without stepping foot into the workshop, and he hadn't even tested anything yet. But it had been fun. Emmy had roped everyone into a night filled with games, terrible jokes, and even a movie or two, and somehow Mei didn't even seem to be bothered by it. She responded with a grunt, shrugging as she climbed off the ladder that led to her room. "What was the thing you wanted to show me?" Izuku pulled himself up into Mei's room and found that despite the fact that it was literally inside the front part of a passenger plane, he almost forgot about that design feature. Her room was actually just kind of ordinary and clean. Which was strange. Because honestly he half expected her room to have just as much junk as the workshop did. And how is it so clean up here? Mei blinked and pointed towards the hole he was crawling out of. "It's hard to carry stuff up into here." She paused and then pointed towards an open curtain that led to what looked like a more standard living area. "And they won't let me use the elevator either, so I can't work on stuff up here." She then grabbed him by the arm and pulled him to the front of the plane. "But I can work on my designs up here. Come look, there's some of your stuff in here too." "Oh, I know. You can tell me what you think of these designs before I start making them." "Oh, pre-input would be great. This is going to be so much fun." The control panel of the plane had been ripped out, replaced by a single chair that sat before a large desk that had several notches and ink stains scattered about its surface. Binders were piled up on either sides of the chair and the walls and separating curtain were covered in various designs that ranged from small to gargantuan. "Wow," Izuku muttered looking at some of them. It was amazing how Mei found something to be so passionate about. Or maybe she didn't find it, and that was just who she was. That burning passion was just inherent to who she was. That seemed more likely. "You really do love inventing, don't you, Mei?" "Love?" she asked, tilting her head to the side. She placed a hand on one of the stacks of binders and smiled. "They're my babies, of course I love them." "I can tell." Izuku looked at one of the larger designs that appeared to be a mech designed for fire rescue. "Are any of these the baby you wanted to show me today?" Mei squeaked. "Oh, that can wait until tomorrow." Tomorrow." "Why?" Mei flapped her arms in his general direction. "Tomorrow. Did it explode?" "No." "Is it not done?" "No, it is. Mostly. I might need to do some revisions for it after you test it to see if you like it or not, but that's just part of creating a baby. Plus, I already have some ideas for some upgrades later." Mei drummed her fingers on the desk, her leg practically bouncing with excitement. "Then why wait until tomorrow?" Izuku asked, leaning against the desk to look at Mei. She was squirming. Mei pouted and closed her eyes like she was trying to block him out of her mind. Then after a moment she let out a soft whine, her shoulders slumping. "Please don't make me say it. I'm really nervous and excited, and I need to wait, but I don't want to wait, and it's really hard, but it's something I need to do so." Okay. Sorry for pressing Mei." Izuku scratched the back of his head. He was really curious about what it could be now. "I can wait for tomorrow." "Good, because I can't." Mei whined, placing her head against her desk as she sat down in the chair. She blinked once and shot right back up. "Oh right. My future babies. Come. Look at them. I can't make most of these now, so I've been saving up for the ones I want to make in UA. They have amazing equipment there, and so long as you complete a project they'll continue to supply you with parts. Oh. They even have contests. I'm really excited for them. I can't wait to see how many people can use my babies. Especially if I get sponsorships. That's why you have to do super good too once you get there." "I'll make sure to do my best, Mei." Izuku smiled as he looked at some of the equipment Mei was just waiting to build. Some of it was impractical, some of it was niche, but all of it felt just amazing enough to be almost real. "But it should be easy if I have your equipment." "It won't be that easy." Emmy appeared behind them, a tray of drinks and snacks carefully balanced on one hand as she stuck her head through the curtain. "Honestly expected you two to be making out up here given the privacy, but really you were just dorking out about Mei's gadgets." Izuku blushed. Mei blinked. Izuku blushed more. He really didn't see Mei like that. She was just his friend. Besides, he wasn't sure if Mei was aware that she was human, let alone that she was female. Emmy gave a snort. Though I guess you two are just making babies up here, aren't you, Mei? Yep. Phrasing, right. Well, I brought some snackage and drinks for you too, but don't stay up too late. That means actually sleeping, Mei. Remember what we talked about? Emmy placed a hand on Mei's forehead and pulled the girl back until they were eye to eye. I'll sleep. I'll even shower, Mei whined, flailing her arms. Emmy smiled and kissed Mei on the forehead. Good, have fun, dorks. But not too much fun, we'll be leaving bright and early tomorrow. If I catch you up when I'm going to bed, there will be some real funny business. Mei, like the gremlin, she was squirmed under the kiss with her arms flailing. I know, now stop. Emmy flicked Mei in the forehead and left laughing with every step. Emmy really cares about you, huh? Izuku asked. Scratching the back of his head, he hadn't really gotten a definitive answer for when Emmy and Otto met, or even how long they'd been dating, and asking how long their parents had been gone always felt like such a forced question to ask. But still, it was sweet to just watch this family act out. I guess, Mei shrugged and then looked at her blueprints again. Now come on, let's get to work. We have a lot of. Oh. Emmy came running back into the cabin, pushing the curtain hard to the side. I totally forgot what you two were talking about. The sports festival, right? For you, eh? Emmy turned to look at him, a wide smile on her face. You know about it, right? I make my class watch it every year for the crushing. Class? Izuku asked. Crushing? Oh, yeah, I teach at Katsubutsu Academy. I'm actually supposed to go on a training camp with them next week, but that's not important. Emmy waved off the fact that someone trusted her with multiple students like it was no big deal. The big deal is that at the UA Sports Festival you can only bring in the gear that you make, so you might want to develop something for yourself if it's that important to you, Izuku. I doubt they're going to let Mei make you stuff even if she is your girlfriend. Girlfriend? Izuku's cheeks still hadn't recovered from his last blush? Oh, quit blushing. You look like a tomato. Emmy slugged him in the shoulder before she exited as quickly as she entered. Just something to think about. I'll be rooting for you though. Can we make babies now? Mei pouted at him. Or design, whatever. Phrasing. Sure, but Emmy did have a point. He had been thinking so much about getting past the entrance exam he had no idea what to do afterwards. Also, how the fuck was she a teacher? Before Izuku could even process what was happening, his face was stuffed full of French toast and he was shoved into the backseat of a clown car alongside Mei. The car had started and Izuku could barely get his seatbelt on in time before it felt like he really needed it. Out of all the things he expected, having to experience Emmy, lead foot, Fukukado was not one of them, nor was her mad cackle that belonged in a horror film. At least the first time they got airtime fully woke Izuku up. Oh man. I love the mods you did to this baby. I feel like I can break the speed limit on the Autobahn. Emmy cackled. And Izuku felt fear. There is no speed limit on the Autobahn. Otto commented from the passenger seat that he had managed to squeeze into. The man's broadness was doing a fantastic job of blocking out the sun. Exactly, baby. You did a great job with this. I feel like we could go the whole way non-stop. We need gas though. Oh. Right. After a trip to the gas station, the city flew past them as Emmy took to the highways with the frenzy of 3 police chases all at once. Izuku found himself gripping the ever-living hell out of the seat, and couldn't even imagine how Mei was still asleep. It felt like he had just been thrust into one hell of a nightmare that was powered by the insanity of Emmy as she continued to speed faster and faster. She was a hero. Why was she breaking the speed limit so much? How was Mei asleep? Why were they going so fast? What on earth was happening? When did he get into his swim trunks? Why were they going so fast? It was dark. A tunnel. They were going through a tunnel. The lights on the inside blurred into a single halo of light that was surrounding this hellish joyride that had him bouncing around like a rag doll as his seatbelt was thoroughly tested. Then, peace. As they emerged from the tunnel, the terror stopped and Izuku saw the ocean. The ride went from a frightful experience to one that was normal, if slightly beautiful. The real moment that drew Izuku's breath away was watching Mei as she finally woke up. Her golden eyes opened slowly as the thin black lines that made up the crosshairs that overlaid her irises shifted, coming into focus. She blinked and sat forward in her seat, looking out towards the ocean and blocking Izuku's view. But, completely stealing his breath away, this was the first time that Izuku would ever call Mei beautiful. And he really meant beautiful. He couldn't put his finger on exactly why. It could just be because she was holding still for a moment, that she wasn't twitching and twinging as she just sat there. It could be that her hair was pulled into a ponytail that left her neck and shoulders exposed, showing off her, well, Izuku didn't know what exactly it was. It was just Mei. A beautiful serene Mei that left Izuku wondering if this was a dream. And just like any teenager that just saw an incredibly beautiful girl for the first time, Izuku did the only thing he could think of. Stare. Stare to enjoy. Stare to figure out why he couldn't stop staring at her. Was it because he could see the straps of her swimsuit as it laid underneath a cute top that Emmy had likely forced onto Mei? Was it because she was free of grease? Was it because he understood her better now? Was it because he respected her? Just. Why? Izuku swallowed a knot that had formed in his throat and gathered himself as the car took a turn off the highway, the road turning narrow and vegetation beginning to block out the ocean for a few moments at a time, giving only fleeting glances of blue. They passed one stop where the beach was crowded and all the spots were taken so people had parked near the side of the road, and then another, the winding seaside road taking them further and further away from the crowds. They ran out of pavement and Emmy hit some buttons, raising the car up by nearly a foot as they continued their trip on a rock and gravel-filled road. By the time they had arrived, Izuku still hadn't found out why he couldn't stop staring at Mei. Even when she turned to look back at him, a smile filled with white teeth greeted him and it just made her all the more beautiful, all the more adorable. How did this change happen overnight? Last night she had just been Mei, normal, crazy, questionably human Mei, but now, today, after several hours, Mei wasn't just Mei, she was Mei. All right. The car came to a stop and not a moment later Emmy jumped out of the front seat and began to stretch. In a flurry of movement, Emmy had tossed her shirt back into the car hitting Otto's back as he tried to squeeze back out of the car. Get out here ya, goobers. We gotta get some sunscreen on ya, unless you want to see what a burnt Hatsume looks like. Izuku exited the car in a hurry, his feet barely able to stand steady as he used them for what felt like the first time in weeks. As he did, he couldn't help but be drawn towards Mei stretching on the opposite side of the car from him. He was barely able to look away from her, just in time to see Otto move over towards Emmy with a can of spray on sunblock shaking his head. Like you're one to talk Emmy, you turn into a lobster. Otto began to spray the sunblock all over Emmy with a surprising efficiency. Emmy laughed, holding her arms up high. I know, but at least I'm a sexy lobster. Izuku decided that it was best to not watch those two for too long. He walked to the rear of the car and found Mei looking at some junk in the trunk, though knowing her, it was probably something a lot more than junk. Mei reached into a bag and pulled out another spray bottle of sunscreen. Izuku swallowed and pointed towards that bottle. Do you want me to put that on you? Mei blinked, looking at the bottle, her smile doubled in size and she smiled at him. Sure. Once again, Izuku was stunned by the simple motion of Mei removing her shirt, showing off the light green frilly bathing suit top that Mei had on. It wasn't revealing, covering all of her chest while leaving her stomach exposed, it was just really cute and girly. Honestly, he half expected Mei to be wearing a one-piece. But there was something about that swimsuit top that Izuku did not expect. It was subtle, and would have gone unnoticed were it not for Izuku's teenage-fueled obsession with breasts that allowed him to hear a bra being unhooked from 50 paces away. They were small, barely noticeable, but they were there, and they hadn't been there before. Breasts. Mei had breasts. They were small, but they were there. Izuku? Mei asked, looking at him. Are you going to spray me? Izuku felt like his blush might cause the sun to get a sunburn with how conspicuous it was. Right, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Oh, me too. Mei wiggled as he started to spray her with the sunblock. Because of his understanding over how the device worked thanks to his own mother's insistence back when he was young, he was able to easily apply the perfect coat to Mei's skin while avoiding troublesome places like her eyes. I was thinking about building a hypertube that would take us all the way here in a matter of seconds as opposed to a whole day. So far all I can probably do is make a cannon. Oh hey. If you were given a parachute and then shot out of a high-velocity cannon, do you think you'd be able to survive? I'm going to go with, I'm not going to crawl into a cannon no matter how much you ask me to. Izuku smiled, rolling his eyes. That explained why Mei was so quiet during the drive, she was thinking about how to make the drive faster. That's no fun. Oh, but wait, what if it's reverse and... I'm not going to shoot you out of a cannon either. Emmy. Mei whined, flapping her arms once the last of the sunscreen had been applied. Izuku said he won't shoot me out of a cannon. Good. Otto responded. Izuku turned to look at the odd couple and saw that Otto was wearing what he had thought Mei would wear. Actually, Izuku took that back. Izuku never thought that anyone wore that kind of a swimsuit anymore. It was a striped, full-body bathing suit that covered most of Otto's legs and all of his chest save for his upper arms. He looked like he belonged in those really old beach commercials. He even had the white smear on his nose. Emmy on the other hand looked like she was 2 seconds from demanding several large muscular men carry her to the beach and give her her drinks. It was the same bikini he had seen her in before, and she looked just as curvaceous in it. Tell him he's boring. You're boring, Mei parroted, smiling at him like she was a puppy that deserved several head pats for not pooping in his shoes, just right next to his shoes. Unlike the first time Mei had called him boring back when they first really met, this time it actually kind of stung. But yeah, I'd probably need to be on the ground for data purposes anyways. Mei, Emmy called, you can give him the thing now. Mei let out an excited gasp that made Izuku's heart skip a beat with how cute it was. Her eagerness quickly overflowed and made him forget the casual insult, forget about the beach, and forget about just about everything else. This was it, right? The thing Mei wanted to show him but decided to wait. He never took Mei's ability to wait as something that actually existed. She always seemed beyond impatient, someone that needed answers right when she thought of a question, sometimes even before. For her to wait a whole day and not talk about it, it had to be for a good reason. Mei reached into the back of the car and pulled out something that Izuku really thought he should have recognized as something more important. It was a skateboard. Only, there were no wheels on it, instead, there were pads on the bottom and a small turbine on the back of it. Mei's smile grew wider as she looked at her baby. I made this using a lot of the advice you came up with, especially with regards to the hover soles you mentioned earlier, and I got the idea when you said that it was too much trouble to come see me every day because of how far you have to ride your bike. And also how long it normally takes you. And Emmy said that your mom told her it was your birthday a few days ago, so I wanted to make this for you and I finished it yesterday, and Emmy said I should give it to you as a present, so here, it's your birthday present. Izuku accepted the strange board as Mei handed it to him. In part, he was speechless, in another part, he was completely flabbergasted trying to figure out what the hell Mei had just given him. Mei, thanks, but, what exactly is this? It's our baby. Mei spread her arms wide, standing on one foot for a couple of seconds as she kept smiling wider and wider. It's really hard to use though, but you said that you learned how to ride a skateboard when you were super little because you understood how it works. So, I figure that with this baby you'd be able to do the same. Mei got in close and placed a hand on the hoverboard. At first, I thought your quirk was kind of boring, but then, when I thought more and more about it, I realized that things that are impossible for anyone else might just be possible for you. So, are you ready to give our baby a test run? There was something about the look in Mei's eyes, how she held his gaze, how she looked right at him smiling with the confidence that Izuku hoped to one day have. His smile grew, his happiness grew, and this was perhaps the first time in a long time that he felt nothing but happiness. There was no choice in the matter. Let's start testing. 4x giving that gift to Izuku had felt a lot better than she thought it would. At first she had made it for the reason she made a lot of things. To solve a problem. The problem was that Izuku sometimes didn't want to ride his bike all the way to her house and that the trip also took too long. And her solution was to make a baby. But, somewhere in the design phase, it had shifted from solving a problem to being for Izuku. It was just going to be like his gauntlet. But, even then it was different. The gauntlet was a request. This was a gift. She used all of the data that Izuku had helped her gather to make this baby for him. And giving it had felt so good. Seeing his smile grow the more and more she told him about it, watching his excitement swell, that was almost as good as when she tested a baby and found that it worked. And when Izuku stepped onto their baby for the first time, and his quirk helped him be in complete control, that left her breathless. Yahoo! Mei watched as Izuku effortlessly zoomed around on the hoverboard, kicking up sand as he skimmed the beach and then water as he took to the ocean, the board keeping him 6 inches off any surface. He hit a wave and Mei found herself lurching forward to smile more and more as he did a flip in the air like in one of those skateboard videos she watched for reference. It felt so good knowing she made him that happy. Mei watched as Izuku landed with ease, now speeding across the beach towards her, his feet firmly planted on the board, moving slightly to keep his balance as she watched the subtle hints of his quirk work in overdrive. Part of her was beyond happy that she had been right about his quirk letting him use something others would find impossible to even learn. The implications of that were beyond amazing. Mei. Izuku came to a sand-filled stop right beside her and held out his hand, a wide smile on his face as he panted at her. Do you want to ride? It's really fun. Mei bit her lip and smiled, taking his hand. When the wind hit her and she felt the rush of speed with her arms wrapped around Izuku, Mei found herself feeling something she couldn't identify. It was like that feeling she got when Izuku was around, but magnified by 1,000. It was amazing. This baby, the one she had made for Izuku and no one else, this was her ultimate creation. She couldn't wait to make something even better, something to make Izuku smile even more. Alright Azuzu. Are you ready for some high-quality action-packed beach hero training? Emmy gave a short series of stretches that quickly turned into her doing a standing cartwheel that would have been perfectly at home at a circus. She walked on her hands for a moment before jumping down in front of him. Izuku for his part let out a groan. Riding the hoverboard was equal parts fun and exhausting. It was a core workout unlike any other as he tried to keep his balance on the device. Likewise, his legs at this point were begging to be put back on the bike. Did he need a license for a hoverboard? Izuku slowly pulled himself out of the sand, taking a chance to glance towards Mei and Otto while they had some kind of a sand castle building competition. Mei's had a catapult and was currently firing at Otto's. What did you have in mind? Izuku stretched, trying to get the jello out of his muscles. He was going to need to stretch before and after using the hoverboard every time, wasn't he? Hopefully it was actually as good of a workout as it felt like. Emmy sprung to her feet and took an exaggerated thinking pose, her finger touching her chin as she hummed. You seem like the kind of kid that learns best through doing rather than just being told, which is good because that's how I teach. She nabbed the towel out from under him and flung it around for a moment before hopping back, towel draped over her shoulders as she grabbed each end in a fist. But, I'm guessing you don't have much experience fighting, so we're going to have a little. I was a member of the kendo team up until a few months ago. Izuku stared blankly, it still stung to think about that. I also tried for judo, and other martial arts, but figured I would be using a weapon so kendo would fit me best. I was also the captain of the archery team. Huh, really? Well, I guess that's good enough experience for your age. Might give you a head start against some of the other applicants, but you're still way behind others. Emmy took a wide step and spun on her heel for no reason. Like miles behind. I saw some of the recommended students during their test. Their quirks are wow, like super wow, plus ultra wow, while yours is, well, I think Mei put it best. Boring. What was it again? Reading the manual. My quirk isn't reading the manual, Izuku sighed. Was that supposed to be a pep talk? Nah, more just trying to put things in perspective for you. Emmy waved him off like she hadn't just insulted his quirk. But hey, there's a lot of untapped potential in your quirk, and today we're going to try and get you to do just that. What do you mean? My quirk doesn't have a... The towel snapped him in the stomach. It's not your quirk that's holding you back, Azuzu. It's you. Now then, I want you to come at me and see if you can figure out what I'm trying to get at. You said you practiced judo, right? Give me some of that. This is going to end with me eating a sand sandwich, isn't it? Yep. Izuku rolled his eyes and sighed as he quickly advanced towards Emmy. He expected her to use her quirk on him to force him to laugh, but instead, she completely outclassed him. She unfurled the towel, absorbing his first grab, and then drew the towel tight. In a blaze of movements, Izuku was blinded, bound, and forced to the ground. So, before he could even stand up, Emmy sat on his shoulders. Can you tell me what I did? Kick my ass? Yep. But how did I do that? Experience. Again, yes, but what else? Come on, I thought you were supposed to be a smart kid. Izuku sighed and looked at his hands that had been bound by the towel rather tightly. He stared at it for a few seconds. You had a weapon. Is a towel a weapon? Izuku blinked. No, but you used it as one. So? Emmy stood, picking him up with her as she unrolled the towel around his hands and handed it to him. What does that mean? Izuku stared at the towel that was now resting in his hands. What did that mean? Well, he knew what it meant for everyone else, but what did it mean for him? For his quirk. Was a towel a weapon? He understood the towel, he knew how they were made, knew what they were made of, understood how they worked, and what they were used for. What they were used for, was that a part of his quirk? You improvised. Izuku answered. You used something for something other than its intended purpose, and it was effective. Somehow, that all-might beach towel in his hands felt incredibly important right then. In his hands it felt like his kendo sword, it felt like some part of him was cracking. It was like his quirk was rebelling against the idea as he forced it to expand. He should have realized this sooner. He could use items he understood perfectly, but that didn't mean he had to use them for their intended purpose. If he could master this, force his quirk to accept things being used beyond their intended purpose, then I'd never run out of ways to fight. Well, you might eventually get naked, but if you're fighting someone off with... Emmy gasped and grabbed onto both of his shoulders. Rubber chicken. Huh? Rubber chicken. She let go and sprinted towards the car, easily clearing the barrier with a cool flip, before diving into the trunk. Izuku stared at the towel in his hands for a few seconds and pictured it not as just a towel, but as a whip, as a rope, and as everything in between. With a deep steady breath, he closed his eyes. This was a rope, a short, thick rope. He could use it like a rope. He brought back his arm and aimed for the lone beach ball that Otto had brought with them. For a moment it worked, The whip in his hand hit the ball, sending it up into the air, and he ran forward, focusing on that ball as he wound the towel up again. He was going to keep it in the air with nothing but this towel. He tried to hit again, but instead of the thick thwack from before, the towel went wide and fluttered out, losing its force. The ball hit the sand. Izuku stared at that ball for a second. This was going to actually take a bit of work, wasn't it? "Bae!" Emmy shouted from the car. "Where's my rubber chicken?" "What?" Otto shot back, diving to cover Mei's ears. "You want to do that here?" "No." The SFW1. That item was now firmly placed on the list of items Izuku never wanted to learn how to use. 4x The drive back was far more peaceful than Izuku would have thought, in part because it was Otto driving who just made everything feel so smooth, but also because of just how tired Izuku was. He had bruises as Emmy tried to help him learn how to fight, his stomach was on fire from the second round of hoverboarding, and his legs were groaning from having to carry Mei to the car. Emmy snored from the passenger seat, which she had reclined all the way back so it basically occupied all of Mei's seat, and both of her legs were on the dashboard as she had one arm out the open window. Honestly, Izuku had no idea how she could sleep like that. As for Mei, she was currently asleep, leaning on his shoulder as he stared out the window, unable to take his eyes off the stars for some strange reason. His mind was filled with so many thoughts. Never would he have thought that something like a trip to the beach would change what he thought about his quirk. From Mei's hoverboard expanding his ceiling, to Emmy's advice broadening his base, it felt like he had so much more to learn. Especially compared to before, where he was treating his quirk like he just needed to read the manual to get the most out of an item. Just because he could use something perfectly did not mean he was getting the most out of it. Just like drawing, Izuku smiled, looking up as he thought about his technical ability to draw. Rigid, clean lines, but completely uninspired. That was pretty much him as a person, wasn't it? He glanced down towards Mei and felt his smile widen, despite the bit of drool his shirt now had because of her. "Thanks, Mei." "She sure is something, huh?" Otto asked, and Izuku caught a flash of his golden eyes in the mirror. Izuku stared at Mei for a moment and shrugged. "Yeah, she really is. You know, I should be thanking you a whole lot more." Otto hummed, the sound of his fingers drumming along the steering wheel barely louder than the sound of their silent drive. "I mean, sure, Mei's always been happy enough, but since you came into her life she's been smiling a whole lot more. Like, a lot more. Sometimes I worry that she's going to flex her smile bones right off her face." "She has?" Izuku asked, not exactly sure what that meant. "When I met her she did seem grumpy that I was distracting her from her baby making." "She probably was. She's not exactly the friend-making type, but seeing her with someone that's a real friend to her is a nice, like, well, I don't know, just thanks for being there for her, I guess. It means a lot to me. She's been helping me out too, and not just with gear." When he was around Mei, it was easy to forget about that feeling of heartbreak that had been following him. And even recently, even when he was alone, he was thinking less about Itsuka. Somehow, Mei was fixing him. "Well," Emmy gave a long yawning stretch and reached over to brush Mei's hair. "You better get into UA with her, otherwise she might turn into some shut-in that never wants to leave their workshops." "What makes you think I want to stop that?" Emmy glared at him. "You're going to be responsible for her, Zuzu. You better make sure she eats each day and that she comes home every night so I can force her into the shower and then bed. Do you have any idea how hard it's going to be to ride a hoverboard with a protesting Mei?" Izuku raised any eyebrow, before smiling at Mei. "But yeah, I'll make sure to get into UA. All you have to do is beat some giant robots." Emmy gave him a wide smile. Otto bounced in his seat, and Izuku caught his eyes once again. "Ooh, see if they'll let you take one home or something." Emmy swatted him. With all the support he had, there was no way that he'd fail. "Mei. Good luck. Itsuka. Let's do this thing. Emmy. If you see a tall, dark and scary-looking guy that looks like he hates the idea that fun exists, do me a solid and ask him to marry you. No questions." Izuku. "How do you get my number?" Emmy. "How do you think?" 4x The written exam was behind him, and for once Izuku felt like all of those study sessions with Itsuka had paid off. But the real hurdle was right before him. No amount of studying could prepare him for fighting giant robots. He needed physical training, gear, and tactics for that. And hopefully the months that he had trained with Emmy and Otto would mean something. Though, the equipment that Mei had made for him would make this actually possible. And it was his job to make sure that everything was working. The hoverboard was operational, he had ridden it to UA earlier, and the battery should still be good. His gauntlet was fully charged, and gave a spark when he set it to EMP. The grapple wire on his wrist, one of Mei's most recent creations, wasn't going to be of much help versus robots, but he could make use of it. Compared to everyone else, Izuku felt ridiculously over-equipped. Pretty much everybody was just in tracksuits. That's a lot of gear you have there. Izuku had heard of punchable faces, he had seen punchable faces, but this was the first time that he had heard a punchable voice. Izuku looked up and saw that the voice belonged to someone that, while they didn't really have a punchable face, had the kind of smirk that just said, "Punch me." The boy was perhaps a bit taller than Izuku was, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Do you really need all that for your quirk? Other way around actually. Izuku let his gauntlet spark just a bit before he smiled and offered this fellow examinee a hand. My quirk allows me to use items I understand. Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Nato Monoma. Nato took his hand and examined their connection for just a moment. I must say, your quirk doesn't sound very useful. If you understand an item, wouldn't you already be able to use them? Izuku let out a laugh. It sounds lamer than it really is, but I have confidence in it. He still needed to master the improv portion of his quirk. He was getting there, but progress was slow. Nieto shifted on his feet, still looking down towards the equipment. Someone certainly must have for you to have all this, that or you live a privileged life. You're right, she does believe in me, but I'd hardly call it privilege. I just have a very good friend that made all this for me. That's right, he wasn't going to pass this exam just for himself, but for Mei as well. Still, Nieto looked at his hand for a moment before placing it in his pocket. It doesn't sound like your quirk would be terribly useful to me. If it came with inherent knowledge then maybe, but those tend to be stockpile type quirks that I can't use either. What are you talking about? Izuku tilted his head at the strange blonde boy. Still, he was technically the first non-Itsuka person to talk to him at UA. You make it sound like you can use other people's quirk. The smugness from Nieto's smile was unmatched. Even peak levels of Mei's smugness couldn't match this, and Mei had the ability to be really smug when she was in the mood. Indeed, my quirk allows me to copy the quirks of others for a time. That sounded useful. Really useful, but also complex. Actually, you shouldn't write my quirk off so quickly. I know it doesn't work for living things, but it might work with other quirks you understand well enough. Nieto paused, a look of surprise crossing his face before his smile grew. Now that would be something. I do hope you end up passing then, Izuku. It'd be interesting to work with you. Right, Gu. A voice boomed over the exam area as the gates opened violently. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in real life. Go. Izuku kicked the hoverboard up, turning it on with a hum, and took off, leaving Nieto in the dust as he entered the industrial-looking cityscape that was laid out before him. Several students had a head start on him, but they lacked speed compared to Mei's hoverboard. Though the feral beast running on 4 legs and howling like a damn ape was definitely a bit terrifying. Izuku watched as the first bot appeared. It was a one-pointer and far bigger than he thought it would be, only for that beast to crash into it and rip it apart. That guy was going to be a contender. Izuku rounded the corner, blasting past the majority of the pack and trying to find his own hunting ground. A pair of one-pointers came zooming out onto the street, one in front, the other chasing after him. The smallest of the robots with a large single wheel and slender arms were designed more for speed than the others, but were also the lightest and easiest to disable. Or so Izuku hoped. A massive arm came swiping down towards him and Izuku maneuvered to the side, the hoverboard handling the sharp turns with ease even as he accelerated. With his gauntlet sparking with enough power to shut the robot down, Izuku fired the grappling hook at its face. The hook shattered the single glass eye and embedded itself deep. That wouldn't be enough to destroy this robot though. With his gauntlet sparking, Izuku grabbed onto the cable, sending a direct current into the bot and watched as it began to spasm. Gripping the cord tight, Izuku used his momentum to swing up and around, taking to the air and faced the robot that had tried to sneak up on him. He retracted the hook and got down low on his board, angling it so gravity would aid his momentum as he zoomed down towards the other bot. With the hook still retracting, he couldn't fire it again for a few seconds, which was far less time than he actually had. He might need to ask Mei how to speed that up. With his built-up momentum, Izuku weaved through the robot's sluggish attacks as he felt himself all but exploding with giddiness. He loved Mei's gadgets. Woo. I love Mei. He was cut off as he was forced to dodge the heavy three-pointer that came bursting out of a building, sending debris everywhere and forcing Izuku to weave hard to the side. His outstretched hand braced against the one-pointer, giving him enough time to send a massive shock through its systems. With a half-second of clarity, Izuku stared at the two-pointer and wondered how on earth he was going to beat something like that. Thankfully, he was prepared. 4x. What's that applicant doing? Higari leaned forward, taking uncharacteristic interest in the hero exams. Normally he just complained that the students were too rough on the bots that he'd have to fix. I don't think he's using his quirk, just some support items. Sekijiro-kan pulled up his sheet and thumbed through the list. Applicant number 92, That would be Izuku Midoriya. Says here that his quirk allows him to make better use of items if he understands how they work. Ah, that's a tricky quirk to judge then. Higari sat back in his seat, scratching at his chin for a moment before letting out a sigh. I wonder if I can get him to join the support course if he made tech like that. Shota kept his eyes on the screen, studying the boy's movements as he appeared to be having fun with the exam and barely taking it seriously. The tech he was using was far above what most examinees could get their hands on, and he was handling it perfectly as well. But a quirk like that wouldn't cut it. If he required advanced items to be effective, then he wasn't any better than anyone that trained long enough. If anything, it felt like a quirk that would make someone lazy. And if they ran out of gear, then they'd be effectively worthless. Says here, he didn't actually make the tech. Sekijiro made a few nods as he watched the other monitors more intently. This was part of their job as teachers at UA, observe the first years and take note of any promising students. They'd be doing so once they review the tapes as well while they count the rescue points, but right now they were looking for those that stood out to them. Says here that all of his tech comes from a girl named Mei H. Ah, that would explain it. I interviewed that girl a while ago. She was impressive then, but now that I see what she's capable of, I have no doubt that she'll be very important to future heroes. Higari gave a small chuckle as he made a few notes of his own. And this Izuku is going to benefit greatly from her, more so than he already has. Shota groaned and shifted in his seat. It wasn't his place to speak up over this. They were allowed their opinions, and he was allowed his. Plain and simple. Besides, arguing would be pointless. Shota, Sekijiro growled. Fuck, here we go. It looks like you have something to say. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. With a quirk like that, he's effectively quirkless at best or incredibly lazy at worst. Both of his fellow teachers sat forward and looked at him. Higari was the first to break the silence, leaning back with a smug smile on his face. Well, eventually tech may get to the point where quirks don't matter too much, and that day is getting closer and closer. How can you say he's lazy? Sekijiro roared. Just because his quirk relies on some kind of a tech to work doesn't mean he's weak or lazy. Not everyone can be All Might. This was why he shouldn't have said anything. The kid's already on his way to pass if we don't count for rescue points. But even with those, he's saved 2 people, on purpose, and... You know, Higari gave a low growl and pointed towards the big red button. There's one surefire way to find out if they're hero material. Sekijiro slammed that button hard, unleashing the zero-pointer robot. 4XO shit. That was the single most important thought in Izuku's mind when he saw the colossal zero-pointer just come out of a building like it was rolling out of bed. There was a sense of scale when it came to that enemy, and that sense made him feel oh so very tiny, and that there was nowhere near enough juice for his gauntlet to take on something like that. Maybe if he had a specialized tool, or like, anything that could cut through steel like it was butter, then, he would maybe try something if he absolutely had to. But because he didn't, and taking on something like that was worth a total of 0 points, he opted to listen to his more basic urges and run. Because when it came to his fight or flight response, Flight had decked Fight in the nuts and had taken off running. Izuku gave a light scream when he first saw the mechanical beast's numerous red eyes lock onto him with some kind of malicious content. He acted on instinct, dodging the first, clumsy but unstoppable blow by hooking onto a nearby building and pulling him up and out of the way while he desperately tried to get his hoverboard back under his feet. Of all the times to take a break, the building he hooked onto soon collapsed as the beast nudged it oh so gently. It was like a gigantic ornery cat on a table filled with empty glasses just begging to be knocked over. Before he crash-landed, he managed to get the board under his feet, and felt the engine thrum, his body syncing up with the chaotic way it wanted to move. He leaned forward, accelerating down towards the ground, doing his best to move away from the robot. Really taking a break on top of a rough, for just a split second, was such a bad idea. Sure, he had disabled a lot of bots, but that was no reason for him to take it easy. Now he had to escape this thing. Holy shit. He heard someone scream from down below. It was a girl. One with pink skin and pinker hair. She had fallen and was trapped between some rubble and the large giant robot. He watched as she started to climb up the rubble. Izuku looked at the grapple wires on his exposed wrist and nodded. Hold on, he called. Mei's hoverboard handled the rough ground as well as it did the waves as he got into position above her. Raise your hand for me. The girl shot up a pink hand and waved it at him. Hurry. He launched the grappling wire and 3 thick strands were fired out. He moved his arm, controlling their trajectory, and managed to wrap around her arm. Grab it. The girl did, and he pulled back, using as much strength as he could to hoist her up, while the motors whirled, and he even used the hoverboard to assist in the grapple. In a matter of seconds, the girl was on his board. This has to be cheating. The girl complained looking at him, but thanks, now go go go. I can't melt through that. Right. Izuku nodded and leaned forward on the board, grab onto me. Sure thing, cutie. Please don't flirt with the pilot. 4x By the time they had got away from the 0-pointer, the exam had ended. Thanks for the lift, the girl hopped off his hoverboard and wobbled for a bit before standing straight. That thing is so cool. You should give me a more relaxing ride some other time. I'm Mina Ashido, by the way. Izuku hopped off and looked at the girl a bit more closely. She really was rather cute with her fluffy pink hair, yellow horns, and boobs. Not that he was looking right at her chest or anything, it was just easy to notice that her tank top looked to be a bit on the melted side. Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I can give you a ride if we both make it into UA. He scratched the back of his head and gestured towards her. Which she thought was a handshake. Well, I really hope a cutie like you ends up in my class, Izuku. I'm sure we're both going to get in though. You were zooming around all over the place like a badass. Mina cheered for him, nodding her head vigorously. Oh. Give me your phone. I want to give you my contact info before I melt through my top. Sure. Izuku gave her his phone and watched as Mina used his phone like a pro. Is it your quirk that's making those holes? Yeah, I secrete acid. It gets a bit bad when I'm working up a sweat. She laughed awkward and handed him back his phone. But I shouldn't have to worry about it so much once I get into UA. Well, hopefully. Anyways, see you later, cutie. Izuku blinked and looked at his phone, then watched as Mina ran off towards the locker rooms. That was the fastest he had ever gotten a girl's number, and he had no idea what to do with it. We should have a party. Momo Yaoyorozu, their middle school class president, clapped her hands and put on a bright cheerful smile that made Itsuka blush. So that was what she looked like when she was actually crushing on someone. Izuku always pictured Itsuka as straightforward, so watching her have no idea what to do for once was just so amazing. Sure, he was mostly over the whole rough breakup thing they had and could call Itsuka a friend now, but seeing her be so flustered was just a bit satisfying. Mei on the other hand looked like she was only there because he had been sent to make sure she attended the meeting. It was just the four of them in the student council office, not even the teachers or other members were around. Why's that? Izuku looked around he was friends with most of the girls here, but he wasn't sure if any of the girls were friends with each other. Well, he knew that Mei probably didn't even know their names. Itsuka punched him in the arm, just hard enough to sting. That was likely her way of saying shut the hell up and don't ruin this for her. The school has notified me that all four of us have been accepted to UA, and we'll likely be getting our acceptance letters and class assignments soon. Momo clapped her hands, looking twice as cheerful as she had been when they all entered. So I figured this would be a great chance for us to get to know each other moving forward. We got in. Itsuka jumped, her smile wider. She pumped her fist and grabbed onto Izuku's shoulders while jumping again. We got in, Izuku. That's great. Yeah. Izuku laughed, giving Itsuka a high five once she was done jumping. He turned towards Mei and gave her a shrug. Isn't that great, Mei? Huh? She blinked, her eyes coming into focus. She was probably daydreaming about new babies to make. Why are we here? Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled at her. UA, Mei, we all got in, isn't that great? She shrugged. You had my gear, so of course you passed. That was easy to take as a compliment. So, what do you all say? Why don't we have a party? I can get use of the guest house. Oh. And we can even share what classes we'll be in too. In the end they all agreed. Itsuka because she was gay. Izuku because Momo was sparkling so much that he didn't even know how to say no. And Mei, he really wasn't sure why Mei agreed, but she nodded after he agreed. 4x Despite the fact that the party was fun, despite the fact that Momo's guest house was gigantic and made his apartment feel like a fancy pizza box, Izuku was distracted by something that all men end up getting distracted by. Boobs. Large ones. Momo, he understood. She had always just been on the bustier side, and likely had the nicest breasts in middle school. However, Itsuka was no slouch either, especially not now. Hers were perky, proud, and respectable, and the light teal dress she was wearing practically put them on display. She might even be wearing a push-up bra while she tried to get Momo's attention. But the real conundrum was Mei. He remembered seeing her in that bathing suit clearly. His mind had made certain that he was going to remember that sight for years to come, at least until he got a better image to replace it, but the smile on her face was not one that he'd ever replace. He had been made aware that she had developed breasts during that trip. Small ones, but they were still there. She couldn't compete with Momo or Itsuka. Part of him was aware that as teenagers they likely weren't done growing, and he was hoping for a few more inches of height as well. But that really didn't explain where the hell those came from. Mei had gone from nearly flat, to passing Itsuka and nearing Momo with her size. Sure, between winter, fall, Mei's typical fondness of baggy comfortable clothes, and both of them focusing on preparing for UA, they really hadn't been spending that much time together. But still, he should have noticed those. He was a boob guy. He was Mei's friend. He should have noticed her boobs sooner. How did he not? It didn't make sense. Were they still growing? Was she in some super growth spurt? How big was she? Was she going to get bigger than Momo? So many questions. So much boob. But besides that, it felt good seeing Mei talk to someone other than himself so enthusiastically. She had brought some gear with her specifically to talk about, but that was all she needed to start a real conversation. Then she remembered what Momo's quirk was. Come on. Mei whined, pulling on Momo's arm as she let out a pout. Think about all the amazing things that you can create if you're in the support course. Do you know how much stuff I can make with diamonds? Mei gasped. Wait, you can even make precise components out of diamonds, right? Natural formations that aren't possible? Izuku let out a sigh. He should probably go save Momo. Besides, he kind of wanted her attention instead. Instead, he got Itsuka's attention. The orange-haired girl stomped in front of him, hands on her hips as she leaned in close to whisper. Quit staring at our boobs. Really? He was getting called out by her? Like you're one to talk, you've looked more at Momo's chest than I have. Itsuka made some very tsunere-like noises and huffed, turning away from him and crossing her arms to pout. It's not like that, besides, It is like that, you're attracted to her, don't say you can do it because you're a girl. Itsuka's cheeks nearly matched Mei's hair as she glared at him for half a second before she sighed. If you know that much, then help me out. Huh? Izuku raised an eyebrow and looked at Itsuka like she was crazy, and not the usual kind of crazy he dealt with Mei. That was a fun crazy that he could understand. This was just regular crazy. Sure, he understood what Itsuka was asking. She wanted help getting with Momo. There was just one problem with that. You know I've only ever dated one girl, right? You have more experience with picking up lesbians than I do. Ah, so that was what it felt like getting brutally murdered. Itsuka grabbed his hand and pulled it slightly while she looked back towards Momo and Mei. Look, please. I can barely talk to her without freaking out. I just need you there or something. Please. She stopped begging and took on a serious face. If you help me with this, I'll help you get a girlfriend at UA. Didn't she already make that deal? If he wanted a girlfriend, wouldn't he be able to get one on his own? He already had Mina's number, and she was cute. She even called him cutie, and she was probably going to UA. Besides, they didn't even know if Momo was into girls. Statistically, probably not. But there was a reason why he hadn't reached out to her. Izuku looked towards Mei, and then the pleading look on Momo's face. He better go save her. Both of them, actually. Fine, I'll help. Maliciously. Itsuka smiled and pulled his arm. Great, now come on. You have your acceptance letter, right? Momo wanted us all to check to see what class we got to see where we'll all end up. I mean, Mei's for sure in the support course, but wouldn't it be great if we all ended up in the same hero class? Izuku let Itsuka drag him over to the other two and watched as Mei finally let go of Momo's arm and stood a bit closer to him. What was with that? Momo held out her own UA letter and smiled at them. All right, on a count of 3 let's reveal our classes to each other, shall we? They all nodded and Izuku held his own letter. This party was one part celebration, one part getting to know each other, and one part class reveal party. And while for the most part it had been fun, it was by far the most he had talked to Momo, and it was just nice seeing Mei not covered in grease again. 3. Momo unfolded her letter. 2. She looked towards Mei and blinked. Mei? Where's your number? Oh, I'm in class 1H. Mei. Momo let out a sigh. We were supposed to reveal them all at the same time. Oh, that's for you hero course guys, but if you end up in the support course, let me know. We can start making babies together. Oh, even before then, if you have any ideas for gear you might want, let me know. I've already made lots of babies with Izuku. I can make even more with you too. Itsuka snorted, like she did every time Mei mentioned baby making. Momo let yet another sigh. She seemed to do that a lot around Mei. Alright, well I suppose you do have a point. Okay, now then, for the hero course. 1, 2, 3. They all flipped their letter at the same time. Class 1A, Momo said proudly. Class 1B, Itsuka let out a small frown. 1B2, Izuku parroted looking towards Itsuka's paper. They both had Sakijiro-kan as their homeroom teacher. Ah, Momo's shoulders deflated a bit and she looked at her letter. So, I'll be separated from you too. We'll still be able to have lunch together. Itsuka blurted out, looking towards Izuku for confirmation, right? Yeah, Izuku half nodded. Honestly, He was more than likely going to be making sure Mei actually ate and spending his lunch in whatever workshop she called a nest at UA. We can do that. See? Itsuka said cheerfully. Mei took another step towards him and pulled on his sleeve. Hey, can we go? I want to go make some more plans. She had shown up here on her own, which meant that if she was asking him to leave, she probably wanted him to come along and help. Sure, let's go. Oh, but real quick. Hey, Momo, Itsuka's a lesbian and has a massive crush on you. He grabbed Mei by her arm and ran. Later. He was fairly certain even as he left the building he could hear the sound of Itsuka's blush going into overdrive. 4x Mina. Hey, cutie. I'm in class 1A, what about you? Izuku. 1B. Mina. Boo, was totally hoping to ride your hoverboard again. 4x Itsuka. You jerk. You stupid jerk. Izuku. What? I just did what I did with you. Itsuka. I know, but then you ran away. Izuku. I gave you 2 privacy. Itsuka. I want to punch you. Izuku. Did it go that badly? Itsuka. It didn't go good if that's what you're asking. Izuku. So not good, but not badly. Izuku. What happened? Itsuka. Momo was flattered and suggested we just be friends. Izuku. So, that's not a no or a yes. Your best bet is to just be her friend. Itsuka. Who knows, she could just be confused like you. Itsuka. Quick, try making out with her. Izuku. Well, now I have no pity for you and I regret nothing. Itsuka. SMH4X Mei. Hey, are you awake? Mei. I can't go to sleep, there are too many ideas in my head. Izuku. Go to bed. Mei. I am in bed. Mei Hatsume sent a photo. Mei. I just can't sleep. Mei. Do you think I'll get in trouble if I skip class the first day? Mei. If they really wanted to teach me anything they can find me in the workshop, right? Izuku. I feel sorry for your teacher Mei. My brother and Emmy said the same thing. 4x Class 1B. The massive door to the room felt like some kind of mystical barrier to Izuku as he stared at it. It felt like the final thing standing in his way of officially becoming a student at UA. With a deep breath, Izuku stepped into the room and was greeted by a wide assortment of students. Some he kind of recognized, others he knew really well, like Itsuka, but most he didn't know anything about. A familiar face greeted him. Nieto walked forward and extended a hand out towards him just like he had done at the entrance exam. Ah, Izuku, I see that you passed as well, and we're in the same class. Nato. Izuku smiled and shook his new classmate's hand. I take it you already know everyone's quirks? Of course, why don't I introduce you? Immediately after orientation was handled, Izuku's new sensei, Sekijiro Kon, the blood hero Vlad King, respectfully known as Kon Sensei, led them out to one of the many sports fields that decorated the UA campus. At first, Izuku thought that he had gotten the rough, harsh, no-nonsense sensei that people often ended up hating. But when he saw Class 1A walking back to their class with their own sensei looking twice as grumpy, the other students looked to be a bit down as well, with one exception. Izuku recognized him in a heartbeat. Angry, blonde, slightly taller, and with a resting bitch face so strong that dogs tried to hump him daily. His childhood friend, one-time bully, and currently someone that was glaring the ever-living shit out of him. Katsuki Bakugo. Being in Class 1B had yet another blessing. DEKU, Katsuki sneered. His glare was one out of pure hatred, a bit like how Izuku would look at some freshly stepped-in dog shit on his shoe. It was a bit strange being looked at like that. Mostly because Izuku quite frankly didn't really care. He shrugged and kept walking with his classmates. DEKU. You fucking nerd. Look at, the sound of Katsuki getting bound, gagged, and then dragged off did put a smile on his face though. DEKU? Itsuka asked, tapping on his shoulder, was he talking to you? Come to think of it, he was glaring at you, wasn't he? Nato scratched his chin, turning around to walk backward. We were childhood friends, but then I accidentally used my quirk to beat him in a video game and he hated me ever since. Izuku hummed, smiling at the absurdity of that statement. Sure, Katsuki hated him for a lot of things, like being better at sports than him, thanks to his quirk, doing better in school than him, thanks to his quirk, and in general, just him being him made Katsuki twitch with rage. Itsuka pushed on his shoulder again and quickened her step so he could look her in the eyes. Was that Katsuki guy you mentioned? Yep, I'm actually really grateful I'm not in his class right now. Izuku laughed, scratching the back of his head. Though I might feel a bit bad for the rest of his class for having to put up with him, it seems like he's only gotten worse. Nato gave a light chuckle and tapped on his chin, his blue eyes moving after 1A. What would you say his quirk is then? Is it strong? Everyone said it was a strong quirk growing up. He can make explosions out of his hands, but I'm not sure how far he's gotten with it. Still, if you can copy it Nato, I'm sure it'll be worthwhile. Izuku smiled up at his slightly taller friend. Overall, most of his new classmates ranged from odd to interesting. Hell, the one he liked the least was Itsuka and she was his best friend. Technically. I'll have to keep that in mind. They arrived at the field and grouped up in front of their sensei. He was a large, intimidating man with a bit of an underbite thanks to his two large bottom teeth that stuck out like a pair of tusks. It really did give him a sour look. Right then, originally we were supposed to do this exercise alongside Class 1A, however, because their sensei thinks that he can avoid going to orientation, he opted to already evaluate his students. Sensei coughed into his hand and shook his head. Today is going to be an evaluation and a lesson. To begin, we'll be testing your physical abilities, just like you did in PE in middle school. The primary difference is that you'll be allowed to use your quirks. This will not only give me a good indication of where you stand but also show me how well you are at using your quirks and show you just how much further you can go. Additionally, during this, I will be calling each of you over one by one to have a little chat about what you think you will need to grow as a hero. Izuku felt his mouth drop, and looking over he could see Itsuka and Nato likewise looking at Sensei like he was the best teacher they ever had. It might be just him, but it really did feel like Sensei might be more on hands than Izuku would have thought. Likewise, please understand and communicate with each other. Talking to others is a great way to improve your quirk. That all but sealed the deal. Sensei gave a short grunt and held up a clipboard. Now then we'll start with the 50-meter dash. Do I have a volunteer to record times for me? Itsuka raised her hand up. I'll do it Sensei. Sensei nodded and held out the timer and clipboard for her. Now then, begin stretching, and Midoriya, you're up first. Huh? Why him? 4x There was a reason why he wanted to have this one-to-one talk so soon. Normally, he'd wait until much later in the year. Past experiences had led him to believe it did his students a lot of good, so there wouldn't be any harm in hearing them out now. Besides, he was curious about Izuku. Shota had all but refused to have the boy in his class, claiming that any quirk that relied solely on gadgets wasn't worth teaching. That line of thinking didn't sit well with Sekijiro at all, especially since in his eyes, Midoriya's quirk was excellent. The ability to perfectly use items that he understood was intriguing, and just because it didn't seem like growth was possible did not mean it was impossible. Besides, Shota's quirk had been the same back then. Erasing someone's quirk made everyone think he was just support, that he was on permanent backup duty. But Eraserhead had developed that quirk into something amazing. And Sekijiro had no doubt that Izuku could do the same, especially if what he saw during the entrance exam was any indication. Here Sensei. Izuku came running over and gave a respectful bow. Height-wise the boy was a hair below average for his age, but he had an athletic build that was well trained. Even the boy's fingers had calluses on them from hard work. You wanted to speak to me? Sekijiro nodded. I wanted to start with you because I'm concerned about your quirk. From the sounds of things, you won't be able to properly show off during these tests. I can, but not in any real way, Izuku replied calmly. He glanced towards where the others were quickly going through the 50-meter race and nodded. With the 50-meter race, because I understand how my shoes work, I can make the most out of running with them, to an extent. With the ball throw, I'll be able to throw it perfectly, and even with the hand strength test. It's not anything special but it's there. Shota was an idiot. Sekijiro found himself smiling ear to ear at what Izuku was saying. The idea of using his clothes in tandem with his quirk, the boy might be further along than he thought. That's good to hear. I wouldn't have been able to offer you any gear without also offering it to the others. But, I understand that you have a contact in the support department that provided your gear during the entrance exam. Mei? Yeah, she's amazing at making gear. Izuku's face lit up in the telltale sign of teenage love. It's because of her I was able to pass. Good, make sure you nurture that bond. A quirk like yours is an interesting challenge for me, but it appears that you have everything already handled. Still, if you need anything do your best to let me know. Well, for the sports festival, I heard that I wouldn't be able to use gear unless I made it. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Is that true? Yes and no. In order to get gear you need to petition for it. Those petitions are instantly approved if you made the gear, but if it wasn't made by you then it's up to some of the faculty. But I do admit that does put you in a pickle. Sekijiro could already hear the protests of anyone that wasn't Higari about Izuku being allowed that hoverboard. No doubt Shota would object as well and force Izuku to go in with as little as possible. If you can, please talk to me about the items you'll want for that. It'll help me make a case. I'll get started right away on that Sensei. Izuku gave another bow and smiled. He brought his head up sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. Also, I was wondering, would it be possible for me to work at the workshop? At least long enough for me to make some basic gear to use? Was it wrong to pick a favorite student on the first day? Sekijiro nodded and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Sure, I'll talk to Powerloader today. It might be after classes are out for the day though. Oh, that works out great. Izuku's face was filled with that look again whenever Mei was mentioned. Mei's going to be wanting to spend as much time there as possible, so it gives me something to do while I wait for her. Right, well, show me what you can do. You're up for the 50 meters dash. Sekijiro smiled as he watched his newest batch of students. He had a good feeling about all of them. 4x. I must thank you once again for the gracious donation of your quirk during the grip strength test, Itsuka. It really made all the difference. Itsuka had only known Nato for less than a day, and she was fairly certain that he was the reason why she was gay. That was how unattracted to him she was. He was the complete opposite of a chick magnet. That, and he had a face that just screamed, "Punch me." Itsuka couldn't wait for the chance to answer that call. She poked at her meal and glared at him. I'm never giving you a high five ever again. Nato just shook his head, smugly, and gave her that cocky fucking grin she wanted to slap off him. Oh come now, we're allies, are we not? Surely there's no harm in you ending me your quirk every once in a while, is there? I will admit it is a rather useful quirk. I'll even do my best to make sure you're in tip-top shape as well. She wanted to hit him. Why was she sitting at a table with him? Oh, right. Because this was where Izuku was sitting, as well as Momo. She was mostly here for Momo. Itsuka glanced over at her tall, dark-haired crush and tried to pretend that Izuku hadn't nearly killed her with embarrassment a few weeks ago. Still, Momo had been rather polite about the whole thing, even if she didn't agree to a date or anything yet. Right now, they were just friends. Which was what she had done to Izuku months ago. The friend zone sucked. Momo's plate was large, larger than Itsuka's by nearly half. It was kind of cute watching her go through all that food pretty quickly. Apparently, she thought big eaters were cute, which made sense because she was a big eater too. Momo caught her watching and gave her a sweet smile for a moment. Naturally, Itsuka blushed and glanced away, focusing more on her own food. So, Nato, Momo said in her soft lovely voice, I'm not sure I quite understand, but are you saying that your quirk allows you to take quirks from others? Nothing so sinister. I simply copy quirks for a time, for about 5 or so minutes, and it doesn't quirk on certain quirks. Those that accumulate something to use in mutation quirks are beyond me. Nato let out a sigh and tapped his chopsticks on his plate. But, Izuku told me that you have quite the amazing quirk. Momo blushed. Great, now Itsuka hated her best friend. But then again, if it turned out that her crush had a crush on Izuku, then that would just be karma. But that blush faded quickly and Momo kept up her cheerful smile. He's just saying that because Mei can't shut up about it. But yes, I'm quite fond of my quirk. It enables me to make any object that I know the components of. It's a lot of work to expand what I can make, but so far I have about 50 items I can make on the get-go. I see. Well, that does sound like a wonderful quirk. Nato continued his compliments, but it does sound like something that I wouldn't be able to use properly. I'd hope not. Momo placed a hand above her chest and smiled. After all the work I put into my quirk, it would devastate me to find out someone could do it so easily. True, still, I do wonder how your quirk would work with DEKU. A tray was slammed onto their table and that jerk that had glared at Izuku was now at the end, mad dogging Izuku something fierce. What the hell do you think you're doing here? Izuku, to his credit, just kept eating, acting like Katsuki wasn't even there. Answer me, you weak little. Katsuki. Momo slammed her own hands down onto the table and stood. Enough. Need I remind you that this is a school for heroes? And I know that many of us would not tolerate bullying here. Itsuka cracked her knuckles. Nato gave a sly smile and extended a hand out to the middle of the table, waiting for someone to give him a quirk. But beyond that, the entire cafeteria was glaring at Katsuki. Students from the first, second, and third years were looking at Katsuki with a silent, judging expression. With a growl, Katsuki picked his plate up and glared at Izuku one last time. Just you wait, DEKU. I'll show them that you don't deserve to be here the first chance I get. The table was silent for a moment while Izuku kept on eating. So, Nato started first and glanced towards Momo. I'm going to choose to believe that you're a proper representation of 1A and that he's an outlier. What a jerk. Itsuka crossed her arms and watched as Katsuki sat down at his own lonesome table. Momo let out a sigh and placed her hand on her cheek. Honestly, it's like he thinks everyone is beneath him. When I scored higher than him on the apprehension test today, I thought he might actually want to fight me or something. But are you okay, Izuku? Huh? Izuku glanced up from his now empty tray and then smiled. Oh, I'm fine, it doesn't really bug me, besides. He popped his neck and rolled his shoulders. I kind of want to actually take him on Yano? And that was why he was her rival. If he ever gives you trouble though, just say the word and I'll be there to give you back up. Itsuka patted Izuku on the back and gave him a thumbs up. The others at the table nodded along. Thanks, I'll remember that. Izuku stood and gave an awkward smile. Sorry, but I promised Otto I'd make sure that Mei actually eats at school, so I'll see you guys at class later. Momo. Never before had Higari been so conflicted over a student. He had nearly banned Mei Hatsume from the workshop on her first day, but then she showed him her latest baby, and he was completely baffled by it. In less than a single day she had made a functional support item that was actually useful, despite the fact that she set the fire alarm off twice. Not only did she produce the item with dizzying speed, but he found himself completely flabbergasted her she made something so high quality so quickly. It's for Izuku, Mei had said, handing him the strange device, a big goofy smile on her face before she quickly ducked under his arms and went back to working on her next creation. So far she had ditched 2 non-workshop classes to be in the workshop. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't be here all day, he'd probably let her be here all day. But then again, he also wanted nothing to do with her half the time. Higari leaned his arm back, pinching the support item in his hand, and flung forward, letting it fly and watching as the fabric expanded outward effortlessly and then stuck against the wall with enough force that he was worried it might tear something off. He clicked on a button he found inspecting the strange fabric and watched as it reeled back to its much smaller length. In some ways, this was nothing more than an overly advanced version of one of those sticky hand toys he used to play with as a child. That might be why it was so amusing to use. But it was more than that. The external casing around the inner mechanisms could harden and even change its form based on how it was held. It felt like something that would be impossible for most people to use. But then there was the boy that it was for. Izuku Midoriya's quirk, equipment precision, was something that any support specialist would dream of. The ability to just make with pure function in mind and the bare minimum of user accessibility would shatter the basic foundations of what it meant to make an item. Ease of use was the first thing that was considered with making an item. Honestly, Higari wanted to give making gear for Izuku a try, to really test what he could make with pure form and function. Higari licked his lips and smiled. It might even make a good exercise for his students. Rolling back in his chair, he went over to his files, keeping a careful eye on Mei as he did so. The girl was just a hair past too dangerous to really be left to her own devices. Most of the files were kept on the computer, but for a few exceptional designs, both the good and the bad, he kept physical copies. The one for Izuku's costume had been a perfect example of someone asking for too much with their costume. But, seeing what Mei had just made in a single day using the equipment available to first years, it made him wonder about Izuku's design. He pulled up the design and smiled at it, with the exception of how much was packed into it. The overall design was wonderful, exact details for measurements, allowing for future growth, plans for how each piece could be used, module design as well, not to mention details about how everything could be used, in addition to a wonderful report on Izuku's quirk that was more detailed than what could be fit on Izuku's profile card. Made Higari want to reclassify this design as asking too much, to an example of a thing of beauty. At first glance he had thought there were too many demands. The basic clothing pieces alone were going to be quite expensive as well, not to mention all of the support items requested for it. But now, after seeing Mei's first baby at UA, he saw the design in a fresh light. A quirk like this just invited innovation, and chances are his students were going to be lining up to have Izuku showcase their gear in the future. Glancing over the design, Higari noticed a logo at the bottom right corner of it all. An artistic MH merged into one symbol, Mei. I'm not doing anything bad, she called back from across the workshop, the other students looking between him and her with raised eyebrows. Many of them hadn't even finished their first designs. But she was already starting construction on her second device, yet. Higari held up the design and pointed to the symbol. Is this yours? Yeah, she called back. Stop using your quirk and get over here, I want to talk. Mei made a very relatable gremlin-like groan that had her whole body slumping as she walked over to him, a large pout on her face. She stopped at his desk and gave a brief smile at Izuku's design. What is it, sensei? Is there a problem with Izuku's costume? You said this is your symbol, right? Higari pointed towards that MH again and watched as Mei nodded in confirmation again. How much of Izuku's costume did you design? Oh. Mei's face brightened instantly and she ran around to the other side of his desk to stand beside him. He asked me to design it a while ago, but don't worry, I made sure to double-check everything with him. That explained the level of detail. We also talked a lot about what kind of gear he'd need, so I have a long list of items I need to make for him. I started with the one I was the most excited to work on, even though it was just a backup item for him, for when he needed it, but I think it should be something more primary. I wanted to get started on it before we actually came to UA, but I didn't have the right material to make it work. Oh, and you don't have to worry about it being too cumbersome for him. His quirk pretty much neutralizes that, and he can even make full use of the clothing, that's why. There was a level of thought and care put into this design that just put a smile onto Higuri's face. Izuku's Midoriya's costume would be one of the most complex ever made. That's excellent, Mei. I just have one question. The pink-haired girl peeked her head up and looked at him, golden eyes locked onto his. Why a suit? Mei shrugged. I thought he'd look good in it. Higari nodded and patted Mei on the shoulder. You did good with this one, keep up the good work, and if you start a fire I will ban you. What if I put the fire out before you know? No loopholes. Yep. He was still conflicted over Mei. 4X Development Studio. Already Izuku could picture having to pull Mei away from this place by force. She was going to be so grumpy about having to go home, but he did promise both Otto and Emmy to make sure that Mei actually got home. If need be he'd tie her up, but hopefully the support department teacher wouldn't allow Mei to sleep at the workshop. No matter how much she tried. Izuku paused at the door and heavily debated if he should knock or just walk in. It was technically a classroom, but it was also a workshop, and a lab. For all Izuku knew, they could be doing something that required silence. Which might actually mean Mei was duct taped to the ceiling or otherwise unable to generate noise. He should probably rescue her, but at least there was no knock first sign. Izuku entered the door and saw that there were several students working at desks, drawing designs and concepts. The teacher was a short man that appeared to be wearing an excavator claw as a helmet and with large hands tipped with iron claws. That was Powerloader, right? He was at orientation as the lead of the support department at UA. Majima-sensei, right? Back in the corner, working at an actual station, was Mei. She had one leg up onto the countertop as she used a heavy drill to bore into whatever she was actually making. Her goggles were down and she was in the zone. Majima-sensei. Izuku walked up to the hero and gave a respectful bow. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Powerloader's gravely voice felt like Izuku had instantly disappointed him. Sekijiro mentioned you'd be interested in joining the after-school workshop. That you were here too. Izuku. Mei appeared between him and Majima-sensei with a speed that had him spinning, especially with how close she was. Good. You're here. Here. I made this today. Be sure to test it for me and... A large gloved hand picked Mei up by her head and swung her to the side. Mei, I told you finish registering the item first. We need that done before. Sensei. Mei kicked her legs. This is child abuse. You're not a child, you're a gremlin. Ah, it's good to see that Mei was getting along well with her sensei. Mei, she stopped struggling and Majima-sensei placed her onto the ground. I'll take a look at it after you register it already? But I'm excited to see it. Majima-sensei gave a short grunt and nodded as well. I'm curious what you'll be able to do with it as well. Now Mei, finish registration. Fine. Mei's shoulders slumped and she looked more than a little annoyed, but can't you do? Registering your items is an important step of letting students use them. I've already approved it. Just finish the paperwork. Majima-sensei seemed like the quick-to-anger type, and he spun to push a finger into Izuku's chest. And you, he paused and took a breath. I have something special planned for you. Huh? Oh, don't worry, as I said, I talked to Sekijiro about you using the lab to develop some items for the sports festival. I'm willing to allow you to work here, on a couple conditions. Majima held up his hand. The first, is that you make sure that Mei doesn't drive me crazy. Too late for that one. The second is that you follow the rules, one infraction and you're out. One finger was left up. The third is that you demonstrate items from time to time. I believe that your quirk will give my students insight into their development skills. Do we have a deal? Izuku didn't even look at the large hand that was extended towards him and shook Majima-sensei's hand vigorously. Yes, sir. But I don't think I can stop Mei from driving you crazy. Huh? Majima gave a short, gravely laugh and looked towards the pink-haired girl. There was a glint in his eyes that Izuku couldn't quite place. You're lucky to have found her. She's going to be a major player in support items one day. She might even change everything. I just need to make sure she's prepared for that. And you're going to help her, aren't you? Izuku nodded. I was planning on it, sensei. Good, good. Majima patted Izuku on the shoulder and pushed him towards the classroom. Now then, let's get you started with a tour. Then we can discuss what gear you're going to be making for the sports festival. 4X. Mei. It wasn't that she was ignoring Izuku because she didn't hear him. It was more or less just because she knew why he was calling for her, and that she was going to pretend to not hear him so that she could stay. She liked the development studio. It was an amazing place. There were so many tools that her and her brother didn't have at home, and so many materials as well. She had pretty much a limitless supply of just about everything she wanted, and Meijima-sensei was even considering ordering some experimental material from my island. But that really didn't matter. She had already made Izuku's newest multi-tool and was really proud of how simple and elegant that design was. She even saw Meijima-sensei playing with it for a while and seemed happy with it, and he couldn't even make maximum use out of it. Oh, maybe investors would like those as well? Mei. Oh. Right, where was she again? Oh right, a belt version of the grappling hook in Izuku's arm gauntlet. While he'd be able to make the most out of that, most people would be more comfortable being pulled up by the waist as opposed to having their arm ripped off. Plus the belt was a handy place where a lot of... Why was she moving? Why were the tools in her hands being forced out of them? Why was she floating? Mei looked down and saw the heels of a pair of red sneakers attached to a pair of legs that were moving. Those were Izuku's, and that was his butt. Why was that important? Butt. Izuku. Mei flailed her arms and kicked to try and weasel her way out of his grip. He had picked her up without her consent. That was what was that again? That was Mei abuse. Izuku. Put me down, I'm almost done. Just a few more hours in. Mei. Izuku held her tight, a bit like a bag of potatoes. Only he squeezed tight, and this weird feeling in her stomach made her stop. It's already 7. Meijima-sensei needs to close the workshop and Emi wants you home for dinner, so we need to get going. What was with this feeling about being held by him? Mei? Izuku's voice was really close to that tingling part in her stomach. Are you okay? Huh? Her face felt warm. Oh, I'm fine. Home. Right? Yeah, okay? He placed her down and smiled at her. Wait, he was taller now, wasn't he? That was good. Wait, no, that was bad. Wait, that was good. She accounted for a growth spurt in his costume design. She thought ahead. So it was all good. Wait, why was it all good? She made a confused noise as she attempted to process this new data. Also, his sleeves were rolled up. That was good. She liked it when he did that. But why? Also, he was staring at her. Her cheeks felt warm. Mei, are you okay? Izuku asked, placing both hands on her shoulders, the setting sun brushing against his face. You're acting a bit strange. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. I just had a good day at UA, I guess. Let's go. The sooner I go to sleep, the sooner you pick me up and the sooner I get to work on my babies again. She clapped Izuku's shoulder rapidly and smiled up at him. Let's go. Izuku just sighed and smiled at her. All right, but you know you're going to be staying up all night with new designs, right? Yep. Izuku gave a laugh and walked with her all the way to the garage. All of this was super exciting. Not only was the support class really interesting, she was sometimes learning something, but that wasn't all. Meijima-sensei got her. She finally had a teacher that understood her. Kinda. He was a lot better than those teachers that just put her in a corner and ignored her. Plus the workshop. It was so amazing. She was finally in her element. And Izuku was there too. He was going to make some of his own tech, which was fine. She was just really happy when he showed up. It would make testing stuff really easy, especially after she registered stuff. UA is really awesome. She flapped her arm in Izuku's general direction while he prepped the hoverboard for takeoff. Izuku nodded and extended a hand out towards her. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Just as she always did, Mei felt rather warm as she hugged onto Izuku's waist while he drove her home. No matter the wind chill, there was something about holding onto Izuku that just made her warm. She couldn't wait until tomorrow when she could start making more and more babies. Itsuka Kendo. What do you think of my costume? Itsuka stared at her phone and the selfie she had sent to Momo. It was bait. It was hard bait. She wanted to know what Momo looked like in her hero costume. She bet she looked cute in it. Then again, pretty much every one of her classmates looked amazing in their suits. Setsuna with her lizard skin bodysuit, Reiko with her white ghost-like robes, and even Yui had a cute costume that looked like it was based on some manga character. Itsuka's own costume was a bit on the plain side, a shorter sleeveless kipao in her favorite color, some accessories, and a thin black mask. It was the same style that the rest of her family had worn for at least 2 generations now, but with her own twists thrown in. It was plain, easy to move in, and made her feel like an old-school martial arts master like in the movies. Hey, Itsuka. Looking rad. Setsuna bounded over to her and held up her phone. Do a cool-looking pose. Itsuka rolled her eyes and smiled, striking a classic crane stance for her classmates. Happy? Totally. Now which guy should I send this to? Setsuna started tapping on her phone, her extra pointy teeth gleaming in the light. Don't check out her classmates. Don't check out her classmates. Don't check out her classmates. Nice tits. Damn it. Oh, you're hanging around that NATO guy, right? Or maybe Izuku. What? I mean, sure, I guess, but I'm not into any of those guys. Itsuka waved her hand. Was this the right time to just come out and say it? Goo. Where was Izuku when she actually needed him to just drag her skeleton out of the closet? Or any guys for that matter. She shrugged and scratched the back of her head. I'm kinda, you know, she smiled at all of the girls as they gathered around her. Into girls? Silence. It was Yui that spoke first, or rather she hummed and gave Itsuka a thumbs up. Setsuna actually broke the silence. Oh, that's awesome. Don't worry, I won't freak out if you're like checking me out or stuff. But man, how am I supposed to hook you up with someone now? Wait, do you have your eye on a girl? What's their name? Itsuka blushed. What? No, I mean, I do. But I'm just. Why are you so okay with this? My brother's gay. Setsuna waved her hands. I have two moms. Pony held up two fingers and beamed at Itsuka. Ace, Yui muttered. Reiko shrugged. I'm in love with an English author that died way before Quirks even manifested. Fuck. Were these assholes trying to make her cry or something? Damn it. Goo. Let's get out of here before I start crying. The rest of the girls nodded and they headed out to meet the guys. The first person she saw was NATO. And instantly all of those good time feelings came to a crashing halt as she, and every single one of the girls started laughing. Holy shit. I was not mentally prepared for that. Setsuna's head popped off her body. Reiko started to float, rolling on her back, and even Pony knew to laugh at what she was seeing. NATO. Itsuka tried to hold her laugh back as she looked at his hero costume. You look like a butler. The other girls started laughing as well. HMPH. NATO gave the haughtiest huff to ever exist and placed a hand on his chest while extending it towards her. This is my persona as Phantom Thief. It is to my advantage to blend in with the civilians, so I don't need a flashy costume. Not flashy. You stick out like sore thumb. Pony's broken words caused another fit of laughter. Nito's face didn't even falter. The man had simply transcended things like embarrassment and thought so highly of himself that nothing could ever bring him down. It was as admirable as it was infuriating. But, you see, I'm not the only one. NATO gestured towards the men's locker room, and what Itsuka saw made her question her sexuality. Where NATO looked like a dweeb and a half Izuku. Izuku looked fucking clean. His hair was still its normal fluffy self, but seeing him wear a suit, a proper formal suit, made that bit of disorder stand out. There was a crispness to the way Izuku moved. It was completely effortless. It made him feel like a professional. Over the suit, resting on his shoulders, was a long coat that was held in place with a simple clasp. Various bits of tech could be seen on the outfit. Izuku's belt stood out, as did his glove and tie. In short, Izuku looked like a green-haired teenage version of James fucking Bond. And he was killing it. Like, just fuck. Itsuka shook her head and tried not to blush. She was allowed to think that Izuku looked good in a suit. And she was allowed to criticize it. What's up with your costume? Izuku opened his arms and looked at his getup and then shrugged. What? I let Mei design it. Someone give them a gift basket, Setsuna muttered. Besides, it's not as cumbersome as it looks, and the coat is bulletproof, fireproof, and Izuku went on about his suit as he pointed towards the trench coat. Yeah, but why the tie? Itsuka pointed towards the silvery tie that really just felt like in a fight it'd be a disadvantage. NATO stepped forward, arms spread wide, and grabbed onto Izuku's shoulder. Yep. It was like night and day. A clown, and a goddamn hitman. To look fabulous, of course. Truly, Izuku, you have excellent taste. The tie is actually a backup weapon. Izuku proclaimed proudly and pointed to it. It's really durable, plus, it has a sticky bit at the end if I squeeze on it just right, so it's also a grappling hook. Tetsu walked up and patted Izuku on the back. While both Nito and Izuku were dressed for a formal party, more or less, Tetsu looked like he was ready for a day at the beach, in that he was basically shirtless. Which, given how the dude had abs, was well within his right. Why do I feel like if I hit you you'd explode like a piñata of fun stuff? Also, fuck. Why the hell didn't she get a suit? She'd look like a badass in a suit. That's 'cause I have a lot of pockets for stuff. Izuku's face brightened up and he reached into the coat to pull out what looked like a bola. They're not all full though. But soon I'll have a lot more gear made by Mei. Itsuka stomped her foot and crossed her arms. What the hell? I want pockets. Why don't girls ever get pockets? Yeah, nothing stopped you from getting pockets on your own costume, Nito explained casually. Itsuka let her head drop and pouted. Please don't remind me of my shortcomings. But there's so many of them. On a list of punchable faces in the entire world, none quite so matched Nito's on that. Honestly, if he was going to be a hero, she might take it upon herself to become a villain purely so she could have an excuse to punch him regularly. Like what? Itsuka crossed her arms and glared. The death blow came from Izuku, who snapped his fingers and smiled. I've made out with more lesbians than you. Ah, so that's what it felt like to be brutally murdered. Her phone buzzed and she received a text. Momo. Cool costume. Here's mine. Oh, yep, she was gay, really gay. 4x. Battle training. This was the standard first day of actual hero training that students received at UA. It had been a staple since Sekijiro himself had been a student. That just went to show how sturdy the theory of the training was. It was flexible, capable of being run in numerous scenarios with numerous different sizes as well. But the tried and true method was the 2vs2 objective seizing. It was always a joy to see. Honestly, though, it was at times like this that Sekijiro felt himself more than a little irked over the whole UA system. In theory, they were supposed to have a hero course teacher, someone that specifically handled the practical lessons. In theory, that was All Might, but, for whatever reason, All Might informed Sekijiro minutes ago that he wouldn't be able to teach for Class 1B today. Which was fine. Sekijiro could handle this exam with a happy scowl on his face. But, he really hoped this wasn't a case of 1A favoritism. He had seen it before, and it had irked him back then too. Still, he let out a sigh and looked towards the camera. He wouldn't have wanted to miss this match even if All Might was here. Itsuka Kendo was a strong fighter, with a level head. Her quirk greatly enhanced her natural strength and could be used with surprising quickness. It was a strong and simple quirk. Much like her partner for the exam. Tetsu's quirk allowed him to turn his body to a metallic-like substance and had the strength to make that matter. A pair of strong, sturdy fighters. On paper, they should easily win the upcoming fight, especially on the defense as they were playing the role of the heroes defending a VIP. But, they were up against two rather unusual quirks. Shihai's quirk was unique, situational, and barely suited for combat, especially on a bright sunny day like today, but the ability to enter and move quickly through dark objects was not something many people would consider in a fight. Then there was Izuku Midoriya. Perfect use, a quirk that was as interesting as it was complex. Alright class, Sekijiro addressed his class and pointed towards the monitors. Tell me, who do you think will win? Setsuna was the first to speak. My money's on Itsuka and Tetsu, they're both real. Izuku and Shihai will win, Nito spoke up above the others. When it comes to the mission, the combination of their two quirks will be unbeatable. Sekijiro didn't want to let his bias show, but he did agree with that assessment. 4x. We can't leave this room, Itsuka said firmly, glancing towards the white-haired boy. Tetsu was strong enough that he might be able to beat her in a fight. Together, she had no doubt that they could beat Izuku. After all, she had been beating Izuku at everything for years. Even with his new tech, that wouldn't change much. Shihai Itsuka didn't know much about him, but he didn't seem strong. Not as strong as Tetsu at any rate. Make them come to us, huh? Tetsu slammed his fists together and turned his body to metal. Now that's a plan I can get behind. So, where do you think they'll come from? Doesn't that Izuku guy like fly or something? What? No, he doesn't. The starting buzzer sounded and Itsuka dropped into her battle stance. He can't fly. Then how's he at the window already? That was a very good point. Itsuka looked towards the window and saw Izuku's form fly past it. Okay, so he could fly. No, that wasn't it, it was just some gadget. He was using his gauntlet probably, so that was something to look forward to. Izuku jumped through the window and landed on the other side of the hallway, some sparks coming from his gauntlet as he did. How conductive are you? Itsuka asked. Tetsu shrugged. Never tested it. Time to find out. Hey, wait. Itsuka tried to stop him, but he was too thick-headed for her to stop. Itsuka watched in a mixture of horror and disbelief as Izuku started to fight Tetsu. Every strike was met by a block from Izuku, and the same rigid, precise movements she had always seen him use were effective against Tetsu's attacks. Each blow sounded like metal on metal. There was something in Izuku's outfit. Of course, there was. There was sparking and a gasp of pain when Izuku finally managed to make contact. Apparently, he was conductive. Where was Shihai? There wasn't anything dark in the room, for his quirk was there. Was he trying to sneak up from behind? Izuku spun, grabbing onto his tie and then flung it towards Itsuka. The material spread and separated like a chain sword that was both flexible and rigid. Itsuka grabbed onto the strange tie and pulled it towards her, using her strength to rip it out of Izuku's hand and tossed it onto the ground. That was one item down. If they disarmed Izuku enough he wouldn't be able to do anything. They so had this in the... The buzzard sounded. Villains win. Izuku and Shihai are the winners. Kon-sensei's voice echoed through the building, and Itsuka could swear she heard Nito's smug face fucking laughing at her through the comms. But, the important part was how did they lose? Izuku wasn't anywhere near the VIP and Shihai was nowhere to be seen. Looking for me. Itsuka spun and saw Shihai standing next to the VIP dummy and pointed towards Izuku's tie. It's a good thing he chose a darker color. Well fuck. Today was just so not her day. At least she got a pic of Momo in her hero costume. The workshop at UA might be her favorite place in the entire world. Sure, she had to share the space, but there was so much space and most of her classmates were busy designing their projects and she had a never-ending backlog of ideas just waiting for her to really sink her teeth into. It was a place where her creativity could really flourish, and she could just make an endless supply of new babies for all the heroes to use. Specifically Izuku. It was even better than the shed she had borrowed in middle school, and was even better than her brother's garage. There was just one problem. She didn't know what to think of Izuku being in here. Before, she liked having Izuku around when she was making new babies. He was really helpful and could even give her new ideas on accident, and because of how perfectly he could use devices, he could provide feedback that was beyond what anyone else could provide. And just him being there made her feel better. A lot better. She had noticed that her mood was always improved when he was around. There were just a few problems. He was a distraction, not on purpose like her brother would do, but rather, she was just really aware of his existence. There were times when she'd just find herself looking at him for no reason when she should be making babies. It was strange, frustrating, and she actually didn't mind it all that much. But it was weird. The real downside was that when the other students, most often the girls for some reason, asked Izuku to test some of their prototypes. Sure, it was part of the reason why he was allowed to use the workshop so much, but it still made her feel bad. And she didn't even know why. It was just weird, and not the good kind. More like the bad kind. She should just ignore him. But he was making gear. She wanted to make gear for him. She wanted to make gear with him. Mei placed her tool down and walked over to where Izuku was working. He was missing one of his hero course classes to work here, so naturally he should be making the best use of that time. And she should be helping him. That's what friends did, right? She snuck up behind him and watched him work for a moment. What kind of gear would Izuku be making for himself? What was his skill level? He had a lot of ideas, but according to him creativity wasn't his strong suit, so he had to be making something. Is that a yo-yo? Izuku jumped and looked at her with wide eyes and then at his creation. Not really, it's... He paused and glanced at his creation. He blinked once, twice, and then let out a sigh. Okay, it's a weaponized yo-yo, but really it's designed to be a mid-ranged weapon for me that I can use. I'm actually trying to increase what I can do with my quirk by making something that just kind of doesn't have a defined purpose. Kind of. But the string's made of that stuff. Izuku gestured towards the alloy fiber that had a really high tensile strength. It was also really hard to cut without melting it. In theory, I can use it to attack and defend at the same time. I got the idea from watching a monk use a chain whip. I see. Mei nodded and looked at the device still in assembly. A yo-yo was a basic enough concept, but Izuku was trying to weaponize it by turning the string into something sturdy, and making the body of the yo-yo rounder and heavier. Do you want some help? If you change it to a ball design, you can have a second cord you can pull that could have a quirker recoil too. Mei, I'm sorry, you know I love your babies. Hearing that made her feel really funny. Funny in a good way. Like her heart was going crazy. And her cheeks felt warm. But, I do need to make this on my own. Izuku looked towards Maijima-sensei, who nodded in response. Otherwise, I won't be able to have it auto-approved for the sports festival. Oh, right, that makes sense. I mean, I can still give you advice, right? I just won't touch anything. Oh, I know. Show me what else you got, then we can go test our babies. She spun around Izuku and looked at Maijima-sensei again. That's allowed, right? After all, peer review efforts are Yes, Mei. Her ever-grumpy sensei gave a sigh. So long as he builds it and designs it himself, I will approve it for the sports festival. You are allowed to give advice, but no backseat building. She spun, looking towards Izuku expectantly. He smiled and scratched the back of his neck, showing off his arm muscles. Those well-defined arm muscles that had carried her to her room several times. Her cheeks felt hot again. Sure Mei, I think I can almost start testing this stuff. But I take it you have a lot of things you want me to test. Huh, oh, testing. Yeah, I do, but what about yours? What else do you have? You're not just going to go in there with one item, are you? Well, I hope that you get some of mine approved as well, that's why we should test them. I want to make sure they're super good. Izuku's face was red. Why was it red? Wait, she was close. How did she get so close to his face? Why was there pressure on her chest? Her chest. Oh, she was pushing her chest against Izuku's. Why? She shot back and laughed nervously. I'll go make some more babies. Let me know when you're reading to test. 4x. What the hell was that? Mei had came in and then completely derailed his every thought, more so than she normally did. He was just working on his gadget for the sports festival when she started talking, looking him in the face and getting close. Really close. Way too close. Close enough that he could feel her bra through both of their shirts as she got way too close. Then just like that, she slunk away to work on some of her babies. He could still feel her chest pressed against his. He could still see her eyes sparkling at him. And he could still see her smiling at him. There had been many moments where he thought that Mei was cute, especially when she was excited about something or when she was sleepy. A few times he had even thought that she was beautiful, those rare moments where she wasn't quite as manic, quite as loud, and just being Mei. The latest of those moments had happened a few days ago in the workshop when she had just paused to wipe the swipe from her brow, her hair pulled into a ponytail and a small smile on her lips. He had even thought that she was hot. Hotter than any of his classmates, or even the likes of Momo a few times. He might have a crush on Mei. Fuck, he did, didn't he? What the hell was he going to do about that? If he asked her out, she'd probably say no. This was Mei after all. She'd probably look at him like he was weird, or not understand what he was asking. What if it was like Itsuka? What if she said yes, just to say yes? What if she felt forced, and then their relationship died? What would happen? Would he be able to stay friends with her? Would she be willing to stay friends if they broke up? What if they ended up hating each other? There was too much to think about. Maybe he should just ignore the crush, or try talking to Mei about it. Besides, he did need to focus on the sports festival. Hey, Izuku, Mei's voice called from behind as she held a box full of stuff. How did she make all that already, for him to test? She was wearing her usual tank top with her workshop overalls tied casually around her waist, and her goggles were on the top of her head, pushing her hair back. She looked beautiful. Are you ready? Izuku sucked in a breath and nodded. Yeah, he glanced down at his lone piece of gear and shrugged. Let's get going. I have extra time today because Class 1A is going to the USJ, so my class doesn't have hero training until tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Lots of testing then. Mei gave her usual manic giggle and started walking. Oh, do you want me to carry that? Sure, heavy. Mei was stronger than she looked. What is all this stuff, Mei? Izuku sorted through the large box of stuff that Mei had created. Some of it he recognized, others were completely alien to him. There were a large set of boots that looked like her old magnetic soles, a belt, a large backpack, and wind chimes. Mei smiled. You're not the only one that's going to compete in the sports festival. Since some of the gear I'm making for you can't be used, I figured I'd make good use of it and compete. It'll be a great way to show all of my babies off, don't you think? Just think about all the attention I'd get from a good match. You're going to turn the sports festival into your own private commercial, aren't you? Maybe. Mei sucked on her bottom lip and smiled at him. If I get in trouble, can I say it was Emmy's idea? PFF'd. She'd probably encourage you to do that. She did. Mei's excitement boiled over and she flailed her arms. Then she came to a stop. I just hope I don't end up having to fight you. Why? Mei scratched the back of her head. Well, I know how important it is to you, and I don't really want to stand in your way. Basically, Mei just said that she only cared about his dreams and fuck everyone else's. That was really sweet. Well, if we do end up going against each other in the first round, I'd be happy to help you showcase all your items. Mei looked at him wide-eyed. Really? But won't that hurt your chances of getting noticed for the internship things? Well, I think that if I win anyways, it won't matter too much. Don't you think? Mei came to a dead stop and stared up at him. She stomped her feet and pumped her arms. Oh man, that's a great idea. I'm so frustrated I can't just load you up with a bunch of amazing gear and make sure that happens. Izuku laughed as they continued their walk towards their testing spot. It was a clearing on the side of the road just outside the main campus on the way to the USJ. It was a secluded spot that had plenty of room for testing. If that was allowed, I think you'd send me in with a mech. Mei gasped, her eyes wide, and she grabbed onto his arm. Mei, no. Mei, yes. She pulled on his arm and pointed back towards the workshop. We don't need to test. We can build a mech. Why didn't we think of this before? You can be Izuku, the mech hero. You can fight crime in a giant robot. Izuku, I need you to be my pilot. Mei, even if you are the most amazing, talented builder out there. Thank you. I don't think you have enough time to build a mech before the sports festival. She crossed her arms and pouted. But, after this one you can start building for next year. The pure delight that appeared on Mei's face at the thought of that made her look remarkably cute, and brought his crush on her back to the forefront of his mind. Say, Mei, random question, but, you've never had a boyfriend before, right? Nope, you're technically my first friend that I didn't build myself. That was as adorable as it was depressing. And now because of you, I'm also kind of friends with Itsuka, though she looks at my boobs a lot. Mei was aware of that. Shit, and I'm friends with Momo too, but I think I annoy her because I ask her to make me stuff that shouldn't be possible. Mei gave a completely unashamed smile. I know because she told me. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad you're making friends. That really didn't help him figure out what he was supposed to do about liking in a romantic sense. Maybe he should be more direct. Or maybe just ask her directly. Or maybe he should ask Emmy to ask Mei about it. Emmy was on his side, right? Sure, she'd probably tease him about it or something, but she'd help. So would Otto. He should ask them first. That sounded smart, but at the same time, how would they even help? Mei might not even talk to them about anything but her babies. You there. Izuku looked up and saw one of Class 1A's students running towards them. It might even be their class president. He was dressed in his full heroic gear and there was smoke coming from his legs. He looked panicked. Iida was his name if Izuku remembered correctly. Do you have a phone? Does it work? Iida asked, stopping for a second as more smoke came out of his legs, pain scratching across his face. The USJ. It's under attack by villains. Izuku dropped Mei's box, phone in his hand, in less than a second as he stared at it for a second. I have service. Who should he call? Who? He didn't have Kon-sensei's number, but how? 4x Itsuka felt her phone buzz in her pocket, and a cold sweat broke across her as she felt something ominous coming from that phone call. Normally she wouldn't even acknowledge it. But along with the phone call was a bunch of texts, from Mei. Answer it. 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 The wall texts made a constant waterfall scrolling up her screen. Itsuka. Kon-sensei called out to her. Is that any way to behave as the class president? Turn that phone off instantly. I think it's important. She swiped right. Itsuka. Izuku's voice sounded from over the phone. And the message he carried made her blood freeze. Sensei. She called, slamming her hand down on the table. The USJ. It's under attack. I'll gather the other teachers. Stay in class. Kon-sensei didn't even waste a second as his voice trailed out from the door slamming shut. Itsuka stared at her phone, and got Izuku on the other end. I told Kon-sensei. You'll be safe, right? Yeah, we're taking care of Iida right now. He overheated his legs running here. Izuku's voice was calm. Thanks for picking up. No problem. Stay safe. Sure. Itsuka hung up and watched as sensei after sensei sped past their room. She even saw All Might pass by, and he looked pissed. What do you mean the decision is final? Sekijiro growled, slamming both hands onto Nezu's desk. This was really getting his blood boiling. Nezu was taking his side in this, again. Sekijiro applied. Shota was recruited. Sekijiro was considered. Shota was given free reign over expulsions. You're playing favorites with him and you're making me lose faith in UA as a whole. Nezu didn't even flinch. I'm sorry you feel like that, Sekijiro. No, he wasn't. Let me just say that I understand why you'd feel like I favor Shota. However, I do believe in giving teachers what they need to be successful, and Shota demands a lot. He's chaotic, risky, but you're reliable. I can trust you too. Stop flattering me and tell me why you're denying one of my students what they need to succeed. Nezu was smart and knew how to butter people up like they were a piece of toast. Tell me why Izuku isn't being allowed his gear. He is. 2 items. in addition to whatever he's crafted on his own. Nezu nodded. Sekijiro, please understand, I'm fond of Izuku's quirk as well. I can't wait to see what he can do once he furthers the development of his quirk. But please understand his quirk is hard to treat fairly. If we allow him any number of support items, that gives him a much larger advantage over other students and can allow him to have items specifically made to combat his classmates' quirks. But he doesn't have those items. His friend Mei Higuri says that she's faster than he is, but that's still not fast enough to create specific items like that. Sekijiro felt his brow twitch. Sure, maybe Mei could produce something that could combat one or two quirks comfortably, but that would just be rewarding preparation and foresight. Nezu shook his head and sat back in his chair, folding his paws in his lap. I'm setting precedents. If we allow Izuku to have too many items, it opens the door for more students to have more items, turning the sports festival into just another school festival where we have our support students steal the show. I've seen some of the students in 1A. How is Izuku expected to compete with them without his equipment? Nezu's smile pissed him off. Sekijiro, you should have more faith in your students. Think of this as a chance for Izuku to rise to the occasion. I know I'm looking forward to putting his mettle to the test as well. The conversation did not end how Sekijiro wanted, though he did leave slightly less pissed off. He wasn't going to let 1A walk away with another victory this year. 4x. In the 2 weeks since the USJ incident, all the goodwill that Class 1A had gotten from the attack had run dry. Everyone was talking about the class that took on a group of villains and won. Izuku could feel the dissent in his class. It wasn't envy, it was annoyance that everyone wanted to talk about Class 1A. They existed too. Kon-sensei coughed, gathering the class's attention in the moments before school let out. I understand that a lot of you are annoyed by the constant attention that 1A has gotten as a result of the attack and their victory over it. There was grumbling in their class. Izuku tapped his pencil against his desk and watched. He was sure what he felt about the situation, but he understood why others would be annoyed by it all. While the attack had been tragic, the amount of credit that 1A was getting was frustrating. He knew what Kon-sensei was going to say. What he was going to do. He was going to fan the embers of class rivalry and push the class forward. I have no doubt that if we had been put into that situation, we would have thrived just as well. You are all capable. You are all well on your way to becoming heroes. Kon-sensei walked around the podium, holding a large clenched fist as he pumped his arm. But the world doesn't know that yet. You haven't had the chance to show them yet. That's why, when you step out onto that field in 2 weeks, you will have your chance to prove yourselves. On that day, we will declare to all of Japan that Class 1B is the class to watch out for. There was silence and Kon-sensei's brow furrowed. Well, are you going to prove yourselves or not? His voice sounded like the drums of war. Yeah, the cheering was universal, even the quiet ones were steeling themselves for this chance. This was it. This was their chance. Japan was watching for the class that defeated the villains, but they would see that Class 1B was more than capable too. All right, Kon-sensei roared, sending a fist above his head as though he was already claiming victory. For the next 2 weeks we will train hard, we will prepare ourselves for the sports festival, and we will make our mark. Isn't that right? Yeah, nobody could say that Sekijiro couldn't motivate his class in a hurry. Even Izuku found Itsuka stirred up in the hype. Now then, you're all excused. Kon-sensei let out a low growl and nodded to them. Rest well, you will need it. As Izuku gathered his things to leave and head to the workshop again today, he was greeted by what could only be described as the usual suspects. Nito and Tetsu. The 2 taller boys stood on either side of Izuku's desk, and Nito even placed a hand on Izuku's desk. Izuku, come with us, we're going to go scout the competition. Izuku nodded. There was a crowd that had gathered around 1A's door, making the emptiness of 1B's own entrance feel like a sting. It wasn't just Japan that didn't know they existed, but the entire school. No one cared that they were heroes too. Izuku could feel Tetsu and Nito's frustration as they walked those few meters between classes, and they found the worst possible person to represent Class 1A. Katsuki Bakugo. And he was met by someone fearless. Depending on the results of this sports festival, they might consider transferring us to the hero course. The taller purple-haired student said in a sharp drawl. The laziness and casualness of his voice cut deep into every hero student there. I understand the reverse is also possible for you. Scoping out the competition. For a general studies kid like me. The student gave a sharp laugh, hands still in his pockets. This'll be the perfect chance to know you off your pedestals. There was a silence that preluded the dropping of a bomb. Consider this a declaration of war. Izuku tightened his fist and walked forward. That goes for us at 1B2. Tetsu shouted, we're not going to let you guys make a mockery of the hero course at this thing. You're making it sound like we're on their side, Nito muttered, making Tetsu stop. Oh, crap really, yeah. Izuku stood still, glaring forward, at the back of the purple-haired student that had just called out Class 1A. Right through that boy was Katsuki. And if Izuku knew one thing, it was how to get under Katsuki's skin, and even though it had been years since he had actually done so on purpose, it wasn't a skill Izuku could ever forget. After all, it was basically just his personality and his quirk. Who cares if they're scouting us out? Katsuki shouted as he made his way through the crowd. I'm aiming for the top so they don't. Katsuki came to a halt and glared at Izuku. The more or less calm mood that Katsuki had been in just a minute ago was completely shattered as the rest of the student caught onto the tension. They parted like the sea, surrounding Izuku and Katsuki like they were a set of islands joined by a strip of nothing. Deku. Katsuki sneered and stomped up to him. He got up close, real close. You better drop out of the sports festival, because if I catch you there, I'm going to make you regret it. Now to piss Katsuki off. Izuku extended his hand and shrugged, all while putting on his best smile. I look forward to competing with you again, Kachan. It'll be just like when we were kids. Where Izuku beat Katsuki at sport, after sport, after sport. All because of his quirk. I'm going to make you eat those words, Deku. Katsuki leaned in close and whispered in Izuku's ear. I'm going to crush you. A shit stain like you doesn't deserve to be a hero with a worthless quirk like yours. Oh, Izuku was looking forward to this. Katsuki spun and marched away, now in a much more pissed-off mood than he had been earlier. Deep down, some small part of Izuku enjoyed the effect he had on Katsuki. Sure, at the start he was annoyed that his former friend hated him for no reason, but now, it was so refreshing to see the meltdowns. Clapping brought back the noise as Nito walked up and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Well done, Izuku, well done. You handled that like a pro. I admire your ability to piss people off like that. Could it be your quirk? Izuku blinked and looked at the back of Katsuki's head. My quirks never worked on a living thing before, but even if it could, I think I'd have to see them as an object instead. I'd like to think that's not something I can do. Understandable. Nito nodded and let out a sigh. Still, from what you told me about him, he may be a tough cookie to beat. Are you sure you'll be all right? Izuku frowned. If he had time, and could use whatever Mei made for him. Yes, he could beat Katsuki, but he was only allowed 2 items that were made by Mei at the sports festival. His gauntlet, shock reduced, and his tie, in addition to the yo-yo he had been making in the workshop. That might not be enough to beat Katsuki. The question was, should he train, or should he develop another tool? He had 3 weapons, each of which had their own utility. But what could he make in 2 weeks? It took him since the start of school to even make the yo-yo. He needed something more. He needed to expand his quirk. He needed to train more than ever. He needed Emi. Was he allowed to get advice from a teacher from another school? 4x. Izuku, this is Yo. He's a second year in my class and a manipulative asshole. Emi spun around the large foam clown bat she had decided to wield that day as she smiled at both of them. Joke-sensei, could you please not introduce me like that? The tall muscular boy that could easily double for Izuku's older brother gave a dry laugh as he looked at the ever-eccentric Emi. It makes it less effective when I try to be friends to people. Hey, you're the one that agreed to this. He was going to find out eventually anyway. Emi waved her bat around frantically and decided to take a practice swing with it before tossing it up into the air, really high. And yo, this is Mei's boyfriend, my future brother-in-law, and just a real neat kid in general. It's nice to meet you, Yo. Izuku scratched the back of his head and offered his other hand to the taller boy. Thanks for helping me with this training. Yo laughed and took Izuku's hand. No problem. When Joke-sensei said she was looking for a volunteer to beat up on a UA student, how could I even consider saying no? Despite the jovial and friendly tone, there was an edge to Yo's voice. Emi caught her baseball bat and nodded. I also agreed because I heard from some people that Eraser has it out for you, and I really love to prove him wrong whenever I can. Mostly because it annoys him, and that is hilarious. By the way, did you ask him to marry me yet? I haven't actually dealt with him. That's probably for the best. Emi hummed and tapped on her chin. So, I've already told Yo about your quirk on the drive over here. Yo gave a visible shiver at that. Izuku sympathized. But, you're not going to know his until he uses it, 'cause I think that's funny. Emmy gave a small laugh and snorted to herself. Anyways, we're going to try and unlock that improv part of your quirk. Izuku looked between Emmy and Yo, and then at the boxes of stuff that Otto had brought out. Mei's older brother was currently sitting comfortably on a couch that was made out of the trunk of some kind of a car. And how are we going to do that? Oh, that's where the fun is. Yo gave Izuku a playful clap on the shoulder that was just a bit too rough. You see, we're going to brawl with weapons, and the fun part is that I get to pick both of our weapons. Ah, now, here, take this rubber chicken and I'll use this Nerf bat. Izuku looked at the rubber chicken for a second before touching it. This isn't the NSFW one, is it? Emmy snorted and waved her hands. No, like I'd put that baby at risk. NSFW chicken? Yo asked. Emmy's face went red. Start training, we don't have all day. As it turned out, Yo was really quite strong. Otto, come on, we're going to be late. Emmy pulled on Otto's giant hand, pulling her large and not really in charge partner for life up the stairs of the stadium where the sports festival was being held that year. Really, the whole being late part was because of her, but that was beside the point. Mei and Izuku made it into the tournament. I don't want to miss anything. Otto gave a big old guffaw. His laugh was at least part of the reason why she had fallen in love with him. It was why she asked him out to start with. Or was it why she said yes to him asking her out? Meh, details were fuzzy. I can't wait to see Mei's match. I helped her rehearse her lines. Please don't remind me, I'm still salty I wasn't allowed in. You were just watching Izuku and Yo beat the tar out of each other with pool noodles. Please don't remind me that my only shortcoming is that there's only one of me. Your only shortcoming, EH? You had a short cum last night. Emmy snorted and glanced back at Otto for a second, her wide smile pulling tighter onto her face as she shook her head. This is a school, try to keep things PG. Aren't we going to watch kids beat the tar out of each other? Fine, PG-13. They continued their way up the stairs passing parents, pros, students, and more on their way to their seats. Normally, Emmy would just watch the sports festival on the TV in her undies, taking notes for her class, but because of Mei and Izuku she needed to be there in person. Besides, Otto got them tickets. And that wasn't all, they were sitting next to someone rather special. And this marvelous baby is my auto balancer. Do you see how it makes certain that my opponent never falls over? Mei's voice boomed from the stadium as the crowd let out a collective groan. She forgot their name already. Otto scratched the back of his head as they finally reached their seats. I thought we worked on that. We did, but you know Mei, if it's not one of her babies or Izuku she'll forget your name when she blinks. Honestly, Emmy was a little miffed by how long it took her to go from Otto's girlfriend to Emmy. Getting Mei to remember her name was a daunting task that took many moons and nearly broke Emmy. Izuku? A voice came up from the seats and Emmy saw someone she had wanted to meet for years. A slender woman with a glowing face and long dark green hair that was the same shade as Izuku's if only a bit straighter. She was wearing a pink sweater and had kind green eyes. Inko Midoriya smiled and stood up from her seat. You must be Emmy and Otto. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You're even more adorable than I thought. Otto, look, this is our future mother-in-law, isn't she just gorgeous? Emmy, fully aware of how uncomfortable she could make people just by breathing, pulled Inko into a tight hug. They had spoken on the phone several times regarding Izuku staying over but they had never really spoken face to face. I love your hair shade by the way. It's really lovely. Inko flailed blushing at the compliment. Thank you, but future mother-in-law? Oh, Izuku and Mei are going to get married. Emmy proclaimed loudly. Not now, I mean like way in the future, 5 years tops. Inko blinked and then tilted her head to the side to look at Otto. Huh? Otto chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that, Mrs. Midoriya. Emmy just likes to say weird things, and make jokes about marriage. Well, I suppose she is Ms. Joke after all. Inko gave a light laugh at her own joke. Yep. This woman was family now. So proclaimed Emmy by the power invested in her by the Church of Lulz. It's not all jokes, she said as they all sat down, Emmy between Otto and Inko. I think Mei's interested in Izuku, she's just a bit weird when it comes to feelings. Inko shrugged and glanced down towards the commercial Mei was putting on. Izuku did mention that Mei was a bit on the strange side, but he never told me she was such a looker. I wonder if he likes her. Totally. Otto grunted, crossing his arms. It's easy to see that whenever Mei's around Izuku's face lights up like a 10,000 gigawatt light bulb. Was that a made-up unit of measurement? She was a teacher, she should probably know when Otto was making stuff up. Yeah, Izuku is way into Mei, maybe just as much as Mei is into him. Really? Inko blinked, smiling as she looked down at the combat field. Well, I'd love to meet her soon. We should all go out to eat after this, to celebrate. Emmy snapped her fingers and looked at Inko. I know of a great barbecue place. Otto made happy stomach noises. Inko nodded. That sounds lovely. The match finished with Mei walking off the stage after humiliating her opponent for nearly 15 minutes straight. Honestly, Emmy was really proud of Mei's whole performance, and if she wasn't trying to get on good terms with Mama Midoriya, she'd totally be laughing and cheering Mei on. Maybe she really wasn't paying much attention to it. Did that make her a bad sister, mother, aunt thingy? The fights progressed quickly after that, with some matches being over in a flash, or more specifically a giant glacier. My little Izuku has to fight that, Inko muttered, staring at the rather pointy and sharp end of the glacier that covered a good half of the stadium. How? I don't understand what he's supposed to do. Dodge? Emmy shrugged. Hope that he doesn't have to fight Shoto? If Izuku does fight him, they'd be facing off in the finals. Otto pointed towards the fight schedule that flashed on the screen with Shoto moving up. It looked like Shoto would be facing off against Eijiro Kirishima next, while Izuku would be going up against Momo Yaoyorozu next. Oh no, Inko went pale, her form wavering as she slouched in her chair. If Izuku wins his next match, he might end up going against Katsuki. Who's that? Emmy asked. Inko swallowed. Well, they used to be friends when they were little. But Katsuki hates Izuku now. And his quirk is really strong. What should I do? Should I go tell school? Should I stop them? Ms. Midoriya. A gruff voice of a towering scary-looking man dressed in red spandex with tubes and stuff. Oh, he was the 1B teacher. I'm Vlad King, I teach your son, and I think the most important thing for you to do right now is to believe in him. Izuku's trained hard to get to where he is. Oh, I see. Where did you come from? Inko laughed, looking slightly more relieved. I'm bored and on patrol. I was just about to head to check on some of my students when I heard your conversation. Vlad nodded and then retreated back through the entrance. Well, that was slightly random and off-putting, but he's right, Inko. Izuku's been training like nuts. And he's been helping Mei develop gear, so he's going to do great. Just watch him. Emmy pulled onto Inko's shoulder and gave the woman a light one-arm hug. I should know, I've been training Izuku for days. Everyone is telling you to believe in your son. Otto nodded as well. That's because we all believe in him too. Inko let out a sniffle and nodded. You're right. I should believe in my Izuku more. Though, I do wish he chose to become a doctor or something else he could use his quirk with. Izuku's fight with Momo was short-lived, with the poor girl barely able to mount a defense before Izuku was already attacking her. To make things worse for the girl, any item she could produce, Izuku could use better. The metal pole she attempted to attack him with turned into a weapon for Izuku. The shield she summoned became Izuku's shield. By the end of it, Emmy found herself laughing at Izuku's complete and utter victory. It was just a comically bad matchup, someone that could create any item up against someone that could use items perfectly. It was nearly poetic. 4x if Izuku was honest with himself, he was terrified of fighting Katsuki in a fair fight. Even if he was fully equipped, even if he had fully unlocked improv, he still wasn't sure he could beat Katsuki. That was how strong Katsuki's quirk was. His raw firepower, strength, speed, and unyielding ferocity all combined into an unbeatable foe. Everyone in the tournament felt so much stronger than he was. Class 1A felt stacked to the nines. Not only did they have Shoto Todoroki who blasted Nato with a glacier, but they even had the guy that beat Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima. The guy seemed nice enough, but with the raw strength and durability of his quirk, Izuku didn't stand a chance if he made it that far. But to even get to him, Izuku would have to go through Katsuki. You look like you're going to vomit. Itsuka showed up and patted him on the back. Izuku glanced back and saw Kon-sensei standing in the open door, his arms crossed, and he nodded towards Izuku. Your mother's watching you. She's a bit nervous. She wasn't the only one. That makes two of us. Izuku laughed, glancing back towards his shoes as he tied his shoe as tight as he could get it. He hadn't really unlocked improv during his training, at least not fully. It wasn't reliable in combat yet, so he needed to make sure that he was getting 100% out of everything he had. It was a shame that he wasn't allowed to keep all the gear he nabbed from Momo during their fight. Though, he supposed he got lucky with that matchup. He looked towards Itsuka. Any idea how you're going to fight Eijiro? Use my giant man hands and yeet him out of the arena? Sounded like a terrible plan, but at the same time, it was a lot better than his plan. Mostly because he didn't even have one. A frustrated Mei noise brought Izuku's attention back towards the door where he saw Mei trying to squeeze past Kon-sensei, who just took a single step to the side and let Mei stumble into the room. Izuku. He found himself smiling at her eagerness. I'm here to help. Mei, I'm happy to see you. Izuku let out a breath of relief and tried not to seem too eager as Mei got closer. It didn't work because Itsuka punched him in the shoulder. But how can you help? I'm here to make sure your gear's all fine-tuned. It's not against the rules if I give you maintenance between rounds. I even asked Meijima-sensei. Mei pulled out a screwdriver and grabbed his gauntlet off the table. It looks like you're going up against someone that's super mean, so if he breaks any of our babies I'm going to be super annoyed with him. That was probably going to be exactly what Katsuki wanted to do. He probably wanted more than a simple victory. He wanted something complete. Something that was more final than a simple match loss. Thanks Mei, I appreciate it. Mei nodded, already focused on his gauntlet as he tried to focus on his upcoming match. He had watched Katsuki's first fight, trying to find a weakness. He saw none. This wasn't sports. This wasn't some game where Izuku's quirk just gave him an advantage by pure virtue. This was a fight. Quirk to quirk. Item usage versus being able to generate explosions. He was outgunned. Sorry if they get wrecked when I lose. Izuku laughed, trying to play off his nervousness. Izuku, Itsuka started. Don't say that, Mei shouted, her screwdriver slipping and stabbing into her glove. You're going to win, Izuku. I believe in you. It's why I've made all this gear for you. You're going to be a great hero, and that starts today. That nervousness he had been feeling was completely shattered and he found himself flinching at Mei's words. His heart was thumping in his chest, making his entire body feel like it was on fire. He was going to win against Katsuki. And then, after that, he was going to tell Mei how he felt. Those were the stakes. If he won, he'd tell Mei how he felt. With that as motivation, there was no way he'd lose. She's not the only one, Izuku. Kon-sensei marched over and grabbed onto both his and Itsuka's shoulders. Everyone in Class 1B believes in you. Both of you are carrying on our desires for victory. Make sure those desires burn bright. We will, Sensei. Itsuka nodded. Right? Izuku nodded as well. 4x Izuku took a deep breath and marched forward. His gauntlet was equipped on his right hand. His tie was bound around his left and his yo-yo hung off his hip in the perfect place to grab at a moment's notice. This was it. Somehow, this felt like it was the final round already and his entire body felt amped. His mom was somewhere in the stands watching him. His teacher was watching him. His classmates were watching him. Otto and Emmy were watching him. Mei was watching him. He was not going to lose here. We have the explosive kid with a serious bad attitude that blew away his competition. Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike shouted over the speakers. Then we have the master of items, as well as master of using his opponent's strength against them, Izuku Midoriya. Both of them had crushing victories last round. How will these two stack up against each other? They stood in the center of the arena. The tension was twice as thick as Izuku had expected, and all that anger was coming from Katsuki. All that pride and arrogance that Katsuki had fostered before was even more prominent, backed up by years of training. Izuku met Katsuki's snarl with a smile. He couldn't wait to break him down brick by brick. I'm going to crush you, Deku, Katsuki growled and punched his hand to his palm. Good luck, Katsuki. Izuku just shrugged, trying to keep his smile up. You're going to need it. And now that Katsuki was thoroughly pissed off, it was time that the match started. The countdown. The cheers. Everything faded as Izuku centered himself. He was ready for this. Begin. Izuku jumped back, making perfect use his shoes to maintain balance. He brought out his arm, aiming the grappling hook of his gauntlet towards Katsuki and was met by a bright light that blinded him. Katsuki's hands sparked and a bright flash was sent directly towards Izuku. He should have worn sunglasses. Izuku saw sparks and heard the explosions from Katsuki's hands grow closer. Damn it. He didn't think about Katsuki doing something like that. He'd always been smart though. Izuku aimed his gauntlet towards the ground on the other side of the arena and let it loose. The explosions grew closer, but were silenced by Katsuki's roar, Deku. His body went limp and he felt the gauntlet pull him out of Katsuki's blast. His eyes recovered quickly and he saw fewer spots as Katsuki blasted towards Izuku with that same frightening speed as before. Katsuki's reflexes were perfect, his attacks were great, and his speed was amazing. This was a LVL1 player up against a LVL50 boss. Retracting the grappling hook just enough to pull it out from the ground, Izuku spun his arm towards Katsuki, sending his hook towards him like a whip. At the same time, he used the tie Mei had made as a second whip. The gauntlet wrapped around Katsuki's leg, the tie around his waist. Feet firmly planted on the ground, Izuku spun with his whole upper body. Even after all that training, all those workouts, it felt like his stomach was going to rip in two. It was like trying to lasso a rocket. He spun Katsuki around, trying to send him out of the arena to get a ring out, and right when that looked like it was about to happen, Katsuki blasted sideways, causing Izuku's arm to jerk. Instead of being sent out of the arena, Katsuki was sent tumbling back inbounds. Damn it. Deku! Katsuki roared, placing both hands towards Izuku and launching a blast. Izuku dived to the side, barely dodging the blast, and slammed down on his side. He scrambled upward, barely avoiding a second blast. And the third? Where was the third? There should be a third blast. Deku! Katsuki appeared from the smoke, his mouth all but frothing. Sparks were coming out of his right hand as he prepared another blast. A point-blank blast. It was instinct. Izuku brought his arm up to block. Smoke filled the air and he felt pain flash through his entire body as he was sent flying from the blast. He didn't even need to see it to know what happened. He could feel it on his hand, and he could feel it in his quirk. Mei's gauntlet. It was broken. His tie had been pulled free. And his yo-yo was nowhere to be seen. How had Katsuki disarmed him so fast? What now? What was he going to do now? Deku! Katsuki stomped over. I'm going to make you regret ever thinking you could beat me. He could feel blood rushing down his arm, and there was a good chance it was broken. His shirt was torn. His mom must be crying right now. Mei, how was Mei feeling right now? Was she worried? He hoped she was worrying. Izuku stood, barely getting his feet under him, before he felt a blast tear through his shirt and send him backwards. That was going to leave a mark. His shirt was in ruins. Was this really all he could do? He was going to lose to Katsuki because he lost all his gear, wasn't he? No, not all his gear. He had his shoes, but shoes weren't a weapon. Is a towel a weapon? Those words that Emi had asked him so long ago pounded in his head. They rang louder than the ringing Katsuki had caused. They were the roaring thunder in the monsoon, drowning everything out and completely making him lose his place. He felt it then, something was happening to his quirk. It was growing. What was a weapon? A weapon was an item. An item was a weapon. The two were not separated. He grabbed his shoe. Did you give up already? Katsuki grabbed him by his neck and pulled Izuku up. Pathetic. If every weapon was an item, then every item was a weapon. Izuku tossed his shoe into Katsuki's mouth, using it like a club, and gaining just enough time to do what he really wanted. He grabbed Katsuki's shirt, pulling it up and over the boy's head before he had the time to react and forcing those explosive hands up and away just before Katsuki let out another blast. Clothing was a weapon. And not just his own. With his shoelace, Izuku reached up, tying a tight knot around Katsuki's hands, forcing them to be pointed towards each other, while he made sure to keep Katsuki's head locked in his own shirt. Katsuki's shoes. Izuku understood how to use his own shoes to give himself perfect balance, to keep his footing even when it was impossible. He could use Katsuki's shoes to do the exact opposite. He kicked Katsuki's leg, pushing him off balance and spun around. The tensile strength of the shoelace was only so great, but he knew this would work. With the last of his strength, he let out a roar, stepping towards the boundary line and flung Katsuki over his shoulder. Another blast tore through him as Katsuki was sent flying in a last-ditch effort to keep him in bounds. It hurt. It hurt a lot. But he kept his footing. He was standing. And Katsuki, bound by his shirt and tied up in a shoelace, was lying outside of the arena. I can't believe it, the crowd roared. Izuku Midoriya with the from-behind victory. Using his own opponent's clothing against him. Truly, in his hands everything is a weapon. Even the shirt off his opponent's back. Izuku barely heard them. There was only one thing for him to do. Roar. Sekijiro knew full well that he had the biggest shit-eating grin on his face when Izuku started to hogtie Katsuki Bakugo before promptly shoving the explosive boy right off the arena. When Izuku let out his victory cry, he joined in, resisting the urge to go full ape and just tear his shirt off and beat his chest. That fight had been a roller coaster of emotions. At first, the limitations of Izuku's quirk were made known. He was only as good as his arsenal. Then, when he got disarmed in a few quick attacks, Sekijiro feared that Aizawa's comments would have been validated, that without his gear Izuku was simply quirkless. Then Izuku expanded what his arsenal was by an order of magnitude. So that was the improv skill he was working on. It's rather impressive. He watched as Izuku's scream came to a silent murmur, the boy wavering where he stood for a few moments, clenching a bloody fist. He wanted to go to him, to congratulate him while that taste of victory was still the freshest. But, at the same time, he wanted to go be incredibly smug in Aizawa's general vicinity while the getting was good. Besides, there were probably others that Izuku wanted to celebrate with more. Still, he had to be aware of Itsuka's upcoming fight with Kirishima. Strength that might one day rival all mights combined with extraordinary durability made the name of Kirishima's Quirk, hardening, seem really mundane and misleading. Itsuka's plan of a ring out might be the best option for her. Still, he hoped to have Izuku and Itsuka face off in the finals. It was his job as a teacher to believe in his students and make certain that they were at their best. And to rub the success of his students in the faces of their naysayers. It was a short trip to the announcer booth and Sekijiro slipped inside, leaning against the wall and just smiled at the back of Aizawa's head. "I know why you're here." Shota spun in his chair. Even under his bandages he looked so annoyed over everything. Katsuki made a mistake. Can this guy go 2 syllables without sounding like a bitch? He's not the only one. Sekijiro kept his smile and made sure to turn it as smug as possible just to annoy Shota. "I recall you saying that if he lost his gear he'd be basically quirkless." "Oh, hey," Hazashi snapped his finger, leaning back in his chair. "You did say that your student would win against Izuku, didn't you? And you were against him being in your class, right?" Shota let out a long growl and sat in silence for a moment. He moved his hand and grabbed the capturing weapon from around his neck. "Fine, I was wrong about him. I made assumptions, based on what I saw, and my experiences dealing with heroes that relied too much on their support items. And Izuku surpassed that challenge with flying colors. I'd have you apologize to him, but he doesn't know that you ever wronged him in the first place." Sekijiro gave a happy grunt and let his shoulders relax. He might be enjoying this just a bit too much anyways. "Though I can hardly say you were wrong to push him, because of the limitations you placed on him today, he was forced to adapt and I believe he learned something new about himself." Shota nodded and looked at his capturing weapon. He stood and presented it to Sekijiro. Here, with his quirk, he should be able to use this as a replacement for his. "Nope." Sekijiro pushed the cloth back into Shota's chest and kept his hand there for a moment. "If you want him to use that you can give it to him yourself. But, the rules have already been set, and even if it's for Izuku's favor I won't be breaking those rules. He'll fight with what he has left." Shota snorted. "Do you have any idea how much it hurt to take that off? Why are you even here if you're in that much pain?" Stubbornness. Sekijiro rolled his eyes and turned to open the door, only to see that green-haired woman standing there with hands on her hips. Oh, right, this was Ms. Joke. "Yo, are we roasting a racer in here because I want in? Kill me. After you marry me, wasn't she with that large Hatsume fellow?" 4X Inko looked at the empty seat between her and Mei's older brother Otto. The young man was rather large, and just, in general, made her feel downright puny next to him. Really, if it wasn't for their strange yellow eyes, thick pink hair, and apparent permanent grease stains, Inko would doubt that the two were even related. Her and Emmy looked like they could be more closely related than Otto and Mei. Where'd Emmy go?" Inko glanced around looking for the funny woman. "She's going to mix the next fight." Not that she cared about the fights, she was here to support Izuku. That was all. The fact that she got to see Mitsuki's boy get his ass handed to him on a golden platter by her son was amazing, but she was here for Izuku. And maybe Itsuka. Mostly Izuku. Though, maybe she was enjoying the fights a bit. Oh, she went to go harass one of the announcers into marrying her. He said that with such a straight face she had no choice but to take it seriously. But, she blinked, noticing the big happy smile on his face. "Isn't she with you?" "Were they swingers?" "Yeah, but don't worry, that's just Emmy's humor. Besides, it's really funny watching people get mad at her over it." Oh. The Hatsumes were a strange bunch, and they might become her in-laws. 4X confessing to Mei was about 10 times scarier than fighting Katsuki. Maybe even 100 times scarier. Or 1,000, it was just any time he opened his mouth and looked at her his mind would freeze up and he'd think about what happened with Itsuka. He didn't think that would happen with Mei. What were the chances that the 2 girls he ended up asking out would end up gay? That would just be silly. Even if he did make out with more lesbians than Itsuka. That didn't mean anything. Izuku bit his lip and glanced around the room he'd been given to wait for his turn in the tournament. Recovery girl had been by earlier and healed his injuries, saying that she was impressed by how little he actually hurt himself in that fight and she was grateful to heal someone with some sense for once. She told him to eat something good and then left complaining about kids hurting each other for no good reason. In theory, he was allowed to go and watch the other matches with his classmates, but, at the same time, he was far more pressed with the pile of scrap in front of him. Katsuki's blast had completely wrecked Mei's gauntlet, and his own failure had destroyed the yo-yo he had spent so much time on. Mei had shown up and was working to fix both of them, her goggles down as she slowly tried to put both items back together. She kept muttering about how she wanted to make improvements and that she wondered if that would be cheating. She was so engrossed in what she was doing Izuku didn't think she would even hear him if he just came out and said, "Mei, I like you." Huh? Mei looked up from the mixed remains of the gauntlet and yo-yo that was quickly becoming some Frankenstein combination of parts. Technically he was still using the same support items, they just combined, like a transformer or something. "Oh, I like you too." That was anticlimactic, like, really anticlimactic. "Wait, you know I'm saying I'm interested in you romantically, right?" He placed a hand on the table between them, drawing Mei's attention back towards him. This time she took her goggles all the way off, and kept looking at him. She wasn't smiling, she wasn't frowning, she just looked confused. Naturally, he had to fall for a girl that was denser than he was. Was he dense? I mean, like, going out on dates and stuff. Oh, Mei's shoulders slumped and she frowned, wiggling in her seat. I don't really want to go on dates." "Oh, oh, well, never mind then." Well, that didn't last long. Maybe it was for the best. Mei might not even like him in that way. But Mei's voice sounded distant as she looked at him from across the table. Their eyes met for but a second before they were forced apart by some awkward barrier. I like doing stuff with you. I like it when you're around, and I like it when you pick me up and carry me, and I think your butt's neat." That was a good thing. "So, I might not want to go on dates, but, if we can just do what we normally do, but, with, more, I think, I'd be happy with that. And, Mei was blushing now. I talked to Emmy about this, and she said that I liked you, and I know that she's right, but I don't know what to do with it, but if it's like what with Otto and Emmy do, then, I'd be happy so, Oh. Izuku blinked, and wished that his quirk would work on people. Then again, he doubted he'd ever understand Mei enough for his quirk to actually work on her. "So, you don't want to date me?" Mei shook her head no, "But, you want to do what we do, but more." Mei nodded yes. "And you'd be happy if it was with what Emmy and Otto have?" Mei nodded again. "Yeah. Is that weird?" "I think that's weird. Sorry for being weird, and sorry for not telling you. I'm good with." She gestured towards the bits in front of her. "Babies and not really with, people, so I just kind of ignored it." "So, does that mean you want to be my girlfriend?" Izuku asked, his heart pounding in his chest as he stood to look at Mei. This was going a lot better than when he asked Itsuka out the first time. That was just, sure, and sure, this was confession and confession. Which was pretty confusing all things considered. He walked around the table and Mei stood to look at him too. Her eyes were locked onto his and he could feel sparks in the air like his entire body was shaking just from what he was thinking about doing with Mei. Mei nodded, biting her lip. "I don't really know what that means, but, I think I like the idea of it. What does that mean?" Well, Izuku stood in front of her, close in front of her. "We'd eat lunch together." "We do that. We'd spend a lot of time together, closer." "We do that. And be happy around each other, close." "Are you happy around me, Izuku?" "Yes. Closer, then we do that. And, we touch each other a lot." Mei's chest was pressed against his and he grabbed onto her upper arms. "I like when you take me home and I get to hold onto you, does that count?" Mei asked, her head tilted to the side. Her lips looked soft, her entire body just felt so soft, like it was begging to be touched, and his bare fingers were eager to enjoy feeling her. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that would count, a lot. And we'd kiss?" Mei leaned up, her heels leaving the ground as she pressed against him, her arms around his waist, her chest against his, and her lips pressed against his. It was hard not to compare his first kiss with Itsuka. It had felt bland, forced, and like they were doing it because they had to. But with Mei, it was different. So different. His entire body felt like it was going to explode. Any and all thoughts he had were washed away by a torrent of emotion that swelled up inside that kiss. Just as soon as it happened, it came to an end. Mei still had her hands on his hips, his hands still on her shoulders. She smiled. A sweet smile that filled him with joy. "I like Izuku. I like that a lot." "Me too. So, I guess you're my girlfriend now, right?" Mei nodded and placed her head against his chest. "Yeah, I like that." Clapping from the hallway altered them to Itsuka, who was wearing a cast on one of her arms and giving them a thumbs up. "Daw, that was so cute it almost made me straight." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I don't get it," Mei muttered. Well, he had a girlfriend now. All he had to do was win the sports festival and today would be the best day ever. 4x. And with a ring out Eijiro Kirishima as the winner. Izuku's back hit the wall so hard, he was fairly certain that every single breath he had ever taken was forced out of him. The blow might even have been strong enough to disjoint several of his limbs, as he was pretty certain that single punch had caused him to grow nearly 2 inches, as his feet had to play catch up with the rest of his body. He looked at the stadium, at the court, where Eijiro Kirishima stood in the middle of the arena, a surprised look on his face. Somehow, he had been beaten the fastest by Eijiro, but hey, at least he got second place. Guess he couldn't win them all. At least not in a single day. Now to pass out. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.